The origins of this world are rooted in an era of overwhelming despair. Humanity's peaceful existence was shattered when mysterious monsters emerged from the void, devastating everything in their path. These beings were unlike anything mankind had ever encountered, from grotesque worms writhing across the land, savage orcs storming cities, to ominous flying eyes looming in the skies. Chaos consumed the world as people faced horrors beyond their wildest imagination. Newspapers scattered across abandoned streets recorded the monsters' cruel ultimatum: surrender humans as food, or face total annihilation. Yet humanity refused to kneel. Amidst the terror, a leader stood defiantly upon a battered podium, rallying the survivors with a voice full of rage and fire. The monsters see us as nothing more than livestock. But we must never submit to them. These nightmarish creatures, whose origins remained unknown, soon came to be called the calamities. The invasion was relentless. Even the creatures of the sea were twisted into monstrous forms. Giant squids, towering as high as 30-story buildings, rose from the depths. In desperation, nations resorted to using nuclear weapons, but their greatest weapons were no more than fleeting flashes of light to these abominations. The monsters danced triumphantly among the smoking ruins of civilization. Beneath the swaying tentacles of one such leviathan, a man shielded a small child with his own body, refusing to abandon hope. And just as humanity seemed destined for extinction, when death appeared inevitable for every soul, they arrived. 13 figures descended like saviors from the heavens. A warrior, faster than the eye could follow, saved the man and the child by striking down a demon in a single blow. The world soon learned that 12 among them had been chosen by divine powers, each blessed by a different god to become saints, champions wielding miraculous abilities. But among the 13, there was one exception. A man who had no divine patronage, a self-made hero. His name was Li Gun. To end the reign of terror brought about by the greatest evil, a monstrous entity called Red Eye, the Saints, along with Li Gun, launched an assault on the demonic tower, Red Eye's fortress. Li Gun, fierce and determined, led the charge. A brutal battle unfolded. Later, the world gathered before a grand stage to mourn. A solemn figure, one of the returning saints, stood at the podium, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. Li Gun gave his life for us all. He sacrificed himself so we could survive. But the truth was far more sinister. In reality, Li Gun had fought tooth and nail against Red Eye, enduring unimaginable wounds. He was the one who struck the final blow, single-handedly defeating the nightmare that had plagued the world. The 12 so-called saints, hailed as heroes, had, in their fear, abandoned him. They fled, leaving him alone to face death. Even more despicably, after his victory, one among them returned. Under the guise of aiding him, the traitor stabbed Li Gun in the back with a dagger, ensuring he would never reveal the truth. Wounded and betrayed, Li Gun was cast into a deep pit, left to be finished off by summoned monsters. As Li Gun, bloodied and furious, fell deeper into the abyss, he muttered bitterly. This isn't over." His left arm had been severed, and what remained of his right was torn and useless. Survival seemed impossible, and death would have been the easier path. But surrender was never an option. Bloodied and broken, he spotted a dagger beside him. Clenching it between his teeth, he dragged himself upright, growling through the pain. "You really think I'll fall that easily?" he spat. "You've got the wrong man. I'm not dying here." And he meant every word. With nothing but sheer willpower and rage driving him forward, he launched himself at the monstrous beast ahead, brandishing a sword with what strength remained. He roared, vowing to survive, not for himself, but to hunt down each traitor who had turned their backs on him. One by one, he would find them. And none would escape his wrath. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a quiet restaurant tucked away from the chaos. A tense conversation was unfolding. "Li Gun, listen closely. You're going to die tomorrow," said Hugo Otis, one of the saints. Li Gun laughed, leaning back casually. "Is that really what you think of me? That low?" He smirked. "Or is this about me taking both your legs in training that one time?" His tone turned light, almost mocking. "I get it, you're worried. But don't lose sleep over me. I've taken down more disasters than all 12 of you combined. You really think I'll just drop dead?" Otis said nothing, his silence heavier than any threat. That moment led into the tale's deeper roots, the origin of it all. It began on the final day of the 20th century, when despair swallowed the world. The demonic tower, a colossal spire that housed the most nightmarish entity known to humanity, emerged. This creature held the power to extinguish all life, and humanity was on the brink of extinction. Then, 12 divine beings descended from the heavens, calling themselves the Sacred Ones and Titus. They promised to give mankind a fighting chance. They chose 12 mortals, blessing them with powers beyond comprehension. These chosen few were hailed as saints, saviors of the world. But amidst that holy selection, something unexpected occurred. A 13th individual awakened without divine aid, without a god's hand guiding him. He rose from the shadows not as a chosen one, but as something entirely separate, and far more powerful. Stronger than any of the 12 saints. His name was Li Gun. Even those saints who stood above all others couldn't match his might. As plans to assault the demonic tower took shape, Otis approached Li Gun to thank him for aiding the cause. Li Gun waved it off, saying thanks weren't enough, he wanted something tangible in return. 5 years of free fried chicken. Minimum. One of the saints, a woman, teased him. Aren't you tired of chicken already? He smirked. Let's take down Red Eye first. Then you can reward me with something better. Another chimed in, suggesting that defeating such a world-ending threat should earn them at least $100 million. Li Gun chuckled. You're all thinking too small. I'd go for 10 years in a 7-star hotel in Hawaii. Red Eyes pushed half the world to collapse. We deserve something worth it. A saint leaned in with a half-joke, half-truth. Li Gun, if you want to team up with us, aim higher. Don't you want to heal those scars? Fix your body. Li Gun's expression darkened. You saints, always pretending to be noble. Deep down, you're just cowards protecting yourselves. You talk about sacrifice, but you're already planning how to profit off the casualties. They told him he shouldn't be rushing to save every single person, that more deaths would only increase their payout and political leverage. Li Gun's voice was cold. Once Red Eye's dead, I never want to see your faces again. And then, the time came. They entered the demonic tower, its interior bathed in darkness so thick it seemed alive. At its core stood the being that ruled over all disaster, the Lord of the Tower. One look at it was enough to crush the hearts of even the bravest. A sudden roar shattered the air. The very ground trembled, cracking beneath their feet. The sky itself seemed to warp. A blinding beam of energy exploded upward from beneath the surface, punching through the tower's roof and flinging everyone into chaos. The 12 saints were paralyzed with terror, their courage evaporating in the face of something far beyond their understanding. After the blinding pillar of energy erupted, the very foundation of the tower crumbled. In its place, a vast crater yawned open, lava bubbling violently within its core. Above the molten chaos, the demon lord let out a low, mocking laugh that echoed like thunder. The so-called 12 constellations, those revered as humanity's chosen, didn't even attempt to fight. One by one, they fled in panic, abandoning the battlefield they once claimed as sacred. Watching them scatter like insects, Li Gun stood firm, his gaze locked onto the demon lord. So these are the saints, he thought bitterly. Pathetic. Doesn't matter. Red Eye's head will still roll, and I'll be the one standing over it. Then everything faded to black. The narrative shifted, not to the outside world, but into Li Gun's mind. Yeah, maybe I was just a fool dreaming too big, he thought, his voice flat with numbness. In the end, it wasn't monsters who got me, it was my own allies. Betrayal. A blade in the back from those he once trusted. How long had it been since that day? Days? Years? Time inside the demonic tower was warped, twisted. For all he knew, the world outside had already moved on. I should care, he murmured. But even thinking feels like a chore now. Yet, in the heart of the tower, survival never rested. Monsters poured into the chamber like waves crashing against an unbreakable wall. And Li Gun, disfigured, bloodied, and furious, tore through them without hesitation. The trap room had no end. It constantly spawned new horrors, as if trying to break him through exhaustion. But he refused to break. With every swing, with every enemy he cleaved apart, his spirit burned hotter. Power radiated from him like a storm refusing to die down. You wait for me, he growled between battles. All of you who left me here. You thought I'd die. But I'm still breathing. And I'm coming for you. Time passed, endlessly, mercilessly. 2 decades crawled by. In a hidden chamber, deep in the bowels of the tower, a single monster remained. It screamed in terror, cornered by a figure it never thought could exist. Li Gun. You're the last, he said coldly. The beast shrieked, pleading for mercy. But mercy had no place here. I hope you screamed enough, Li Gun muttered, driving the final blow. It's over. He dropped to his knees, the silence deafening. He'd expected to walk out victorious. But instead, the strength he clung to vanished, and he collapsed. Far beyond the tower, the world had changed. Cities were now shattered husks. Skyscrapers lay in ruins, swallowed by nature or fire. In the distance, 2 boys sprinted through the rubble-strewn streets, desperation in their every breath. I told you this path was a mistake, one shouted, panic rising in his throat. How was I supposed to know it'd turn out like this? They said today was safer than usual, the other barked back. Tears welled in one of their eyes. The fortune teller, she warned me. She said I'd meet a monster I should never cross paths with. They skidded to a halt. Surrounding them was a pack of monstrous, wolf-like creatures, their yellow eyes gleaming with hunger. The boys' backs pressed together, hearts pounding. If only Mr. Lee Gun were still alive, one whispered. Those things wouldn't even dare show their faces. As if summoned by the very mention of his name, the tower they had just passed trembled. A searing light burst from its center, blinding everything within view. The air crackled, and the ground split apart as an explosion tore through the sky, leaving behind a massive crater of its own. The boys shielded their eyes, stunned. Then they saw him. Someone, no, something, emerged from the heart of the light. A man cloaked in raw power, his body whole again, his aura blazing like a dying star reignited. It was Lee Gun. He looked out over the broken world, voice filled with vengeance. You stabbed me in the back, left me to rot, and thought I'd vanish? You fools. You should have buried me deeper. The boys stood frozen, watching in awe as Lee Gun charged barehanded into the horde of beasts. Each strike crushed bone, shattered muscle, and painted the air with monster blood. He didn't need a weapon. He was the weapon. And he had returned. The two boys could hardly believe what they were witnessing. That man, no, that monster of a man, had just decimated several orange-grade calamities like they were nothing more than bugs underfoot. Monsters of that class were nightmares even for elite awakened hunters. And yet, he dismantled them with nothing but raw strength. They exchanged a glance, stunned. Is he really human? Before they could gather their thoughts, the man turned his gaze toward them, sharp, piercing, as if trying to decide whether they were threats or prey. Without warning, he launched himself forward, cutting the distance between them in seconds. Terrified, one of the boys yelped, "Why are you attacking us?" Lee Gun landed heavily in front of them, eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I thought this wasteland only had monsters left. Isn't everything here already wiped clean?" It was only then that realization struck the two. Their jaws dropped. "Wait, no way. You're the one who came out of that tower?" "Impossible," the other muttered, stepping back. "No one makes it out of the demonic tower alive. That has to be a coincidence, right?" Their disbelief was short-lived. Behind Lee Gun, the air quaked with a low growl. A titanic hound emerged, the alpha of the monster pack. Its size dwarfed buildings, and its presence made the air feel heavy with death. "Run," Lee Gun said without looking back. "Now!" The beast opened its jaws, a hellish light building inside. In an instant, a massive energy beam fired, roaring through the landscape, tearing the sky in two. It was wide enough to swallow entire structures whole, and the boys were in its path. But when the smoke cleared, they were alive. Lee Gun stood between them and the beast, untouched, not even dust on his coat. They stared in disbelief. He had shielded them with nothing but his body. The hound roared again, but Lee Gun only rolled his shoulders. "You bark too much." With a blur of movement, he launched himself at the beast. His fist slammed into it mid-air, accompanied by a command, "Sit." The impact was cataclysmic. The monster was driven into the ground with such force that the earth shook. It didn't rise again. Standing over its fallen form, Lee Gun exhaled slowly. "Well, I've cleaned up this mess," he said, turning back toward the boys with an unreadable expression. "Now, since I saved your lives, you owe me something." The ominous tone in his voice made them flinch. He grinned. "Food. I'm starving." Moments later, they found themselves in a small, shabby diner. The boys sat in silence as Lee Gun devoured bowl after bowl of food at an inhuman pace. A growing mountain of dishes surrounded him. The receipt was finally brought over. One of the boys picked it up and turned pale. $1,000, he gasped. He ate over $1,000 worth of food? "You said you'd treat me to whatever I wanted," Lee Gun replied casually, slurping another batch of noodles. "Isn't that the value of your lives?" One of the boys slapped his forehead. "You call this a little snack?" Another sigh of pain came from the one who had agreed to pay. "This is robbery." As they groaned over the bill, one of them looked up. "Wait, are you a disciple? Or a bishop, maybe? What were you even doing outside the tower?" Lee Gun leaned back and laughed. "No. I was inside the tower. I just decided to walk out today." He paused, squinting at them. "But now I've got a question too. Who the hell are you two? You're not regular civilians, I can feel mana pouring out of you." One of the boys fidgeted. I'm a disciple. Chosen by a sacred being." Lee Gun tilted his head. "You mean you bowed your head and begged a spirit for power?" "Well," the boy hesitated. Lee Gun scoffed. "Can't relate. I don't wag my tail for anyone." He reached out to grab a spoon, but then froze. His reflection glared back at him from the polished metal surface. Confusion. Then panic. He leapt to his feet. "Mirror. Give me a mirror. Now." The two scrambled to point him toward the restroom. He tore off his shirt as he stumbled in, eyes wide. His body, it was whole. Not a single scar remained. Skin that had once been torn, burned, broken, now smooth, pristine. "What the hell?" he whispered. These injuries, they weren't just fatal. They were cursed. This shouldn't be possible. His gaze dropped to his left hand. His previously mutilated arm, it was back. Strong. Alive. And on his palm, a strange symbol had formed. It pulsed. Suddenly, agony surged through him. He dropped to his knees, clutching his hand as a snake-like form emerged from the glowing mark. Its appearance sent waves of pain crashing through his nerves. He clenched his fist, trying to suppress whatever was awakening inside him. What is this? A sudden wave of vertigo struck him. It felt like plunging headfirst into a sea of death, cold, endless, and absolute. Yet, somehow, he was still breathing. A voice, or perhaps a system message, rang out in his mind like a divine decree. You have tasted death, and returned. You have achieved the impossible. Then came a cascade of revelations. Every skill he had once possessed was now fully imprinted into this newly reborn body. The countless achievements earned within the tower's hellish depths had converted into raw experience, feeding his core. Something else awakened within him, a power far beyond mortal reach. A divine skill had been acquired. Unique traits, inherited, reforged. The authority of Ophiuchus now flows through your veins. Before he could react, the world shifted again. His surroundings unraveled into a blank, cosmic void. In the midst of that nothingness coiled a massive serpent, radiant emerald scales glistening in the void, each as large as a boulder. Its golden eyes glowed with ancient intelligence. Instinctively, he reached out, touching the creature's nose. There was no roar. No screech. Only light, overwhelming, purifying, blinding. Then everything shattered. He found himself back in the real world, or so it seemed. The others, the ones he had saved earlier, stared at him with wide eyes. "Are you all right?" one of them asked nervously. Li Gun, or rather, the man they had come to fear and respect, glanced down at his hand. The searing pain had vanished, but the memory remained. Did anyone else see it?" he asked. "What?" they blinked. "See what?" "That snake. Giant, green, glowing." It was, he gestured widely, as if struggling to explain its sheer size. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "You just started tearing off your clothes and ran to the mirror like a man possessed." So it was true. He was the only one who had seen it. Then, without warning, the world around him dissolved once more, and he was pulled back into the infinite void. Above him floated several translucent screens, like projections from another dimension, each one inscribed with glowing text. "You are now the chosen of the Ophiuchus constellation." Lines of divine script outlined the blessings he now held. One caught his attention. Super regeneration, capable of reconstructing a broken body from the ground up. But such power wasn't without consequence. Penalty, physical strength reduced by 50%. He clenched his fist, testing the weight of his body. It felt lighter, but still deadly. He glanced down at his restored frame, wondering if this divine healing was the cause of his transformation. Saints never reported visions like this. Nor did they lose all sense of sacred presence. Was he even a saint anymore? Oddly, the thought didn't bother him. His body, once mangled beyond recognition, was now flawless. No scars. No lingering wounds. Only power. And vengeance. The betrayal still burned in his chest, the ones who left him for dead, and the one who stabbed him when he least expected it. Just thinking about them made something inside him surge, a dark thrill crawling through his veins. His aura began to change. The boys watching him took a step back, uneasy. Why does he suddenly feel so terrifying? Far away, at the ruins of the once impregnable tower, law enforcement had cordoned off the area. What was once a sacred monument had collapsed into rubble, shocking the world. News helicopters buzzed overhead, broadcasting the unbelievable truth. The demonic tower, said to be eternal, has crumbled. Inside a temporary investigation tent, officers and high-ranking officials murmured. This place was intimately tied to the legend of Li Gun, one of them said, his voice tense. Could this have been caused by his enemies? Or saints who feared him? Among them stood Odin, known as one of the upper saints. His eyes narrowed at the smoldering wreckage. "There was an Allure 1A beast stationed at the heart of that tower," he muttered. "A creature even a saint like me couldn't handle without preparation." He paused. Who in this world has that kind of power? Then the silence was broken. Could it really be? Li Gun? Could he have survived inside the tower all this time? "There's no proof," another whispered. "We'll have to wait for signs. Anything concrete." Elsewhere, in the capital, a press conference was underway. Cameras clicked and reporters pushed forward as one of the great saints, Yang Wei, stepped up to the podium. The collapse of the tower? Who's responsible? Is it true someone returned from the top? Yang Wei raised a hand, silencing them. No comment at this time. A shocked murmur spread through the crowd. No comment? From a man who always had something to say? Later, inside his armored vehicle, Yang Wei yanked off his glasses and crushed them in his fist, jaw clenched. That name again? How many times do I have to hear it? Li Gun. Could it be? Had the man actually survived 2 decades within that abyss, surrounded by monsters so powerful even black-ranked classifications barely did them justice? If so, the world wasn't ready for what came next. Escaping with Red Eye's throat was nothing short of miraculous. Looking back, he knew Gun shouldn't have made it out alive. His body had barely held up under the relentless assault of that monstrous behemoth. He hadn't even worn proper armor like the other saints. If somehow that man had truly survived and returned, it spelled disaster for everyone involved. We shift scenes to Li Gun, casually holding a phone. A sly grin curves on his lips as he mutters, "Might as well start with that bastard." Meanwhile, at an airport, a man disembarks from a flight, welcomed with great reverence. "To think I'd get the honor of meeting one of the 12 saints," the greeter says with awe. That man is Hugo Otis. Hugo immediately inquires about the Prime Minister, and upon hearing the official is already waiting at his office, he agrees to depart. His escort marvels at his presence, thinking, this is what it means to be a true chosen one. In the car, Hugo's phone buzzes repeatedly with calls from an unfamiliar number. He dismisses them, assuming they're reporters clinging to the latest rumor about Li Gun's return, rumors he finds infuriating. After all, it had been 2 full decades. He recalls the moment Gun had told him he might die the next day, and instead of fear, Gun had simply laughed and asked, "Is that what you think of me?" He reminisces about the day they stormed the demonic tower at Li Gun's urging, stood outside alone, fending off countless creatures so the others could move in. Hugo desperately wanted to believe Gun would pull through. But later, when only the others returned, carrying Red Eye's severed head and no sign of Gang, he knew what it meant. The whole world soon learned of the sacrifice. The 12 saints, including Hugo himself, were celebrated as saviors. Their fame and influence skyrocketed. Yet Hugo could never shake the unease. He had urged everyone to launch a rescue, only to be met with apathy. Jean-Louis Morin had bluntly told him, "Do you know how many monsters that tower held? If you're that worried, go look for him yourself. No one's stopping you. But don't forget, there are 12 of us now. If you leave, there'll be 11. Even now, Hugo refuses to believe anything could have changed. 20 years had passed, an eternity for anyone, even someone as powerful as Gun. And yet, deep down, he remembers Gang not as a legend, but as a friend. Just then, Hugo's phone rings again. This time, it's the Prime Minister. He asks if Hugo can speak freely. Hugo affirms, and the minister reveals something unexpected. A government report indicates that a call was recently made to Gun's personal number. At first, Hugo brushes it off as another stunt from obsessive fans trying to resurrect a dead legend. He even accuses the Prime Minister of leveraging the situation for political gain. But the minister cuts him off, explaining that this wasn't speculation, it was confirmed intelligence. This shakes Hugo to his core. His hands tremble as he demands the car stop. A sudden realization strikes him, what if those missed calls had come from Gun himself? He opens his phone. 30 missed calls. Hugo listens to the voicemail. A voice full of venom says, "Tekisu, I'm coming for you. Don't get too comfortable." The tone is unmistakable. Chilling. It couldn't be anyone else. It was Li Gun. Startled and panicked, Hugo yells at the driver to turn around. He needs to get back to the airport, immediately. The assistant mentions his scheduled engagement in the UK, but Hugo snaps back, "Forget it. Cancel everything." Back with Gun, he looks down at his phone, smiling with a mix of nostalgia and menace. "So you've grown up, Tekisu. Big enough to ignore my calls, huh?" When someone nearby asks who he keeps trying to reach, Gang merely waves them off. No one important. Li Gun stared at the device in his hands with fascination. "So, this is what they call a smartphone," he muttered, his curiosity piqued. Despite the absurdity of the modern world, he found himself liking it. He was then told the year was now 2025, 2 decades had passed since he first entered the tower in 2005. The people around him were astonished that this was his first time using a smartphone. They explained how it could connect to something called the internet and be used to watch news updates. "Can I check if there's any news about me?" he asked, still unfamiliar with how everything worked. They quickly pulled up a news stream about Li Gun. To no surprise, he was trending globally. His name had resurfaced and was plastered across headlines. There was so much information that he got sucked in immediately. Then he made the mistake of scrolling down to the comments. The venom in the public's words was overwhelming. Useless. Probably ran away. Overhyped, overglorified. Lee Gun's expression darkened. His grip on the phone tightened. The guy who lent him the phone panicked, afraid his device was moments away from being crushed. Rage bubbled up within Lee Gun. They ran the moment the monster showed up, and now they get the credit? He forced himself to calm down. It wasn't worth reacting. TCH. Kind of funny in a pathetic way, he muttered. Then another headline caught his eye, Lee Gun's last will and testament. He remembered clearly, in case of his death, he had decided to donate his entire fortune to orphanages and schools. He had hoped it would bring real change. But then came the shock. An on-screen statement claimed Lee Gun had entrusted everything, including sacred relics, to the 12 saints, so they could use the resources for the greater good. His fury exploded. The phone shattered in his hand, splintering into pieces. He gritted his teeth. I'll skin them alive. And their so-called gods too. The man who had lent him the phone just sighed in defeat. His phone was dead. Lee Gun, now sitting silently, began to formulate his next steps. He intended to send a clear message, he was back. But there was a problem. After 20 years, he looked drastically different. Even if he shouted his name on a street corner, no one would recognize or believe him. So instead, he would remain in the shadows, hunting each of the 12 saints one by one. Quietly. Suddenly, red tendrils slithered around the room. A voice echoed in his mind, "You are being watched." Sensing an ominous presence, Lee Gun stepped outside. There, floating above him, were enormous animal-shaped clouds. These were no ordinary formations. They were avatars, beasts bearing the holy mark of the White Ram constellation. The divine creatures re-established a protective barrier in the name of the White Ram. Somehow, the opposing force of two constellations had neutralized each other. The avatars demanded an offering. A tribute. Lee Gun's eyes narrowed in irritation. And just who do these fluffy celestial rats think they're commanding? Just then, a group of loudmouth people nearby were chattering. God, more news about Lee Gun. I swear, if I hear his name one more time, I'll scream. What's the big deal? Seriously, just because he vanished doesn't mean he was some legend. Lee Gun's attention shifted. Their mocking words were like nails dragging across metal. Then one of them caught a glimpse of the badge pinned to his clothes. Their mood changed instantly. Wait, that's a saint's badge. Oi, don't cause trouble here, man. If he snaps, we're screwed. The man in front of Lee Gun tried to act tough. He approached slowly, took a drag from his cigarette, and then blew the smoke directly into Lee Gun's face. What's your problem, huh? Got a staring issue, he said smugly. Lee Gun didn't flinch, but his aura darkened dangerously. The guy's girlfriend pulled him back, whispering, "Don't mess with him. He looks off." Another man in the back muttered, "Ugh, just another one of those Lee Gun cultists. Weaklings, all of them." Lee Gun cracked his knuckles. Lee Gun stood frozen for a moment, stunned by what he was hearing. Since when did people start worshipping the weakest saint like some sort of legend? He couldn't believe his ears. The reverence people showed made no sense to him, it was laughable. "Isn't calling that guy a saint just plain absurd?" he muttered under his breath. One of the bystanders overheard him and replied casually, "You clearly don't know much." He held up better than most. Those people are elite representatives, A-rank agents under the Gemini constellation. Lee Gun scoffed. A-rank, huh? As the group began to walk away, he called out with a smirk, "Hey, roaches." They paused. One of them turned, annoyed. "Are you talking to us?" He grinned. "Of course I am." The leading figure stepped forward, clearly one of the self-important ones, and demanded, "Wanna say that again? You got a lot of nerve, running your mouth when you don't even give off a hint of aura. You're just a powerless bumpkin." Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Gun raised his hand casually, and with a mere flick of his finger, sent the guy hurtling backward. The man crashed straight through the wall of a nearby building like a rag doll. The crowd gasped in horror and disbelief. Lee Gun stood there, calm, smug. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice you creeping up on me?" Another woman who had been sneaking up from behind froze in place, but too late. Lee Gun snapped his fingers again and sent her flying in the opposite direction, slamming into another building. Dust and debris rained down as cracks split through the stone walls. He turned back to the dumbstruck onlookers. "What a joke. You're nothing but insects." One of them finally snapped out of his daze. "Why you can't use magic in public? That's illegal." Lee Gun rolled his eyes. "Magic? If I had used real magic, you wouldn't even be conscious. That was just me being gentle." They stared at him like he was a monster. Two high-ranking agents taken out without even a trace of magic. Just pure physical strength. It didn't compute. As Li Gun approached one of the fallen figures, something glinted from their chest. He reached down and ripped the pendant off their neck, inspecting it. A relic? So that's what I sensed when I hit you. He narrowed his eyes. But how did trash like you get your hands on one of these? Relics are supposed to be for saints only. The younger man staggered up, coughing. You seriously don't know anything, do you? Let me explain. He started to speak, more cautiously this time. Decades ago, humanity was nearly wiped out. It was the sacred entities and their chosen constellations that saved us. But the 12 saints couldn't protect the entire world alone. So they formed factions. Each branch was led by those blessed with a portion of a saint's power. We call them Templars. Li Gun listened silently. They're ranked by strength. Saints are at the very top, right beneath the gods themselves. Next are cardinals, potential saint candidates. Then bishops, who are the strongest combat-ready Templars. Lastly, the Templars themselves. Their power comes from faith. Stronger faith means stronger power. That's why the branches are always fighting over followers. He added, the more believers they gather, the more relics they receive. That pendant? It's a reward from the sacred entities. Li Gun's jaw tightened. Everything had changed in his absence. The world was now wrapped in politics, cult-like devotion, and power rankings. Before he could reflect further, someone shouted, "Look!" He turned, and there in the sky, watching silently, were strange ethereal beasts. Avatars. Their forms glowed with a greedy red hue, resembling beasts of prosperity and gluttony. These were linked to the constellation of the White Aries. The avatars gazed down at Li Gun with eerie delight. They spoke to him, not with words, but with intent. Finish them. Those who dared attack you, end them. Shed blood in our name, and we shall reward you richly. The civilians panicked. Oh no, those aren't just spirits, they're avatars. Someone trembled. That's a reflection of a sacred entity. If you fight them, it's like declaring war on a god. They pleaded, please. Just do what they ask. Don't provoke them. But Li Gun was already seething. So that's why the air reeks of Aries stench. That damn pig still wants to fatten himself up with other people's pain. His voice turned cold. I see. Nothing's changed since back then. Then without another word, he crouched low, and he slammed his feet into land. A storm swirled around them, thick with divine pressure. Li Gun sneered. You strut around like kings, but you're nothing more than dressed-up mutts. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The constellation's power had suddenly withdrawn, and with it, the massive barrier dissolved like mist under sunlight. The onlookers were left gaping, unable to grasp how effortlessly the confrontation had ended. One of them muttered in disbelief, wait, did the constellation just retreat? Another added, this guy's way more than he looks. He's not complicated, just extremely dangerous. Li Gun turned to the group calmly, his presence still heavy in the air. Those two weaklings earlier? They were affiliated with the Gemini branch, weren't they? Someone nodded. Yeah, they're part of it. In our country, the Gemini branch has more influence than any other faction. They practically control 2/3 of the nation's major corporations. Li Gun raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint in his eye. That so? Then they must have been carrying some fat wallets, and that designer clothing they had on, it probably costs more than a year's rent. Without another word, he lunged toward the pair with the speed of a predator. Perfect time to collect a nice donation. The scene shifts to a modest apartment building in a quiet district. A small group stands in front of it, pointing toward a second-floor unit. That's the one, they live there, said one of them. Another chimed in, mine's right next door. As they climbed the stairs, one of the young men turned to Li Gun. Thanks again, for saving us back there. And for walking us all the way home. They were clearly hoping for something more, perhaps a chance to hang out, maybe talk more, but Li Gun cut through their awkward silence with a yawn. You going in or not? I want to sleep already. They blinked, stunned. You're staying here? Apparently, they let him in, because the next thing we see, Li Gun is standing inside the apartment, getting his hair trimmed. The remnants of his long, ragged locks fell to the floor as the buzzing shears hummed. Once finished, he stood in front of the mirror, admiring the transformation. Now with a clean, sharp cut, his features looked more intense, less like someone from the past, and more like someone reborn. Han looked at him, eyes wide. That hairstyle really suits you. Honestly, you look way cooler than before. Li Gun's lips curled into a pleased smile. Not long ago, using his powers would scorch his scalp, leaving him bald. For years, he'd clung to every strand like treasure. Even a gentle breeze could have blown away what little hair he had left back then. But now? He could actually grow it, shape it, wear it. Who would have thought? Suddenly, something shifted in the room, a flicker of movement or presence. Without hesitation, Li Gun's hand shot out. With lightning precision, he snatched a strange creature out of thin air and crushed it in his palm before it could react. Han stared, frozen. You caught it with your bare hand? That's impossible. Not even professional exorcists can do that. But Li Gun was already in motion, fending off a wave of similar entities swarming from the shadows. With every move, he casually asked, "What's the running tally so far? How many of these pests are there?" The creatures seemed drawn to something, or rather, to someone. Han, still reeling, murmured, "Could it be your scent? Maybe it's attracting them." Li Gun frowned. "No. This kind of thing only happens when something's wrong with the house." He glanced around and his gaze settled on a series of ornate relics lined up on a shelf. "I knew it," he muttered. "Of course monsters would gather here, look at the filth you've got sitting around." Han looked confused. "Wait, you mean, these relics? They were blessed by the Gemini constellation. The saint personally gave them to me." Li Gun's expression darkened. He grabbed a decorative figurine from Han's hands, and with a cold snap, shattered it into pieces. Han was devastated. Hey, that was a gift from the saint." Li Gun ignored him. He picked up another item, a sleek mask, and examined it carefully. "This thing is designed to spy on whoever wears it." Next, he pointed at a small music box. "This one gathers personal data from the entire household." Finally, he held up a glowing watch. "And this one literally sends a beacon out to monsters nearby." His voice turned cold with fury. "Not only did those saints steal my belongings, they're now selling cursed junk like this to innocent people. It's disgusting." Just as his anger flared, footsteps echoed outside the apartment door. Someone stood outside, listening. Then the knob turned and the door creaked open. Li Gun's sharp eyes locked on the figure. "Who the hell are you?" Han gasped and ran over. "Ah, Sung-yi. You're back." But the name alone triggered something in Li Gun. His face contorted with irritation. "So this guy's the landlord," he realized. Figures. Meanwhile, far away, deep inside the residence of the White Ram, a sanctified domain veiled in divine stillness, Saint Yong-wai sat in thought. One of his aides rushed in with urgent news. "Saint, there's been an incident in Korea." "What kind of incident?" "All the Korean avatars linked to the White Ram constellation, they've vanished." "What?" The saint shot up. His attendants looked shaken. "There's chaos on the ground. People are panicking. No one knows what caused it." Saint Yong-wai narrowed his eyes. Who could have pulled off something like this? Inside the pristine halls of the White Ram's inner sanctuary, the air was tense. The saint paced with a heavy expression while his attendants stood rigidly, unsure of how to proceed. "If avatars have been dispelled," the saint muttered, "that means the force behind it wasn't ordinary. Only someone of considerable might could have done this." He turned sharply to one of his aides. "Send out a message to all the other saints. I want to know if any of them are responsible, or if they're aware of what's happening." The attendant bowed and began listing reports. "Saint Sagittarius has yet to respond to our last 6 transmissions." The saint frowned but waved dismissively. "That's not concerning. He mentioned he was heading to Britain to assume a new seat of power. It's probably keeping him preoccupied." "Yes, but there's something odd," the aide added. "He did land in London, but almost immediately boarded another flight." "Where to?" "South Korea." The saint's expression stiffened. "Korea," he echoed. "That's strange. Hugo always had a strange loyalty to Li Gun. Could it be? Is this about those rumors? That Li Gun's back?" The possibility sent a ripple of irritation through the saint. For a moment, he was quiet. Then, in a sudden fit of rage, he hurled a heavy floor lamp at the wall, nearly striking a servant. "Damn it! Don't bring me half-baked reports, give me something concrete," he roared. "What else have you found?" A different servant nervously stepped forward. At the epicenter of the disruption, where the avatars vanished, a Templar from the twin branch was discovered. Unconscious. Lying in the street, stripped down to his underwear. The saint raised a brow. "And the cause?" "Eyewitnesses claim he was in an altercation with a young man. Handsome. Unrecognizable. Possibly in his 20s. The saint's eyes narrowed. "That can't be Li Gang. The one I knew had his face marred with scars. You couldn't mistake him for a youth." But doubt crept in. Could he have returned? Is that why Hugo went there? He clenched his fists in frustration. This is spiraling out of control. First, my avatars vanish, now rumors of Li Gan rise again. And on top of that, we still haven't taken care of the Spider Queen. If this continues, my seat may not be secure for much longer. Without wasting another second, he gave the order. "Ready the aircraft. I'm going to Korea myself." The scene shifts to a modern hospital owned by the prestigious twin branch. In a private room, a young man lay unconscious, wrapped in bandages and clearly worse for wear. His bruises told a story of defeat and humiliation. An elderly man, his grandfather, stood beside the bed, livid. His voice boomed throughout the ward. "Who dares injure my grandson like this? Who would even dare?" He rounded on a figure calmly watching from nearby. "Min Sung-jun," the old man barked, "what's the meaning of this?" The man beside him, wearing the insignia of a high-ranking S-class Templar from the twin constellation, raised a hand to calm him. "Relax. That's why I'm here," Sung-jun replied evenly. "To find out who was behind this." Back at Sung-yi's apartment, the room buzzed with tension. Sung-yi sat cross-legged while the others recounted the events of the day, their eyes wide with excitement as they recited what had happened. "So then," one of them said animatedly, "he just leapt straight into the demon tower. No hesitation. And get this, he wiped out every last drake inside. With nothing but his fists." Sung-yi looked skeptical, raising an eyebrow. "You're seriously telling me he soloed a tower full of draconic beasts? By hand?" The others nodded enthusiastically. "That's not even the best part. After that, he ran into a ranked Templar and knocked him out cold." From the side, Dream scoffed loudly. "Come on. Do you hear yourselves? That sounds like something out of a bad fantasy comic. He didn't just beat monsters, he also destroyed every single relic in the apartment." "Who does that?" Li Gan, standing at the back of the room, folded his arms. "Those relics were garbage. Nothing but glorified junk. I did you a favor." Dream spun around. "What kind of person just destroys sacred items like that? You still haven't said, what branch do you belong to?" Li Gan's lips curled into a thin smirk. Li Gan leaned against the wall with a half-smile. "I figured I might need something like this," he remarked coolly, glancing around the apartment. Then, with a slight tilt of the head, he asked bluntly, "So, which deity do you serve?" Li Gan didn't hesitate. "None of those so-called 12 ever stood by me. I owe them nothing." Sung-yi, still processing what he was hearing, narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Fine, then what's your rank?" That caught Li Gan off guard. He looked thoughtful for a moment before replying vaguely, "I'm a production class, I guess." "A production rank?" Sung repeated incredulously. "What's your name then?" With casual confidence, he answered, "Li Gan." That was the last straw. Sung-yi's face turned red with rage. Han stepped in, trying to defuse the situation, but it was too late. Sung-yi had already lost it. "You break into my place without permission, ruin every single relic I've collected, and now you dare claim you're the real Li Gangnim?" he roared, his fury spilling over. Han grabbed his arm, trying to stop him. "You're going to burn the whole place down." Just then, an alert flashed before Li Gang's eyes. A faint magical presence had been detected, follower magic belonging to the Gemini constellation. It looked like Sung-yi wasn't just angry. He was armed. "Oh?" Li Gang murmured. "So you've decided to take everything with you, huh?" Without a moment's hesitation, he activated an ability, God's Gaze. Information poured in like flowing data. Templar of Gemini constellation. Rank, A-class. Alias, Smashing Strike. Skill set, Ice Seal, Stake. Traits, Prodigy, Visionary, Obsessive, Idol Worshipper. Effect, Genius trait amplifies training speed by 200%. Li Gang narrowed his eyes. A prodigy at that age? With an unstable obsession trait? That explains everything. But that genius tag doesn't quite suit him. At that moment, a surge of energy burst forth. Sung-yi's wrath had summoned a manifestation, something twisted and demonic. It loomed behind him, burning with chilling intensity. Han, eyes wide, screamed, "Li Gan. Get out of there. He's not just a Templar, he's one of your hardcore fans too." Sung-yi shouted, "Are you nuts, Jimin? Back off unless you want me to slap some sense into you too." Before anyone could react, Li Gang had vanished from their sight, only to reappear right behind Sung-yi. "You're really playing with fire," he said calmly, almost lazily. Sung-yi stiffened. "When did he?" A sharp flick echoed in the room as Li Gan snapped his fingers, producing a spark of divine power. "If you keep this up, you won't just burn down your living room, you'll wipe out the entire building." Han looked from Li Gan to Sung-yi and whispered with concern, He'll be okay, right?" "Probably," Li Gan said, completely unfazed. That word didn't exactly bring comfort. Han's face twisted. "Probably." With a shrug, Li Gan turned away. "I'm going to sleep. Let him cool off." He stepped into a side room and stopped cold. His jaw dropped at what he saw. Lining the shelves, stacked in neat, obsessive rows, were hundreds of detailed figurines, every single one modeled after him. "What the hell is this?" he muttered in disbelief. Han scratched his head. "I did try to warn you. Sung-yi's a hardcore Li Gan fan." Just then, Dream Sung-yi came bursting in behind him, arms flailing. Be careful. Those are worth more than my entire life. Li Gan picked up one of the figurines, studying it with narrowed eyes. They're starting to annoy me. No, don't. Dream wailed, nearly in tears. You lunatic, stop it. Li Gan turned to him with an amused grin. I'm not a lunatic. I am Li Gan. Sung-yi stood frozen, staring at his ruined collection of Li Gan figurines. His outrage couldn't even be put into words. He looked like he was moments away from collapsing. Before the tension could escalate further, the scene transitions to a cozy, dimly lit coffee shop, where a television played in the background. The news anchor on the screen reported calmly, at approximately noon yesterday, 2 individuals affiliated with the Gemini branch were assaulted by an unidentified assailant. Witnesses claim the attack appeared to be motivated by theft. Hearing this, Hugo's jaw clenched. He didn't need much to guess who was behind it. That reckless bastard, this has Li Gan written all over it. Before he could dwell on the thought, a waitress approached his table with a sweet smile. Will you be ordering anything today, sir? But Hugo's sharp instincts flared. His eyes narrowed as he quietly said, enough of the theatrics. Young-yi, drop the act and get out here. The waitress blinked once, and then her demeanor completely shifted. The fake cheer disappeared from her voice as she gave a half-laugh. TCH, how boring. I thought I could toy with you a bit longer. It's been a while, Hugo. She leaned over the table. I haven't heard from you in ages. You rushed all the way to Korea too, didn't you? So, I assume you're here because of him. She meant Li Gan. You'd better start talking. Tell me everything you know, now, she demanded. Hugo brushed her hand off his shoulder with disgust. You're still the same repulsive parasite, possessing people and twisting their bodies for fun. The woman blinked, her expression blank for a second, before stumbling back, suddenly dazed, her consciousness returning as the real waitress regained control of her own body. Hugo stood, visibly seething. That damn creep thinks this is a game. I need to find Gun before anyone else does. He stormed out, his mind racing with urgency. Where the hell are you, Gun? We shift locations to a bustling hypermarket in Gyeonggi-do, where Han and Sung-yi are casually shopping. I'm telling you, Sung, it really is Li Gun, Han insisted as he pushed a shopping cart. Sung frowned. You think that guy is Li Gun? Don't be ridiculous. Li Gun was humanity's greatest hero, he wouldn't look like that lunatic. But I saw him come out of the demon tower with my own eyes, Han replied seriously. His power is no joke. Sung scoffed. My dad always said that kind of nonsense attracts lunatics. Now help me get these groceries to the register. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the store. A voice shouted, "Stop that thief." Before they could react, someone darted past them at lightning speed, knocking both of them over. Han sat up, stunned. Did you see that speed? He's not normal. Sung cursed. That guy's using powers. Sure enough, the thief was manipulating energy, snatching products from shelves and even yanking wallets right out of pockets. Judging by the venomous aura and swift movements, Han recognized it instantly. He's a Templar, from the Scorpion branch. The thief grinned arrogantly, stuffing his pockets. I'm a Templar. You think you can stop me? You should be thanking me for not leveling this whole place. Just as he turned to leave, a shadow blurred in from behind, and Li Gun appeared out of nowhere, slamming his fist straight into the thief's gut. The impact sent the man flying into a display rack with a groan. The thief looked up, dazed, and gasped in terror. What the hell? Han stepped forward. Why'd you show up here, Gun? Li Gun casually adjusted his sleeve. Oh, right. I forgot to ask you guys to grab some chicken. Suddenly, a voice called out behind them. It was the same man from earlier, the one who'd been standing in a hospital near the bed. He studied Li Gun carefully before nodding. Not bad. Scorpion Templars are notoriously slippery. Their agility and reaction time are unnatural. Catching one head-on is no small feat. He crossed his arms. Judging from your aura, though, you don't seem like an official Templar. More like a freelancer, or maybe an investigator. Either way, next time report it to the authorities. Li Gun turned to him, unconcerned. And who might you be? Before he could answer, a loud rumble echoed through the store. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Everyone paused, wide-eyed. The thief, sensing an opportunity, scrambled up. Perfect timing, he muttered, then vanished into the chaos, slipping through the crowd and out of sight. As the thief made his escape, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking the sudden tremor was a stroke of luck. Just as he was about to vanish into the chaos, the ground beneath cracked open, and a monstrous centipede emerged from below. Shocked, he panicked. Why would such a creature appear in a designated green zone? Realizing the situation was spiraling, he leaped skyward to flee. But midair, his escape was cut short. Without warning, a massive beast swallowed him whole. His life ended before he could even scream. The monster? None other than the Spider Queen, ferocious, nightmarish, and overwhelming in presence. Moments later, the emergency alarm echoed throughout the building, broadcasting a high-level threat. Attention, an immediate threat has been detected. Evacuate the premises. This area has been reclassified as a red zone due to a high-level disaster entity. People scrambled for safety, stampeding in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a small boy stood frozen in place, crying, unaware of the enormous monster hurtling toward him. Just as the creature lunged, Lee Gun shot forward, striking it with devastating force. The beast exploded into pieces, leaving no trace behind. The terrified child couldn't form words, still trembling. Lee Gun approached, offering a hand and telling him to be more careful in the future. The boy, overwhelmed, bolted without a word. Lee Gun sighed, a little disappointed his heroic moment didn't unfold like the action scenes in movies. He coughed and checked himself, seemed like he was still intact. Glancing toward the remains of the monster, he summoned his snake and muttered, "It's been a while since I've had a proper warm-up." Meanwhile, in a sleek car driving through the city, Yang Wei was being updated by his subordinate. "Repeat that," he demanded. "The cursed being manifested inside a Buchan City hypermarket," the servant said. "The cursed being? Which one?" "The Spider Queen." Yang Wei froze. Memories of their botched raid resurfaced. They had barely managed to restrain the queen last time, and even then, she escaped. He knew he stood no chance alone against a red-class calamity. A narrator's voice explained the 6-tier danger classification system used globally since the rise of disaster entities. 1. Blue zone, sanctuaries blessed and utterly safe. 2. Green zone, generally secure zones for civilians. 3. Yellow zone, areas with mild threat. 4. Orange zone, high-risk locations with significant danger. 5. Red zone, domains overrun by deadly monsters. 6. Black zone, deadlands where survival is impossible. With the Spider Queen's appearance, the once safe hypermarket had now fallen to red zone classification. Yang Wei's expression hardened. If word got out that this catastrophe stemmed from their failure during the last suppression mission, their credibility would collapse. "Seal the building," he ordered coldly. "Make sure no one escapes. No survivors. If even one person makes it out and tells the world what really happened, we're done." Back at the hypermarket, a Templar stepped forward and began chanting. Slamming his spear into the ground, he unleashed a barrage of ice magic, one of his most powerful spells. Frozen shards pinned the rampaging monsters in place. But the victory was short-lived. Within moments, the creatures shattered the ice and surged forward, unrestrained. The Templar stood stunned, his pride wounded as his best attack failed miserably. The Templar stood in disbelief as the monsters shattered his ice spell as if it were made of paper. He couldn't wrap his head around how easily they broke through something that had taken years to perfect. While he reeled in shock, Lee Gun casually walked up behind him, holding a handful of canned goods like he was grocery shopping. The Templar hadn't even noticed his approach until Lee Gun tossed one of the cans in his hand and said with a mocking grin, "So hungry you're turning to people, huh? Here, try this instead." With that, he hurled the can with such force that it split a towering monster clean in two. Before the pieces of the beast even hit the ground, Lee Gun had already dashed in, driving a blade into another creature with flawless precision. "Trash like you should remember your place," he muttered as the blade was pulled free. Gasps filled the air. Everyone nearby was left speechless. A system notification blinked in front of Lee Gun's eyes. / You have eliminated a calamity. Your level has increased. You have received a consumable item. Raising an eyebrow, Lee Gun examined the new item. According to the details, the consumable could be used to craft new relics or unlock new skills. It also mentioned that his production ability had evolved. Interesting. He made a mental note to test it later. This wasn't the time. Even though the penalty from his previous resurrection halved his raw physical stats, his body felt light, agile, maybe even stronger in some ways. Perhaps he could draw out more power than before. The Templar was dumbfounded. His own high-tier skills had failed to even slow the monsters, and yet this stranger effortlessly cut them down without breaking a sweat. Lee Gun walked over to return a knife to one of the boys. "This is yours. Took it with me when I left the house." The Templar, still stunned, suddenly pointed a trembling finger. "Wait. I knew something was off. You're the one who attacked our men." Lee Gun tilted his head. "Huh? What gave it away? You're wearing the uniform of the guy you beat. And that badge, only Gemini Branch Templars get one. It's a rank S relic." Glancing down, Lee Gun noticed the badge for the first time. With a nonchalant shrug, he ripped it from the coat and crushed it with his fingers. "Relic? This thing? Please. Feels more like a fancy name tag. The Templar recoiled as though punched. Why you? Li Gun scoffed. Same bunch of self-righteous idiots. Haven't changed a bit in 20 years. Just then, a familiar screech tore through the air. The Spider Queen had returned. Her massive form loomed over the ruins of the store, and the panic exploded again. Civilians scattered in every direction, screaming louder than before. But Li Gun wasn't intimidated. He had already launched himself at the creature, blazing forward like a bullet. With a single, bone-crushing kick, he sent the Spider Queen crashing into the ground, cracking the floor beneath them. Everyone present, including the surviving Templars, froze in awe. The raw, brute force of that strike left them stunned. The Templar stared, horror-stricken. Li Gun had charged into battle without any relics, without armor, just his bare fists. And yet, he had done what even an elite could not. Just then, a voice echoed in the Templar's mind, telepathic communication from HQ. Urgent broadcast to all Gemini Branch Templars. This is Sung Hyuk. Sung Yi, Sung Jun, evacuate immediately. Repeat, get out now. The Ares division is en route to seal the building permanently. The voice grew more strained. Yong Wei is on his way in person. We have no authority to stop him. And remember, not even a saint can defeat the Spider Queen. The leadership had made a swift and grim decision, to completely seal off the hypermarket. There was too much at stake. If the public learned that the saints had failed to contain the threat, it would erode faith in them. And once faith wavered, so too would their divine power. Sung Jun, a voice echoed through their telepathic link, you've got teleportation, don't you? Take Sung Yi and get out of there, now. Jun nodded but hesitated for a moment as his gaze swept across the battlefield. Monsters roamed freely, and survivors still scattered throughout the hypermarket screamed for help. Meanwhile, Li Gun was still clashing fiercely with the monstrous Spider Queen nearby, his every movement stirring shockwaves. Sung Yi's voice broke through the rising tension. What do you mean just us? There are still people in here. Monsters too. You expect us to abandon everyone? Jun clenched his jaw but didn't answer right away. It was Sung Hyuk who responded over the channel, his voice calm but cold. If the Spider Queen emerged in the middle of Buchan City, what do you think will happen next? Once the public finds out, the credibility of the Constellation branches will collapse. We can't let that happen. The faith of humanity must stay strong, or the saints will weaken. Despite understanding the logic, Sung Yi refused to walk away. We protect people. That's our job. Jun sighed heavily and pulled out his device. I can only teleport one person. You're the priority, so I'll take you. No, Sung Yi snapped. I'm not leaving him. And there are too many civilians still inside. I'm not abandoning them. This isn't the time to play hero, Jun muttered, his tone now colder. I'm not dying for your ideals. Orders are orders. Then, to force his hand, Jun raised his arm and began casting an offensive spell aimed at the crowd. If I remove the others, you won't have a reason to stay. The moment the spell began to glow, Sung Yi's fury ignited. He activated his abilities in defense, eyes narrowing with anger. Are you serious right now? You really want to fight me? We're not even on the same level, Jun replied. Be rational. Set aside your conscience for once. Before the confrontation could escalate further, something massive crashed into Jun from behind, a dismembered chunk of a monster. He went tumbling to the side, winded. Li Gun landed nearby, brushing off the dust. You guys are still here? What are you doing? It's not safe. Sung Yi looked up, relieved and panicked. The exits are blocked. Either we teleport out or wipe everything out. And the Ares branch, those bastards, they're planning to seal the entire building. Li Gun's face darkened. Those cowards, sealing people inside like that? Just then, Zhang, one of the wounded but high-ranking members of the Saints, emerged from the rubble and weakly called out to Li Gun. Come here. Help me. Li Gun raised an eyebrow and muttered, You again? Didn't you run off earlier like a scared rabbit? With a wry chuckle, he took out his phone. Let's see if anyone here can actually make it out alive. Though, I guess I'm their only shot. But fate had other plans. From above, thick strands of webbing shot down, ensnaring by his limbs before he could react. The Spider Queen, still alive, had launched a surprise counterattack and dragged him into her maw. His phone fell to the ground with a clatter, screen still glowing. Sung Yi stared in disbelief as the jaws snapped shut. Then, the sound of cracking chitin and a massive explosion shook the building. My gang, standing amidst the chaos, looked grim. I'll handle this. You take care of the injured. I'll join you after I finish her off. The scene shifted to the outside of the dome-like hypermarket, where vehicles and containment units from the Ares branch had surrounded the perimeter. Elite agents scurried about, trying to erect a stronger barrier. Yong Wei arrived, his presence commanding silence. Status report. We began locking down the area before you arrived, sir, said Ian, his aide. But, something's wrong. The barrier isn't holding properly. It feels like something inside is resisting. Before anyone could respond, a violent explosion burst from the center of the hypermarket. A blinding flash surged upward, followed by the colossal figure of a snake erupting through the roof. Everyone froze. Even Yong-Wai's eyes widened. What the hell? People who had been trapped inside poured out, screaming, some limping, others dragging wounded companions. One person in the crowd shouted, "There was a guy fighting the monster alone." Yong-Wai's expression tightened. He knew instantly, if someone had managed to stand against the Spider Queen solo, it wasn't normal. Not even he, a saint, could subdue her without help. He made a split-second decision and dashed inside. Ignoring protests from his guards, he bolted straight through the entrance. The scene awaiting him was one of utter devastation: crushed pillars, shattered floors, and the mangled corpse of the Spider Queen lying in a pool of ichor. He looked around slowly, absorbing the chaotic aftermath. Who did this? He muttered to himself, eyes narrowing. Something wasn't right. This didn't look like a battle, it looked like a hunt. Yong-Wai rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the weight of escalating crises. As if I didn't have enough to deal with already, he muttered, feeling the onset of yet another headache. But then, he paused. A surge of energy, all too familiar, brushed against his senses. He turned sharply, eyes narrowing, trying to trace its source. That presence, it couldn't be. His gaze landed on someone nearby, Hugo. Suspicion flickered across Yong-Wai's face as he tried to piece things together, wondering if the chaos was somehow his doing. Before he could speak, a chilling voice interrupted his thoughts from behind Ian. "Did you miss me?" The sound alone sent a shiver through Yong-Wai's spine. His expression turned pale as he slowly turned toward the voice, dread tightening his chest. Li Gan stood there, grinning, his presence overwhelming. Well, Piggy," Li Gan said with mock cheer, casually stepping forward. "You look like you've seen a ghost. What's with that face? It's been, 20 years? Yong-Wai couldn't speak. His lips quivered as he tried to form words, barely stammering out, it's you." Before anything else could happen, the scene shifted. Outside, emergency teams and ambulances had already arrived. Civilians were being treated, and the air was filled with cries and sirens. Amid the chaos stood Sung-Yi, deep in thought. He glanced back at the hypermarket and whispered, could that guy really be Li Gan-nim? Although the man had looked different, there was something undeniable about the way he moved, too precise, too familiar. Just then, someone called his name. It was Hugo. "What are you doing here?" Hugo asked, stepping closer. Sung-Yi frowned. "You came back?" Hugo, recognizing him, gave a soft scoff. "That's no way to greet your father, is it?" The comment made Han chuckle, while Sung-Yi awkwardly looked away. Hugo softened and examined him carefully. "You're not injured, are you? You'll be fine with some basic treatment," he said. But then his tone shifted. "More importantly, Dream, were you in that market? I heard all the monsters were wiped out. You saw who did it, right?" Sung-Yi merely snorted and looked away again. Hugo didn't press, though irritation flashed in his eyes. "So that's the kind of man my son's becoming," he thought grimly. Han cut in, his voice more serious. "What about Gun Hyang? Will he be okay?" Hearing the name made Hugo instantly alert. "You know him? What happened? Where is he?" Han explained quickly, he was inside the hypermarket. He introduced himself as Li Gan, and he defeated the Spider Queen. That stopped Hugo cold. "Li Gan," he echoed. "Are you sure?" He opened his mouth to ask for more details, but before Han could respond, an explosion tore through the side of the hypermarket. The wall crumbled outward under the force of something massive. Inside, Yong-Wai activated his sacred power, energy crackling around him like lightning. Li Gan shook his head, disappointed. "This is how you greet me after 2 decades, he said, smirking. "Your first instinct is to attack?" Yong-Wai stared at him hard, trying to understand. Is it really him? He thought. He looks so much like Li Gan, but that scar is gone. And his voice, it's similar, yet something's different. And he's too young. You dare wear his face? Yong-Wai growled, clenching his fists. I was actually worried for a moment. Li Gan tilted his head, confused. What? Wear whose face? Ian interrupted, his voice sharp and accusing. You dared to impersonate the Li Gan. For that insult, you will die. But before he could finish, Li Gan surged forward like a thunderbolt. His fist smashed into Ian's gut, folding him in half with a grunt of pain. You've spent all these years living off lies, haven't you? Li Gan snarled, throwing Ian through the air like a rag doll. As Ian crashed into the debris, Li Gan leaped after him, slamming him back into the concrete with brutal force. The ground cracked beneath the impact. "You parasites need to be reminded of your place," he said coldly. "While I was rotting in the demon tower, you were helping yourselves to my relics, my belongings, even forged my will." He narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. I was going to end your lives eventually," Li Gan said coldly, his voice echoing with a deadly calm. "Might as well start the executions now. Your homes, your branches, your artifacts, and every single so-called saint. I'll bring them all to ruin." Yong-wai trembled, unsure whether it was from fear or disbelief. His rational mind still struggled to accept the reality before him. Could it really be him? The tone, the speech patterns, the confidence, it was all too familiar. And yet, this version of Li Gan carried a chilling edge he hadn't seen before. He wasn't bluffing. Even Ian, trained in combat and attuned to magical fluctuations, couldn't read Li Gang's movements. Is it really him? Did he truly survive that infernal place? Desperate for confirmation, Yong-wai snapped, "If you claim to be Li Gang, prove it." Energy surged around him as he began chanting. Dozens of spectral blades shimmered into existence, spinning around him in a defensive formation. A radiant crown appeared above his head, an unmistakable sign of divine activation. A notification flared before Li Gan's eyes. The divine signature of the Aries constellation, Jade Emperor, has manifested. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Even the divine ones are watching me now? How flattering." Without hesitation, Yong-wai pointed at him, and in that instant, magical chains erupted from the air and wrapped tightly around Li Gang's limbs. "You still think we're the same people you left behind?" Yong-wai snarled. "Let me show you how far we've come." He raised both arms as arcane glyphs blazed around him. "I summon 100 heavenly blades." A second wave of swords emerged, each one glowing with celestial energy. The crown atop his head pulsed brightly. "This is a sovereign skill, heavenly arsenal," he shouted, directing the swords downward in a coordinated strike. All blades hurtled toward Li Gan like meteors, and the resulting impact created a towering mound of shattered earth and glowing steel. Dust billowed skyward. Yang slowly approached the hill of blades, his tone dripping with mock sympathy. "You really made it out of the demon tower, only to die like this? You haven't changed. Arrogant, reckless. Did you think we were idle while you vanished for 20 years? But just then, a brilliant flash of light exploded from within the mountain of swords. Before anyone could react, a single fist punched through the heap, followed by Li Gan bursting free in a storm of broken steel. He moved like lightning. One punch connected squarely with Yong-wai's face, sending him flying. The entire mountain crumbled under the force of the blow. Crashing to the ground, Yong-wai gasped, stunned. "It is you," he muttered. "Only now, you're even more terrifying." Li Gan cracked his neck, surveying the scene calmly. "So you finally recognize me. Took you long enough." As he stepped forward, he noticed the state of his opponent's weapons. "Even your divine tools reek of decay," he said, almost amused. Ian stood frozen. The speed of Li Gang's recovery was unbelievable. Not even the constellation of Aquarius, known for its healing grace, could achieve that level of regeneration. A message popped up before Li Gang. "Warning, critical health level detected. Condition met, skill 13, strength surge unlocked." He smirked. "So that's what this is. I'm getting stronger from this too? Perfect. I think I'll give this new ability a spin," he added, his eyes beginning to glow. Watching from afar, the sacred entity of Aries flinched. This shouldn't be happening. Why is he still alive? The divine presence turned in panic, muttering curses as it fled back into the heavens, leaving Yong-wai abandoned. Yong-wai collapsed to his knees, wide-eyed. "Why? Why did you leave me? We weren't finished." Li Gan slowly approached. "Don't worry," he said, voice like steel. "I won't kill you quickly. You'll get to feel a fraction of what I endured in the demon tower." Minutes later, Hugo and several subordinates finally made their way into the building. They found the bodies of slain monsters everywhere. Not one was left standing. The air still trembled with residual power. Hugo narrowed his eyes, sensing a faint spiritual presence. Activating his tracking ability, he pinpointed the aura's source. "It's him. Yong-wai. This reeks of Li Gang." He clenched his fist. "That bastard's always been a headache, but this is another level." The others nearby also felt it, the heavy, suffocating aura that hadn't quite faded. One of them whispered, "This spiritual pressure. It's almost gone. Like someone barely clinging to life." Without hesitation, Hugo slammed his hand against the floor. With a crack, the ground caved in beneath them. They dropped into a hidden lower chamber, and found Yong-wai crumpled on the floor. Pinned to his chest was a note that read, "Return to the pigpen. Elsewhere, Li Gang stood silently before the grand gates of the Ares mansion. So this is where he stashed everything, huh? He muttered. With a casual step, he crossed the threshold. Let's see what's left of the treasures he took from me. As Li Gang stepped deeper into the Ares mansion, his eyes scanned the luxurious hall crowded with people and glimmering relics arranged like exhibits. He let out a faint scoff. So this is what he's been doing. Playing the role of some divine treasure hoarder? Though many of the items sparkled impressively, he wasn't fooled. His senses, especially his nose, could still pick up the scent of his relics. As he moved quietly between displays, he paused by a set of familiar-looking clothes. These were taken from my estate, he muttered. But these weapons? Cheap fakes. Just then, something caught his eye, an object resting on a pedestal no one seemed to notice. A small, unimpressive thing to others. But to him, it was unmistakable. He stepped closer, eyes gleaming. Well, I'll be damned. It was a tiny slug-shaped relic, the very toothpick-shaped creature he used to carry around. A faint smile crept onto his face. Good to see you again, little guy. The moment he touched it, alarms blared through the building. Sirens screamed across the grand hall. Panic erupted. Security teams swarmed the room, surrounding him in seconds. Step away from the relic, one of them barked. Drop it immediately. Li Gang glanced at the slug in his hand, then at the guards. I really didn't want to cause trouble today, he said. And in the blink of an eye, he was gone from their sight. Before they could react, every one of them was taken down. In a flash of blinding speed, Li Gang incapacitated them all, standing amidst their unconscious bodies without breaking a sweat. He turned back to the slug and patted it affectionately. Still better than any of this junk, he said. You didn't change a bit. A glowing message popped up. Relic identified, adaptive slug, capable of replicating physical items. Skill, Artisan's Workshop unlocked. Another notification followed. Crafting Workshop unlocked, create a space up to 17 square feet. Then came something unexpected, another skill alert. Trait assignment unlocked. You may now assign a unique trait to your relic. Li Gang smirked and said to the slug, stick close. We've got more work to do. Just as he was about to exit, something stopped him, a sudden pulse of overwhelming energy. His eyes narrowed. That aura. It's the signature of a high-level relic. From Ares himself. He turned toward the sealed chamber where the relic's aura originated. Would be ashamed to leave without saying hello to whatever's radiating that kind of power. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded outside. Hugo had finally arrived and found the entire mansion in disorder. People were running for their lives, shouting about a man single-handedly knocking out the guards. His heart sank. Please don't be him. But then, he spotted Li Gang walking out calmly, with an enormous sack of relics slung over his back. Tears welled up in Hugo's eyes. Gan, he cried, running toward him. Li Gang smiled lazily and muttered, for old time's sake. But Hugo, too overwhelmed with emotion, ran past him, toward the wrong man. Grabbing the stranger in tears, Hugo shouted, You're alive. Why didn't you tell me? What happened to your leg? Where were you all this time? Li Gang's expression darkened. Are you serious? You can't even recognize my face? His voice hardened into anger. Do you want me to kill you for that? With a sudden burst of fury, he launched himself forward and punched Hugo in the gut, sending him staggering backward. What kind of idiot mistakes me for some random guy? As Hugo recovered, he noticed the slug peeking out from Gang's bag. Wait, Tixu? You really are? Li Gang huffed, don't tell me you missed me that much. You want another beating? But Hugo didn't care. Tears streaming down his face, he rushed in for a hug. You're alive. It's really you. Li Gang didn't resist the hug, though he scowled, and promptly delivered another punch to Hugo's stomach. Who told you to hug me out of nowhere? You've got some nerve, he grumbled. Hugo chuckled despite the pain. Yeah, it's definitely you. Suddenly, divine pressure filled the air. A radiant figure descended, one that looked strikingly similar to Hugo himself. Both men turned. The sacred entity of Sagittarius, Apollo, had manifested. Neither of them spoke at first, confused by his sudden arrival. The god hovered above them, expression unreadable. Apollo looked straight at Li Gang. You claim to be who you say? Then let's confirm it. Without warning, he raised his divine bow, knocking an arrow aimed straight at Li Gang. Hugo's eyes widened. Wait, what are you doing? Apollo responded coolly, if I strike him, the truth will be revealed. Li Gang glared at him. What kind of sick god meets someone and immediately points a weapon at them? You're filth. Hugo stepped between them, raising his arms. Don't. He didn't mean it like that. He just wants to confirm. Confirm? Gang scoffed. Let's go back to where we left off. Hugo blinked. Wait, where did we leave off? Li Gan gave him a pointed look. You forgot? I told you I was going to kill you. He then added grimly, after I escaped the demon tower, I returned to find my home sold, everything I owned looted, and my relics stolen. You think I'd just laugh that off? He cracked his knuckles. I owe you a punch. Hugo rubbed his aching forehead, wincing. The hit had landed harder than expected. While a part of him was overjoyed that Li Gan was truly alive, another part was annoyed that his old friend still had a fist like a cannon. Before he could say anything, shouting erupted from the mansion behind them. Dozens of guards stormed out, frantically scanning the area. Find the thief. The relics must be recovered. Li Gan blinked and muttered, "Oh right? I was being chased, wasn't I?" Hugo turned to him sharply. What the hell did you steal now? Gun casually pointed at the massive sack slung over his shoulder. Just a few shiny things, he said with a smug grin. Hugo's face went pale. You robbed Yongwei's vault? Are you insane? Gun shrugged. It was just sitting there. What was I supposed to do, not take it? As the guards surrounded them, their expressions went grim. We must capture him immediately, one yelled. But the captain of the squad shook his head nervously. Capture him? Are you mad? He took out our entire elite team. Even if I'm considered strong, he's on a whole different level. Then the ground began to rumble. A shadow loomed over the plaza as something enormous soared in from behind a nearby building. The soldiers froze as the silhouette descended, a giant paw crashed into the earth with thunderous weight. It was the Beast of Plenty, Pai Xiao, the physical manifestation of Ares' divine avatar. A system alert pinged in Li Gun's mind. Warning, Ares constellation avatar detected. Relics and stored wealth are at risk of being absorbed or stolen. The beast growled low, its crimson eyes locking onto Li Gun. Its breath alone made the ground tremble. Hugo, frozen in place, could barely speak. We should probably run. But Gun didn't flinch. Nah. Just stay put and enjoy the show. With that, he called out to his relic pet, which obediently began to change shape. Transform. Knife form. The creature shifted, forming a hilt, then lengthening into a full blade. But Gun frowned. This won't cut it. Not against that thing. Holding the blade firmly, he infused it with his own power. Lightning coursed through it, and the weapon pulsed in response, growing in size, gleaming with deadly brilliance. Another notification flashed. Relic enhancement complete, aura of Ophiuchus detected. Snake Hunter trait activated. Blade stats increased, sharpness impact power. Then another alert appeared. Strength skill LV.13 activated. Enemy weakness detection unlocked. Path of death identified. Li Gun's eyes lit up as he saw the glowing lines across the avatar's form. Nice. A new skill? Let's try it out. Without hesitation, he lunged at the massive creature. Time to break you apart. Hugo watched, heart pounding. Still the same Gun. Always charging in without thinking. But he always pulls through. That's just who he is. Gun leapt into the air, but before he could strike, the beast's paw came down and slammed him into the ground. Gun. Hugo screamed. But from beneath the crushing weight, a muffled voice grumbled, Ugh. What's that stink? Smells worse than a sewer pig. The paw was suddenly cleaved clean off, sent flying through the air. Now it's my turn. The beast howled in agony, reeling back as blood sprayed from the wound. Its eyes glowed, and it activated its unique skill, an area absorption ability that devoured all values within its radius, wealth, energy, even luck. Gun narrowed his eyes. Big mistake. Should have stayed quiet, buddy. His aura flared with serpentine intensity. The symbol of Ophiuchus glowed above him. This'll only take one clean cut. With a single slash, his sword arced through the air, unleashing a shockwave like a thunderclap. The slash didn't just hit the beast, it tore through it and sliced through the building behind it. The earth shook violently from the force. A deep fissure was left in the ground where the blow had landed. Everyone who witnessed it stood speechless. Hugo, mouth agape, whispered, That's the kind of power he had at his peak. He's really back. With a final, thunderous blow, Li Gun brought down the avatar of Ares. As the monstrous creature crumbled, a system alert echoed in his mind. Avatar defeated. Divine authority experience increased. A follow-up message followed shortly after. Would you like to designate the Beast of Plenty as your own avatar? Gun blinked. That didn't sound right. Only the 12 divine gods are supposed to be able to command avatars, he muttered. But curiosity got the better of him, and he reached out to touch the fallen beast. To his surprise, the creature's body shimmered with divine light and began to stir. Its wounds rapidly healed, its size shrank slightly, and a majestic pair of wings sprouted from its back. A new notification popped up. Avatar successfully converted, the Beast of Plenty is now bound to the Ophiuchus constellation. The once towering beast lowered its head and approached its new master with docility, almost affectionately. Gun smirked. Perfect. I'll use you as a walking vault for my relics. Watching the transformation, Hugo was left in disbelief. Did you just steal an avatar from another branch? Since when do you even have that kind of authority? Gun ignored the shock in his voice as another alert appeared. Please assign a name to your new avatar. Without a second thought, he shouted, Piggy Bank. Later, the scene shifted to Hugo's estate. Inside, Gun sat casually while Hugo paced nearby, still processing everything. Gun threw a pointed glare his way. Traitor. The word struck Hugo like a slap. He spun around, offended. Excuse me? Do you even know how much I've worried about you? But Gun didn't hold back. His voice was cold, his frustration deep. While I was rotting in the demon tower, you were out here living it up, getting married, settling down, playing house. Hugo flinched. Meanwhile, I was being dragged through a nightmare that never ended. You didn't even look for me. Not once. Gun's expression darkened. 20 years pass, and when we finally meet again, you don't even recognize me. Sure, maybe my face changed a little, but you were supposed to be my friend. His voice faltered slightly, tinged with something more vulnerable. I don't even know why I came back. Thinking about it just makes me wonder if it was all for nothing. The words pierced Hugo's heart, wounded him, but also sparked anger. Before he could answer, Gun sighed and turned away. Forget it. I'll find somewhere else to crash. Hugo grabbed his arm. No. You can stay the night. I still live alone. Gun's demeanor shifted slightly. He gave Hugo a light smack on the back and offered a half-hearted grin. All right. Maybe I overdid it. I shouldn't have brought all that up. Trying to lighten the mood, he added, come on, it's not like a divorce is the end of the world. Hugo turned red. I'm not divorced. My wife and I. But he stopped mid-sentence, frustrated, and changed the subject. So, what really happened inside the demon tower? Hugo already knew the others, Sunny and Yunho, avoided speaking of Lee Gun. They were obsessed with him in unhealthy ways. As for himself, Hugo had remained outside during the raid, holding off the waves of monsters pouring out. He had no idea what had taken place deep inside the tower. He asked cautiously, why did they come back with Red Eye's head? What happened? Gun's eyes dimmed, his smile fading. It's a long story. One filled with betrayal. He leaned back in his seat. They lured me in and stabbed me in the back. It was a setup. The tower was packed with luring-type monsters, thousands of them. And in the middle of that hellhole, I ran into someone I thought long dead. Red Eye? Hugo asked, eyes wide. Gun nodded. He wasn't really dead. What we saw during the raid. Just a decoy. His true body was buried deeper within the tower. I managed to defeat him, Gun continued, but he wasn't the worst of it. The real nightmare was the tower's administrator. Every time I killed a monster, he'd resurrect them. Over and over. I must have slain the same drakes 100 times. He paused, remembering. At some point, I knew I wouldn't make it out. I kept fighting until my body gave out. The last thing I remember was collapsing, feeling like everything, memories, feelings, was slipping away. I was sure I was dead. And then? Hugo asked quietly. I woke up outside the tower, Gun said, his voice low. Alive. But changed. He clenched his fists. One thing I'm sure of, whoever betrayed me knew that place. Knew exactly what was waiting for me. They fed me to the monsters like it was routine. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Eventually, I'll take back what's mine. Every relic. Every piece of property. But the traitor? The one who threw me to the wolves? I have something special planned for them. And I'll need time to prepare. At the same time, Lee Gun had started working on a new project, one that required intense focus and rare materials. He summoned a workshop to be set up and began gathering the unique ingredients he'd collected. Among them was a core from the Spider Queen, an artifact capable of draining and absorbing the magical essence of anything it touched, as well as a cursed shard known to amplify success rates in crafting and enchantment by tampering with fate itself. Instead of separating the materials, Gun decided to combine them all into one creation. His target, an innocent-looking toy horse. As the components merged, brilliant flashes of light and energy flared through the workshop. Alchemical and magical effects swirled around them. Then, something entirely new emerged, a crimson-colored horse, eerie and elegant. But it wasn't just any horse. This was a mimicry of the legendary Crimson Horse, capable of channeling the mana of anyone whose name was inscribed upon it. Once the name was written, any contact would siphon energy directly from the bearer, channeling it through the relic. This is no ordinary tool, Gun said proudly. Relics with their own sentience? They can evolve. Hugo blinked in awe and gave him a congratulatory pat on the shoulder, though he couldn't resist a jab. It's powerful, sure, but honestly, it looks kind of awful. Gun's eye twitched. Excuse me? I poured mountains of rare materials into this masterpiece. He crossed his arms. I was even planning to make something for you with the leftovers, but never mind. Panicked, Hugo backpedaled immediately. Wait. No, what I meant was, it's incredibly sophisticated. A real work of divine craftsmanship. Clearly beyond my ability to appreciate. My tastes are just unworthy. Gun narrowed his eyes but decided to let it go. TCH, watch how you speak next time. He took a breath and continued. Anyway, this is just the beginning. The first step is getting all the other saints together. Good luck with that, Hugo scoffed. They're probably holed up in their constellation sanctuaries, no interest in leaving. Gun shrugged and pulled out a dazzling golden box. This should be enough to get their attention. Hugo's eyes widened. Is that a royal relic? The box radiated divine energy, clearly no ordinary container. This is the golden fleece chest, Gun explained. It can store items of any size. And if you pay the price, it multiplies the contents. You're kidding, Hugo whispered. Royal relics like that are almost mythic. Only a few exist. And I heard only Yongwei ever had access to this one. Gun tossed it casually from hand to hand. Well, I figured since your constellation is basically broke, I'd use it as your new wallet. What did you just say? My constellation isn't broke. It's... Yeah. Sagittarius or something. Gun waved him off. Anyway, if I feed the right resources into this thing, I can generate brand new crafting materials. From those, I can mass-produce top-tier relics. But you need someone to activate it, Hugo pointed out. It doesn't just work on its own. Gun looked at him. So why don't you try? Because I'm under Sagittarius. It won't respond to me. Hugo protested. They both stood there, unsure of what to do next. Hugo sighed. We'll need to find another solution. Gun grinned mischievously. Too late. I already submitted a request to the media. You what? Hugo's jaw dropped. What did you send to the press? Gun looked off to the side, pretending he didn't hear. Hugo chased him around the room, shouting, I swear, if you embarrassed us again. Meanwhile, across the sea in South Korea, tension simmered inside a high-level conference chamber within the Blue House. A roundtable of high-ranking officials and church representatives sat in silence, until one voice broke through, sharp with sarcasm. How pathetic. We couldn't even handle a single spider, Bishop Leo Oliver scoffed. We should have just stuck to selling talismans. Why do we even try to fight enticers? Someone across the table scolded him. That's enough, Bishop Oliver. Unbothered, he leaned back and smirked. I heard the Spider Queen was taken down. But not by us, by some mysterious kid. Could it be that Li Gun has returned from the dead? Before anyone could answer, someone slammed their fist against the table. The glass trembled, and a loud voice rang out. That's enough out of you. It was Sung Hayek, face dark with irritation. Fascinated with Li Gun, are you? He asked coldly. Oliver shrugged. Can you blame me? The guy probably swatted that spider like a bug. And didn't you see the footage from that mess in burning Russia? Sung gritted his teeth. He only succeeded because other saints supported him. They handed him every relic and cleared the path. We could have done the same under those circumstances. Oliver laughed mockingly. Oh sure. So it was conditions that stopped you from capturing the Spider Queen. Sung's expression turned venomous. Don't forget, it was our twin branch that eventually took her down. Even if it cost an S-rank Templar's life. Oliver gave an exaggerated sigh. A tragic waste. I'd have liked to shake the poor guy's hand. Too bad it's stuck inside a monster's gut now. Their bitter exchange cast a tense silence over the room. From the corner, another man quietly observed them with disgust. When did the Blue House become a snake pit for self-serving idiots? Just then, a staff member burst into the room, flustered and holding a remote. There's an urgent news bulletin, he cried. Please switch to the main channel now. The screen lit up, and the anchor's voice was grim. We interrupt with breaking news. Our station just received an anonymous package. Enclosed were photos, including the holy zodiac seal of Aries, Yongwei's, and a short but disturbing message. The note included in the mysterious package carried a chilling message, I'm back. Following a rapid analysis, authorities revealed the unsettling results. The handwriting was a near-perfect match, with a 99% similarity to that of the long-missing hero, Li Gun. Back at Hugo's residence, chaos had already erupted. Have you lost your mind? Hugo bellowed, his voice cracking with outrage. He slammed the door behind him as he stormed into the workshop, confronting Li Gun with furious eyes. What the hell were you thinking, sending that message to the world? Gun, as usual, looked unbothered, almost smug. It was just a little announcement, he replied casually, spinning a small tool in his fingers. A bit of publicity. Publicity? Hugo snapped. You practically declared war on the whole zodiac system. Yongwei's death was already a scandal, and now you've gone and stirred up every constellation with this. But Gun only gave a cryptic grin. Who said Yongwei is dead? Hugo blinked. What? He's not alive either, Gun added ominously. Before Hugo could make sense of that bizarre statement, Gun reached into a pouch and pulled something out. It looked like a toy. But as he held it up, Hugo could feel a strange magical pressure emanating from it. This, Gun said calmly, is Yongwei. Hugo recoiled. What the hell are you talking about? The toy twitched, unsettlingly lifelike, as if something was moving beneath its surface. He cursed me plenty while I sealed him, Gun added, eyes gleaming. You're saying, you trapped his soul in that thing? Hugo asked, horrified. Gun shrugged. After those recent fights, I've leveled up a bit. I managed to bind his astral form into this vessel. That's even possible? You're asking the wrong questions, Gun said, dismissing the concern. What's more important, is this. He tossed a dagger toward Hugo. The weapon was instantly familiar, its strange curve, jagged hilt, and darkened edge were unmistakable. Hugo stared at it, his expression shifting to shock. This is the blade that almost killed you, he muttered. Gun nodded. Yeah. It's what sealed me away. And look at the craftsmanship. Hugo examined it more closely. This isn't something Yongwei would use. The energy signature's off, it's not his style at all. Gun smirked with venom in his voice. Exactly. That bastard wasn't acting on his own. He pulled on the toy again and said with mocking cheer, maybe I should apologize for blaming him. Then, just as abruptly, Gun turned away and reached for his coat. I'm heading out. Where to now? Hugo asked warily. To the Divine Artifact Store, Gun replied, holding up the toy. Piggy said she saw a blade shaped like this there. I want to take a look. Wait, you're just going to walk into a store carrying a cursed soul in a doll? Relax. Just need a change of clothes first. Once dressed, Gun passed by Hugo's sentient relics. Slave 2, hold down the fort. Wait, second? There's a first one? Hugo asked, baffled. Gun just waved as he stepped out the door. Yeah. I'll be back soon, slave first. Hugo stood there fuming. Why do I even ask anymore? Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the Aries constellation estate, where a quiet investigation was underway. Palace agents and servants combed through the massive mansion, inspecting every corner for signs of their missing zodiac. The lead investigator looked up from a glowing relic and solemnly confirmed what the others feared. The Aries constellation isn't here. The divine aura, it's completely gone. In a garden courtyard, a woman in flowing robes played idly with the surface of a water basin, letting droplets fall from her fingertips. She gazed into the pool, then spoke, her voice curious but distant. So, where could he have gone? She was the representative of Aquarius, another of the 12 holy signs. And even she, despite her divination abilities, had no idea where Aries had vanished to. Aquarius saint is none other than Sophie Marty, and Guy warns, don't be fooled by her beauty. The more beautiful she looks, the more dangerous she actually is. On the other side, a woman says to Sophie, I think he's either vanished with all his belongings, or he's deliberately disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Sophie narrows her eyes and responds, what are you even saying? Something's fishy. If he made a secret deal with the other saints behind my back, then. Inwardly, Sophie curses him, thinking, where the hell did that fat pig run off to? Then the woman suggests, Saintess, what if the recently returned Jian kidnapped Yang Wei? Hearing this, Sophie bursts into laughter and mocks her, sister. And just as she finishes, she uses her powers to trap the woman behind her in a floating water bubble around her head, nearly drowning her. Sophie enjoys the moment, giggling as she says, that joke wasn't funny at all. Hearing the drowning noises, the woman nearby realizes what's happening and immediately pleads, Saintess, please forgive me. I said something foolish. Sophie smiles coldly and says, no problem. Anyway, I'm heading to the Divine Artifact Store as we planned. I need to sell all my artifacts and prepare for the Dark Chama auction. It's crucial. Just then, another woman comes running to Sophie in a panic and informs her, Saintess, we have a serious problem. Other saints have also registered to participate in the Chama auction. This news shocks Sophie. Fuming, she yells, what nonsense are you spouting? Scene shifts to Leo's gym. Inside, we see few men staring in shock at someone. It's Stephen, who's lifting massive weights on his shoulders. Suddenly, a man runs up to Stephen and whispers, just like they said. Lee Gun's divine artifact has shown up in the Drachma auction. Steven is stunned. He drops the weights, grinning. Finally, it's here. That divine artifact of Jian, it's ours now. It's revealed that Steven is Leo's saint. Elsewhere, Jian and Song teleport to a new area in search of the divine artifact store. Jian cheerfully remarks, teleportation is really convenient. Song replies, it is, but it's very expensive. Luckily, all Gemini disciples get it for free. As they enter a complex filled with divine artifact shops, Jian thanks Song and says, I see an appraiser there. Can you introduce me to a AAA one? Song is taken aback, recalling Choi's words. The person who killed the Spider Queen, bring him to me, no matter what. I'll support you, but you must bring him. Choi had also recently messaged Song the same thing. Jian notices Song's hesitation and says, if your boss has a problem, you can leave. Song quickly assures him, no, it's not like that. Jian then hands Song a dagger, saying, take this. I used to use it to kill insects. Its name is Janus Desire, an A-rank artifact. It can summon 2 types of soldiers and activate a random skill. Song takes the dagger, commenting, I hope it hasn't rusted after all this time. Jian replies, I fixed it up for you. Its effects have slightly changed, so don't be surprised when you use it. Song thanks him. Looking around, Jian remarks, this place is incredible. So this is where I can find SS rank appraisers, contractors. Scene shift. People in the store look surprised as someone enters. A woman so beautiful that everyone's stunned and flustered. It's Saintess Sophie of Aquarius. Wearing the official Seton robes, Sophie looks incredibly elegant. Her beauty, however, hides a venomous nature. Her heart is said to be so dark, it makes even the infamous, black-hearted girls look innocent in comparison. Sophie walks in and says to the store clerk, I'm here to sell some divine artifacts. Where's the contractor? The clerk apologizes, sorry, but Arius is currently attending to another client. This enrages Sophie internally. How dare he attend to another customer when I'm standing right here? But outwardly, she maintains composure and smiles, no worries. I'll wait right here. Yet in her mind, she wonders, who could possibly be inside right now? Inside the shop, Jian is examining a variety of divine artifacts. He notes, wow, this store is truly SS rank, and so are the prices. The shop owner holds a statue in his hand and asks Song, who crafted this? Jian responds, I did. Shocked, the man asks, really? Do you have a connection with Jian? He is revealed to be Jin Myung, an SS rank ariser and affiliate of Vigro. Sung explains, his name is Jian. He pretends to be Li Jian. Jin says to Jian, I think we need to have a serious talk. Song prepares to leave. Jin then asks Jian, what is your relationship with Jian? Jian asks, why do you want to know? Jin explains, most people only know him for combat, but he was a legendary producer too. I've seen many divine artifacts, but this one, it's different. I can feel Li Jian's craftsmanship. Jian is surprised. Wow, you really know your stuff about Jian. Jin shyly replies, well, I was one of his disciples. He once did me a favor. Jian finds his awkward behavior odd, making a strange face and thinking, why's he acting like that? Jin keeps staring at Jian and thinks, I've been looking at him for a while now, but I still don't remember making him my disciple. Jin continues, looking at your age, I doubt you're a direct disciple. But your skills are impressive. I almost got fooled, thought you were Jian. Internally, Jian rages, this con man. I want to punch him in the face for lying to me. Jin pulls out a book and says, look. This is the item I received when I became Jian's disciple. Jian is stunned. Wait, isn't this the notebook I lost? Who is this guy really? Then he remembers. Ah, the newbie I met near China. He really gave me a headache back then. I thought he was just here to irritate me. But now look at him, he's grown old and serious in 20 years. Jin, holding the notebook, tears up. Jian was amazing. He had a great sense of items, and he gave me one really useful artifact before he vanished. Jian thinks, I thought I'd left that book behind, but this bastard stole it. That notebook was Jian's production log, where he recorded techniques for crafting any type of item. Jin says, his handwriting was awful, so I couldn't read much. But the ideas in it were uniquely his. They helped me create many rare items. Jian thinks, at first, I wanted to beat the info out of him, but he's already an SS rank ariser. And I've already gotten valuable insights from him. Maybe I don't need to kill him now. Then Jian hands the notebook back and says, this notebook is like a treasure to me, but now it might be more useful to you, you're a talented young man. Jin hands the notebook over, and Jian is delighted. Wow! This is great. I had recorded some designs I'd forgotten. Losing it made me so depressed. But now I have it again. Suddenly, due to Ophiuchus's powers, the sleeping notebook returns to its rightful owner and evolves into a divine artifact thanks to its magical properties. Lee Gun was stunned to see the notebook in front of him transform into a divine artifact. Watching it closely, he remarked with genuine surprise, "This is a memory-storing divine artifact. From what I'm seeing, it feels like you possess abilities I've never witnessed in my entire life." But before the conversation could go further, someone suddenly called out to them from behind in a worried voice. "Jean. Something's wrong here." Hearing this, Jean Myung turned to look back. A man informed him urgently, "There's a saintess standing outside." That name caught Lee Gun off guard. He asked, puzzled, "If a saintess is outside, then why are you all so flustered about it?" Even Lee Gun was confused about who this saintess could be. The scene then cut to Sophie, the one standing outside, waiting for the gate to open. A crowd had already begun gathering around her. People were taking pictures non-stop. Sophie, while watching the crowd, wondered to herself, "Why is everyone staring at me like this? This always happens whenever I go anywhere." Among the crowd, Song was observing everything silently. Watching her, he muttered, "Sophie is a kind of saintess who never appears outside of official functions. But if something complicated happens, she always shows up." However, Sophie had been standing outside for too long and was clearly running out of patience. Her voice carried irritation as she said, "Wasting my time by keeping me waiting out here like this? I'm going in myself to talk directly to Ariser." She continued in her thoughts, "Ariser always buys all our divine artifacts at extremely high prices so that we can afford any option we want. How long does he expect me to wait out here?" Still, the man at the gate tried to stop her. "Saintess, there's still a guest inside." But Sophie's anger only deepened. She forcefully pushed the door open, fuming internally. "What kind of guest is inside that they dare treat me this way? I need to see who this person is." As she entered, she finally laid eyes on Gun, and her expression changed completely. Surprised, she blushed lightly. Gun had become far more handsome and attractive than before. Sophie found herself murmuring in her head, "He's so gorgeous. Maybe I should get closer to him." But the moment she laid eyes on the gigantic python beside Gun, a wave of terror swept through her. She instantly felt its overwhelming divine power, so immense, so suffocating, that her senses overloaded, and she collapsed right then and there, fainting to the floor. Everyone nearby was shocked to see Saintess Sophie drop like that. "Saintess, are you okay?" But Sophie was trembling, completely terrified down to her soul. In her heart, she muttered in fear, "What was that? What kind of magic was I sensing? It felt like thousands of pythons wrapped themselves around me. I thought I was about to die." Panicked, Sophie stumbled to her feet and ran away, shouting, "I have to get out of here. If I stay, I'll die for sure." Her terrified escape stunned everyone in the hall. People began whispering among themselves, confused by her reaction. Even Lee Gun was surprised. He turned to Jean, saying, "What just happened? Why did she flee like that the moment she entered?" Jean replied, trying to make sense of it, "Maybe she suddenly felt sick?" Just then, a system notification popped up in front of Lee Gun. It said, "A zodiac has just come dangerously close to Ophiuchus's divine powers." She was overwhelmed by fear. "Your divine powers have become significantly sharper as a result of this. Your current divine power level, 35. Reading this, Lee Gun thought to himself, "Divine powers? Are these different from my magical powers?" The system clarified, "Yes. Divine powers are godly powers that can be either acquired from gods or stolen from humans. If your divine powers ever drop to 0, you'll lose access to your zodiac abilities. And if that state persists, you'll become significantly weaker than you are now." Hearing this, Lee Gun muttered with resolve, "I need to collect more and more things." Then he asked Jean, "Forget that for now. The girl who just showed up, was she really a saintess?" Jean looked at him in disbelief. "Wait, are you saying you didn't recognize her face? She's none other than Saint Sophie of Aquarius. She only ever takes female disciples. Don't tell me you really don't know who she is?" Hearing Sophie's name, Lee Gun was visibly shocked. "Sophie?" He suddenly began laughing like a madman. "Everyone's been talking about a Satan, and I kept wondering who it might be. So this girl is the saintess? That must have been one of her transformed appearances. No wonder I couldn't recognize her. Still, her original form isn't bad at all. Actually, she's gotten even more beautiful now." But then, his tone turned cold and mocking. "No matter how many plastic surgeries she gets to look prettier, the heart in her chest will always remain black." He added sarcastically, "If you ask what I dislike, I'll tell you. Fish bone paste, carbs, and one more, Sophie pest. Honestly, I don't even consider Sophie a real human." Her skincare routine seems more important than someone's entire life. If she ever skips skincare, she'd probably kill herself rather than save anyone else. Jean responded with a sigh. I don't get why people take her so seriously. In reality, she's cruel and self-centered. Lee Gun grinned. Wow. You actually know quite a bit about her, huh? Jean nodded. Of course. It's all because of your fate, Lee Gun. She's here collecting funds under your name. Regardless of what the other saints say, she's doing this as a government step, and she's the only one capable of executing it. Hearing Sophie being praised made Gun visibly annoyed. He muttered darkly. What does any of this even mean? They're gathering money by using my name. After that, Jean looks at Jan and asks, You're calling her name so casually, do you know her well? Gun replies confidently. Of course. There's no way she wouldn't recognize me. We're old and longtime friends. The scene then shifts to a distant corner, far from the shop, where Sophie had run off in panic. She was still visibly shaken by what had just happened. One of her attendants runs after her and, concerned, asks, Saintess, are you all right? But Sophie remains lost in fear, haunted by the memory of Gun. She recalls the moment he once coldly asked her, Do you truly wish to die? As this memory resurfaces, Sophie clenches her fists in frustration and mutters to herself, Damn it, how is it possible that Gun suddenly returned here? Overwhelmed and confused by the encounter, Sophie quickly turns to her attendant and commands, Go back into the shop. I want you to find out who exactly that man is. The attendant nods and replies, Understood. But, what about Ariser? Sophie pauses for a moment, thinking. Then her expression darkens, and with a cold, sinister smile, she says, No. I've changed my mind. I'll kill everyone inside. Her tone is icy, and her smile looks more like a threat than an expression of amusement. Alarmed, the attendant tries to reason with her. But, Ariser is extremely valuable to the Virgos. We still need to sell him our divine artifacts. But Sophie snaps back. Forget everyone. I've lost interest. I want to burn that entire place down. Besides, there were 2 complete idiots inside. That's enough reason for me. She then hands over a divine artifact to her attendant and says, Here. I'm giving you my divine artifact, and along with it, my divine god powers. The attendant gasps in shock. You're giving me your divine god powers? These are directly linked to the gods. Sophie narrows her eyes and asks coldly, Are you saying you won't follow my orders? Terrified, the attendant quickly bows and says, No. Not at all. You've always been the will of the gods to me, Saintess. How could I possibly refuse the will of a god? She kneels down in front of Sophie and humbly accepts the divine artifact. Saintess's will is God's will. There is no question of disobeying it. After all, Sophie was one of the 12 heavenly beings, entities so powerful they could bring destruction to the world itself. Meanwhile, back inside the shop, water suddenly starts flooding the floor. Gun, surprised, looks around and says, Where is all this water coming from? The scene then transitions to the central district, at the divine artifact store, where Song is walking through the alley, sipping his drink. Suddenly, he feels something strange under his feet. Looking down, he says, Huh? What is this? Why is there so much water? It hasn't even rained today. As he stares at the water, something strange catches his eye. There's something inside the water. He squints and notices his magical shadow being reflected in the puddle. It's my mana. Suddenly, a mana-formed hand rises out of the water. Song yelps in fear, drops his drink, and stumbles backward. The water begins to shift, forming into a reflection of himself. What is this? Before he can react further, he hears screams from behind. He turns around and sees the same thing happening to everyone, shadows formed from water emerging to replicate their forms. People are panicking, screaming. What's going on? What are these things? Above all this chaos, Sophie is shown watching everything unfold with a calm yet sinister expression. In truth, the entire event was the result of one of Sophie's special skills, Mirror of Replication. This skill allowed her to create replicas of people using mana-infused water. She calmly observes and remarks, Each of these replicas is based on A-rank disciples. Then, with a knowing smile, she adds, But even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant if there are enough of them. While chaos unfolded, Sungjae turned sharply toward Sophie's subordinate and questioned her sternly. Why are you using combat skills in a neutral zone? Cease your actions at once. But the subordinate calmly countered, This is the will of the saint. You have nothing to be concerned about. Without hesitation, she declared, We're acting on divine instruction, activate the relic. As she gave the command, Sung dashed forward to intercept her, but a brilliant light erupted before he could reach her. A blinding beam shot straight into the sky like a divine pillar. At the same time, she trapped nearby civilians within shimmering water spheres, and turning to her team, she gave another order. I'll deal with the one from the Relic Evaluation Division. The rest of you, go capture the appraiser. Behind her, the water-formed clones scattered like a tide. Meanwhile, Sung realized he was in serious trouble. His breathing grew heavy, and he knew unconsciousness was creeping in. I need to get out of here, no matter what it takes, he thought, even as his body grew weaker. Elsewhere inside the shop, Gun stood silently, watching more and more water seep across the ceiling above him. He didn't react, only stared with composed curiosity. Jean, sensing something was off, asked, "Is something going on outside? I can feel some strange magical disturbances." Before Jean could finish, water replicas suddenly surged forward and restrained him. At the same time, a blade was pressed to Gun's throat. "Don't move," the subordinate commanded coldly. "This isn't personal. But you've offended the saint." She warned him. "Don't make any foolish moves unless you're willing to spill blood. The saint has ordered your execution." Then, with a thin smile, she added, "If you sincerely apologize and purchase the relics at a premium, I might be able to put in a favorable word for you." Jean, however, remained utterly unfazed, while Gun responded calmly. "Funny. I was under the impression that brandishing a blade in public was frowned upon these days." His composed response left even Jean surprised. Gun then turned to Jean and said, "Tell them to come out and pay compensation for all the damage they've caused." While Gun spoke, Jean was fixated on the blade. He recognized it immediately. It was a gift from the Aquarius constellation. But in a stunning moment, Gun casually crushed the blade with his bare hand. The subordinate's eyes widened in fury. "I told you not to resist." Summoning a serpent made of water, she launched it at Gun. But Gun simply struck with his palm, shattering the creature instantly. "Got any more of those?" he asked mockingly. That felt great. Watching this unfold, the subordinate's thoughts ran wild. He defeated the clone with a single hit. No wonder the Saintess was wary of him. This man is dangerous. Determined to end it quickly, she activated a high-grade summoning spell. "You'll now face magic shaped by the purest divine energy," she shouted and unleashed the orange-class summon, Water Waves. But Gun only smiled. "They seem excited to meet me," he said dryly, turning to Jean. "You said I could take whatever I liked, right?" Gun asked. When Jean gave a slight nod, Gun picked up the daggers and said, "Then I'll be borrowing these." Without another word, Gun vanished from his spot and charged straight toward the enemies. He admired the daggers, noting, "These blades, they're quite beautiful." A system notification rang in his ears. Information acquired, duplicate mirror fragment. As the battle intensified, Gun shouted, "They're no tougher than common mutts." Another message appeared. Holy Throne experience increased. Sleep unnecessary. The subordinate stood frozen in disbelief. She couldn't wrap her mind around how easily her saint's high-level summons had been destroyed. Then Gun took a step forward, his expression darkening. "Oh, we're not done yet, are we?" A shiver ran down her spine. She instantly knew, if she dared to strike again, she wouldn't survive. Panicking, she turned to flee. "This isn't over," she shouted over her shoulder. Gun merely smirked. People who yell, "This isn't over," are usually the weakest. Meanwhile, the appraiser started piecing the puzzle together. "I was attacked by a Templar from the Aquarius branch," he muttered in disbelief. Gun replied coolly, "We were just wrapping things up here." Sung, sensing residual divine energy, asked, "Was that a saint's summon?" "Looks like it," Gun answered. "But sending me something like that only gives me more toys to play with." "Let's go before round 2 begins," Sung suggested, already preparing to leave. But before they could exit, the appraiser called out, "Wait. One moment, please." As he quietly reflected, Jin's thoughts drifted back 2 decades. Back then, he had followed Gun closely, drawn in by the man's overwhelming presence and unorthodox tactics. He vividly recalled how Gun would scavenge for useful materials after every encounter with monsters. The sight of it remained etched in his memory. "That guy, he fought like a complete maniac," Jin muttered in awe. "No, like a demon." The memory of Gun's relentless and chaotic combat style sparked a sudden realization. Could it be? Could this person truly be that Lee Gun? Gun, without hesitation, confirmed his identity. Jin's eyes widened in amazement, nearly glowing with excitement. Gun, turning away, said casually, "I'll be back for those materials later, don't let anything happen to them." Jin nodded enthusiastically, bowing with deep respect. "Of course. Please, visit again anytime." With that, Gun took his leave. Outside, Sung walked beside Gun, still mulling over everything that had happened. "Why do you think the saint's going after you?" he asked, his voice cautious. Gun shrugged with a faint smile. Maybe she's just having a bad day. Wait, did you offend her or something? Sung pressed. Gun only grinned. You'll find out soon. It'll be entertaining. The scene shifted to a cozy little cafe. Gun sat at a corner table, digging eagerly into a bowl of ice cream. Man, this local stuff is amazing, he exclaimed, licking his spoon clean. He motioned to Sung. Don't be shy. Eat all you want. Sung smiled politely but hesitated. I appreciate it, but this place looks expensive. You sure it's okay? Gun waved it off with a smirk. No problem. I already picked this up earlier. He held up a small, ornate item, an insignia. This comes with all sorts of perks. He explained that the item functioned much like a high-end bank card. But with this, Gun added, you can even rent skills from others. It's called an emblem. Sung blinked in surprise. I didn't notice you had the Aquarius emblem. His expression darkened slightly. That could be a problem. Isn't it also tied to your personal ID? Gun leaned back in his chair, unconcerned. Relax. Let's worry about that after dessert. Sung still looked unsure, but nodded. All right, if you say so. At that moment, a new figure approached their table. Well, didn't expect you to enjoy the ice cream here either. Sung turned and immediately stood to greet the newcomer. Bishop Sun Hayek. The bishop gave a warm smile and looked at Gun. Mind if I join you too? Gun studied the man. So this is the guy bothering Sung lately. Sun Hayek extended a polite hand. I've heard quite a bit about you. Sung here mentioned that he met someone extraordinary, someone who succeeded where Yang Wei utterly failed. Gun raised an eyebrow. Is that so? And what's your interest in me? Sun Hayek folded his hands and spoke calmly. As a bishop, one of my duties is to find and recruit exceptional awakened individuals. Which brings me to you. Gun leaned forward slightly. And what are you offering? The bishop's eyes sparkled with interest. Soon, a major auction will be held, featuring, among other treasures, one of Li Gun's legendary relics. He smiled knowingly. Since we're not pressed for time, why not discuss it while enjoying the auction itself? Gun froze, his spoon still midair. One of my relics? He narrowed his eyes. Looks like you really do enjoy stirring the pot. Still, a mischievous smirk crept onto his face. That does sound entertaining. So, where's this auction taking place? It's not far, Sung replied. The bishop nodded. Given the rarity of the relics being sold, the event is being held in an appropriate location, at an altitude of 4,876 meters, to be precise. He looked out the window as he added, it's taking place in Drachma, the floating city that houses the world's largest auction house. The scene transitioned again, to the grand interior of the Drachma auction house. Sophie sat stiffly in one of the chairs, her body trembling as anxiety gnawed at her. Her hands clenched in her lap, and her expression was one of barely concealed panic. Suddenly, a harsh voice broke the tension. If you're just going to sit there and shake, then leave. You're wasting space. She looked up sharply, it was Stephen. Though rude and crass as ever, Sophie bit her tongue. Still the same uncultured brute, she thought. But now's not the time to argue. No matter how much she disliked his demeanor, she knew exactly who he was, and how dangerous. Stephen Marker. The holy saint of Leo. Despite her disdain, she couldn't deny it. In her eyes, he was the strongest individual alive, even someone who had, at one point, surpassed Li Gun. There's no safer place than by his side, Sophie admitted to herself, swallowing her pride. For now, she would endure. Stephen's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon as he spoke, his voice low and resolute. No matter what happens, Li Gun's relic will end up in my hands. Don't even think about trying to claim it for yourself. Sophie tried to question him, asking where he was heading next. But Stephen ignored her entirely, brushing past without another word. Sit down and keep quiet, he said coldly. This has nothing to do with you. Without waiting for a response, Stephen walked off, leaving Sophie standing there alone, seething in silence. She turned toward the window and took a slow, shaky breath, trying to calm her nerves. It's fine. There's no way that man could get inside this place, she reassured herself. But just as she began to settle, a familiar figure caught her eye. Her expression shifted. Otis Hugo, she whispered. Seeing him here was unexpected, but welcome. Looks like our special guest has arrived right on schedule, she thought. Meanwhile, Hugo had entered the bustling city of Drachma, its floating towers glittering with relic energy. He glanced around, clearly searching for someone. Where is that bastard? He muttered. Knowing Gun's reckless personality, Hugo had little doubt he'd show up here sooner or later. After all, Drachma was a goldmine of ancient relics, Gun would never pass up the opportunity. Just then, a voice called out behind him. My. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Hugo turned stiffly to find Sophie standing there with her usual smug smile. How have you been, Hugo? His reaction was less than enthusiastic, he didn't hide his displeasure. Sophie gave a mock pout. Still as grumpy as ever, I see. Can't believe I couldn't get through to you all this time. She tilted her head, inspecting his face with mild amusement. Time really is merciless, isn't it? You used to be such a charming face among the saints. At that, Hugo's expression hardened, his jaw tightening. Oh? Did I say something wrong? She added, her voice dripping with false innocence. Maybe it's because of your, let's say, unimpressive number of followers? Back off, Hugo growled. I'm not here to talk to you. But Sophie wasn't done. Ignoring me again? You haven't changed one bit. Her tone shifted, laced with malice. At this rate, maybe your son will end up like your wife. Hugo froze. Sophie grinned. Poor thing. Your wife isn't even dead, but her condition? No different. And we both know who's responsible for that disgrace, the very head of your own house. Isn't that right? That was the final straw. A violent blast of energy erupted between them, the floor cracking beneath Hugo's feet. The two now stood opposite each other, tension thick in the air. I warned you, Hugo said through gritted teeth, to leave. But Sophie only chuckled, unfazed. Oh, look at you. Still holding back. I was beginning to think you forgot about the agreement we signed 10 years ago. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Should I give that cocky brat of yours a proper lesson? Before she could say another word, a voice rang out sharply. Parasite. Sophie's eyes widened and she turned, just in time to see a hand flick forward. Gun's finger struck her squarely on the forehead. The blow, though seemingly light, dropped her instantly. She crumpled to the ground, unconscious before she hit the floor. Hugo spun around, stunned to see him. Gun? Gun casually lowered his hand. Yo! Long time no see. They exchanged looks. You always leaving stuff behind for me to clean up? Gun asked, glancing down at Sophie. Hugo let out a sigh. You're impossible to keep track of. Someone needs to keep an eye on you before you bring the world down. Gun smirked. What, don't tell me you've developed a crush? Don't flatter yourself, Hugo snapped. Gun shrugged, then glanced around with a scowl. What is it with this woman anyway? She shows up everywhere I go. Is she obsessed with me or something? Behind him, Hugo sighed deeply. This guy's seriously unwell. He looked at Gun, the man known across the constellations as the 13th star, the infamous, unstoppable Lee Gun. Sophie had always held a deep fear of him, even if she disguised it with bravado. His disfigured face, savage temper, and merciless nature left no room for mercy. His eyes alone could tear someone apart. The scene shifted again, pulling us back 20 years into the past. Gun strode through the halls of a towering castle, and chaos erupted behind him. His subordinates yelled out, attempting to stop his advance. Sir! You can't go in there. One brave soul managed to block his path. This is the Aquarius family's private residence. You have no right to be here. Gun barely acknowledged her. You should leave. Now. Something in his voice sent her fleeing in terror, screaming down the corridor. Moments later, Sophie herself appeared, fuming. How dare you break into my home like this, she demanded. But Gun wasn't interested in a debate. With a burst of force, he struck the wall beside her, cracking the stone. You want to die here? He asked coldly. What are you doing? Are you insane? She yelled. Gun glared at her. Don't act like this is new. You were supposed to treat the wounded. That's why I sent you. You think I have time to run errands? Sophie snapped. Do you know how many of your men lost limbs trying to protect me? Gun's voice rose in fury. You promised you'd help the moment you got here. Sophie rolled her eyes. So what if a few more die? They should be honored, they got to save me. Gun stared at her, dumbfounded. She continued, raving about her skin breaking out from stress and how she had an interview that day. I'm not wasting my time on some stupid rescue mission, she shouted. I need to put on my makeup. Now get out of my way. Gun clenched his fists, his patience gone. Sophie winced as Gun's grip tightened around her wrist. Confused, she stared up at him. Why are you holding me so tightly? Gun's response was as brutal as ever. If you weren't such a parasite, he snapped, maybe you'd understand. Without warning, he struck her across the cheek with the back of his hand. You think you can change? That I'll let it go? You won't learn anything until someone beats that rotten pride out of you. Eventually, Sophie gave in, not because she wanted to, but because she had no choice. With Gun watching over her, she was forced to treat the wounded soldiers sprawled around her, working until she collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Before losing consciousness, her final thoughts were bitter. He's insane, a brute with no sense of restraint. How can someone so savage exist? When she finally came to, Sophie found herself tied to a chair in an unfamiliar room. Across from her sat the very person she hated most, Lee Gun, calmly watching her with folded arms. Startled, she screamed, "You animals! How dare you treat me like this? Untie me immediately!" Gun gave a casual glance. Still as loud as ever. "I swear, you haven't changed a bit in 20 years. Her eyes flared with rage. "You think I'm still that helpless girl from before?" she growled. "You'll regret tying me up." She began focusing energy around her bindings, confident she could melt them easily. But before she could act, Gun reached over and flicked her forehead again. It sent a shock through her skull. "You're scheming something again," he muttered. He paused, rubbing his finger. Something felt odd. The tip of it was stinging. Sophie smirked. Right. Did I forget to mention? I'm coated in a layer of bioacid. Any direct attack on my body will trigger it. You just poisoned yourself, Gun. That acid will eat away from the inside. Maybe now you'll crawl and beg for mercy." She could already picture him screaming. But Gun looked at his finger, then grinned. "Already healed," he said flatly. "What?" She stared, horrified. His skin, which should have melted, was perfectly intact. He stood up slowly. "Nice trick. Too bad it doesn't work on me. What is he made of? That should have been impossible. This is such a scam," she muttered in disbelief. Gun's expression hardened. "You still don't remember anything, do you? You're not just a parasite, you're a thief." He reminded her of the time she falsely claimed his unique recovery ability as her own. That earned her a solid hit. Then he recalled the moment she sent one of her subordinates to the appraiser without permission, 5 more strikes for that. "And let's not forget what you told Hugo." Sophie paled. 50 more for that one. "No, wait," she pleaded. Gun hesitated for half a second. "Time's up." He delivered the final blow, and Sophie screamed before falling unconscious once again. Otis, who had been silently observing everything from the corner, let out a quiet sigh. "I'll admit, he's disturbingly efficient," he murmured. "Doesn't matter who it is, he beats the rot right out of people." But something strange caught Otis's attention. With each strike Gun had landed, a subtle shift in the air occurred. His energy, it's rising. Is that his divinity? He looked closer, puzzled. What kind of divine power is this guy accumulating? Just then, a notification appeared in front of Gun. He scanned it lazily. "New power unlocked," he muttered. "Divinity?" He tilted his head and asked aloud, "What the hell is that again?" A prompt answered, "Divinity is the force required to sustain a saint's body and power. It can be absorbed from followers of celestial entities. If it hits 0, death is inevitable." Gun's eyes narrowed with interest. So I was absorbing her divinity with every hit? He then wondered if he could do the same with Yang Wei, but guessed that feature wasn't available yet. Still, the thought that he could become stronger by beating corrupted saints was oddly satisfying. Otis watched him and asked cautiously, "Are you going to question her about the dagger?" Gun shook his head. "She wouldn't dare attack me, not with her tail between her legs. I've already got someone analyzing it." Otis stared at him. "You're doing all this just for entertainment, aren't you?" Gun didn't deny it. Instead, he pulled out a smartphone and checked the time. Otis blinked. "Where'd you even get that?" Gun yawned. "Borrowed it from a brat." Then, with a stretch, he said, "Anyway, I'm heading to the auction now. You handle the cleanup." He glanced back at Sophie's unconscious form. "Throw her in the nearest dumpster or something. I'll call when I'm done." As Gun left, Otis muttered to himself, "Why am I always stuck with garbage duty?" Just then, the elevator doors slid open. Otis glanced up casually, expecting Gun to return. But his expression shifted immediately when he saw who it was. Stephen Marker. The tall man stepped inside, his sharp gaze locking onto Otis. "Explain yourself," Stephen said bluntly. With a mocking smile, he added, "It's been a while, Sagittarius." Otis stiffened. "What are you doing here?" Stephen adjusted his cufflinks. "I struck a deal with Aquarius. I'm only here because of some pending matters in Drachma. This was part of the arrangement." He took a step forward. "But now that I'm here, it's my turn to ask questions." He fixed Otis with a cold look. "Why are you here?" "I have my own reasons," Otis replied. "Are you after Lee Gun's relics?" Otis raised a brow. "Are his items even going to be in this auction?" "You mean you didn't know?" Stephen sneered. "Even the weakest of the constellations like you can't afford them." Otis gave a dry chuckle. "Still obsessed, huh? You've been chasing his relics for years." Stephen's face twitched with anger. "You think gathering his old items will make you his equal?" Otis asked quietly. Stephen snapped. He lunged at Otis, grabbing him by the wrist. "Don't you dare speak his name again." His grip tightened. I'm stronger than him now. Much stronger. Just then, a subordinate ran into the room, panting. Sir! Emergency, Twin Branch is buying up all of Lee Gun's relics. Stephen cursed under his breath. Damn it. He turned back to Otis with disdain. I don't have time to waste on you. As he stormed off toward the auction hall, he tossed one last comment over his shoulder. Do whatever you want with Sophie. She's your problem now. And with that, he vanished through the elevator doors, leaving Otis standing in silence beside the unconscious woman. Hugo crossed his arms and stared at Stephen, his voice tinged with irritation. So, what is this? You came to rescue her? Stephen scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. The auction takes priority. I'm only here for that. His tone softened briefly, adopting the facade of a longtime companion. Just some advice, he said casually. If you value your life, choose your words with more care. Hugo gave a lopsided smile. Appreciate the concern. With that, Stephen turned on his heel and exited, leaving Hugo behind with the unconscious Sophie. Silence settled once more in the room. Hugo glanced down at his injured hand, frowning. He didn't even bother to acknowledge me as weak. What does that mean? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the grand auction hall of Drachma, now bustling with anticipation. Inside a luxurious VIP suite overlooking the event, the second phase of the auction was about to commence. The host made a formal announcement, marking the end of the first stage and the beginning of the second. Seated in a relaxed posture, Gunn tilted back a glass and suddenly called out, "Throw in another item. Let's keep the party going." The bishop named Sun, seated beside him, clapped lightly and offered a cheerful congratulations. With you here, it seems we can buy up anything. Gunn chuckled. You flatter me, really. You invited me here, remember? So I'm just making the most of it. From across the room, one of the bishop's aides, Sung, leaned in with concern. Are you sure this is wise, Bishop? We've already spent a fortune. Sun raised a hand. It's fine. Let him enjoy himself. He turned to Gunn. Need me to cover the drinks? Gunn waved a sleek, black card with a grin. No need. It's already paid for. Sung, Sun's assistant, blinked in shock. Was that his black card? Sun laughed nervously. You're too generous. Sung stared at the bishop, internally fuming. You forgot your card again? That's the third time. But he bit his tongue. Arguing with his superior was pointless, especially when Gunn was involved. Sun considered the boy across from him. So young, yet already this bold. But it was more than arrogance. Gunn had proven himself. Defeating the Spider Queen was no small feat. Sun believed that if he could bring Gunn into their fold, all the expenses tonight would be well worth it. Clearing his throat, Sun tried to steer the conversation toward the real matter. Gunn, I see potential in you. True potential. With a little guidance, you could rise to the level of the top constellations. Gunn wasn't even listening. His gaze was locked on the space around them, frowning slightly. There was something in the air, something unnatural. Mind-altering fog. It's subtle but dangerous, he thought. This is how they manipulate people's decisions. Sun continued, unaware. You could even become a cardinal someday. Wealth, status, reverence, it could all be yours. He reached out a hand. Join the Gemini constellation. Follow our sacred path, and everything you desire will be within reach. Gunn suddenly burst out laughing. It was loud, almost theatrical. You've got to be kidding me, he said between chuckles. This again? Sun froze, confused. Is something wrong? Do you really think I'd kneel to some useless deity just because you waved a few perks in front of me? Gunn sneered. You want me to be your puppet? A face for your pitiful god? Sun looked stunned. I've been nothing but respectful. Why is he furious? In an awkward attempt to defuse the situation, Sun shifted gears. There's been some confusion, clearly. He gestured, and a young attendant stepped forward, holding a velvet-lined box. Here. A gift to make up for the misunderstanding. It's a certified relic once owned by Lee Gunn himself. The girl bowed politely. Congratulations, sir. This relic has been authenticated and is now registered under your name. Sun's eyes widened. Wait, what? You won one of Lee Gunn's relics? Gunn accepted the relic without much reaction. Not exactly the piece I wanted, but it'll do. Sun swallowed hard. Stephen's obsessed with these. He's not going to take this well. He turned to the girl. I think there's been a mistake. That relic was already spoken for. Before he could finish, the doors slammed open. Everyone turned as Stephen Marker entered the room with icy composure, though his eyes burned with fury. Who touched my relic? Gunn glanced over lazily. So it was yours? The girl bowed again, trembling. Apologies, Sir Stephen. I wasn't informed. Sun stepped in. It was just a mix-up. I assure you, the relic will be returned immediately. Stephen's lips curled. I'll let it slide this time. He approached the group with barely contained aggression. Put it back where it belongs. Sun nodded. Of course. We'll finalize the payment soon. But Stephen gave a cold smile. No need to pay a thing. The girl already gave it away, after all. He glared at Sun. You thought you could swipe my property while I wasn't looking? Sun remained calm on the outside, but inside he was screaming. Is he really this unhinged over a simple relic? He's trying to bleed us of millions just for this? But Gun stood, interrupting them both. You seem confused, he said, tapping the relic. This was sold through the auction. That means it's mine now. Stephen turned, eyes narrowing. If you want it so badly, Gun added, you can buy it from me. How much? Gun smirked. 200 million. Stephen was briefly stunned by Gun's outrageous demand, but then threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the VIP room. Ha! You've got guts, I'll give you that, he said, wiping a tear from his eye. Only a fool, or a madman, would try to squeeze into the twin branch with that kind of attitude. I like it. Sun, standing nearby, was frozen with shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Does Gun not know who he's talking to? That's Stephen Marker, the lion. But Stephen wasn't offended, in fact, he seemed genuinely entertained. You know, he said with a smirk, this is the kind of behavior I admire in a man. Bold. Unafraid. You and I meeting here? That can't be a coincidence. He took a step forward, extending a hand in what seemed to be a gesture of respect. When I meet someone interesting, he said, I always like to make the first move. Consider this my greeting. Gun's eyes narrowed. He could feel it, Stephen had grown stronger. Not by much, but enough to be noticeable. As expected from a battle-type constellation, Gun thought. The lion focuses entirely on combat. Unlike those ornamental types like Aquarius or Aries. Still, he wasn't impressed. Gun knew Stephen's style, he wouldn't rest until he tore someone apart, limb by limb. He's a predator. No different from a parasite with sharp claws. Gun didn't move to take his hand. He just sat there, silent. Nearby, Sung gasped, while Sun's aide, Sung, seemed almost giddy. Gun had clearly crossed a line. Stephen's grin widened. You're funny. Let's see how much you enjoy that attitude, when you're stuck in a wheelchair for life. Without warning, Stephen moved. His hand struck at Gun's shoulder, a blur of energy meant to disable, but the blow hit air. Gun remained seated, completely untouched. What the? Stephen blinked. Did you just dodge using teleportation? Gun finally glanced up. You really still don't get it, he said, almost pitying. Still as dense as ever. He leaned forward. Didn't you used to beg me to teach you that skill? You said you'd only use it for noble reasons. Yet here you are, showing off with it like a street magician. Stephen's expression faltered. Wait. Who are you? Before Gun could answer, the doors opened again. The host from the auction staff stepped in with an apologetic bow. Sorry for the delay. We're ready to begin the second phase of the auction. Stephen looked back at Gun, more curious than ever, but the urgency of the relic auction took precedence. He gave a smirk. Don't lose that pendant. I'll be back for it. He turned and left the room. Sung rushed over to Gun. Are you all right? He asked, eyes scanning for injuries. That was a saint-level strike? You shouldn't have been able to block it. Even Sun was shaken. That kind of power? And he slipped through it as if it were nothing. He stared at Gun, his mind racing. Just who is this guy? Down on the auction floor, the host raised her voice to address the crowd, signaling the event's peak attraction. Now, for the highlight of the evening, she announced. Let me take you back to the Berlin Wolf incident, an event that shook the world 24 years ago. A hush fell over the room as the attendees listened. A monstrous anomaly emerged in Berlin, so powerful it rendered conventional weapons useless. Armor melted. Structures collapsed. Not even saints could intervene. There was a pause, then a name that drew audible gasps. Until he arrived. The man known as Lee Gun. Stephen, watching from a private seat now, sat upright with anticipation. Finally, it's here. A flashback began. 20 years ago, helicopters buzzed in the night sky, their spotlights scanning a desolate island below. News reporters broadcasted live, their voices tense. We are hovering above the island where the Berlin Wolf has been wreaking havoc. It's been 4 days since the 13th Awakened entered. No communication has come out since. The entire island was enveloped in a suffocating aura. Saints had attempted entry, but all were repelled by the overwhelming force. Even holy weapons had failed. Back then, Stephen stood before a screen, his jaw clenched. He stared at the live footage, wondering how Lee Gun, someone not even chosen by the gods, could dare face such a being? Why? What makes him so different? Why him? His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden announcement from the reporter. This just in, Lee Gun has emerged. He's alive, and he's done the unthinkable. The crowd behind the reporter erupted in cheers as the camera zoomed in on a lone figure stepping through smoke, bloodied, but victorious. The monster is dead. The 13th Awakened has succeeded where all others failed. Stephen stood and walked away throwing his weapon, while others praised Lee Gun. Stephen rose from his seat with a broad grin on his face, a glint of understanding lighting up his eyes. He finally got it. With a chuckle, he turned to his aide. "Inform the others, we're leaving," he said casually. The subordinate blinked. "Sir, what about your weapon?" Stephen waved a hand dismissively. "Keep it. I found something far more valuable." His tone was calm, but his mind was buzzing with excitement. Whatever power he once chased paled compared to what he had just discovered. Back at the auction hall, the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. The host, standing under a spotlight, dramatically unveiled the next item. "And now," she declared, "the highlight of today's event, one of the greatest relics ever forged by the legendary Lee Gun himself. The very weapon that ended the Berlin Wolf disaster." Gasps swept through the VIP guests. Sung froze in disbelief. Gun's expression twitched with surprise, though he quickly masked it. Meanwhile, Stephen's face lit up. His heart pounded. "So this is it. The one I've been hunting for all these years." High above, the towering auction building stood like a pillar piercing the sky, and at that moment, a colossal beast descended onto the rooftop. Drawn by the presence of the relic, the beast sensed the dense energy within. It let out a low rumble of recognition. The weapon was unmistakably Lee Gun's. The host stepped forward again, this time dramatically unveiling the weapon. "This is no ordinary artifact. Forged from demonic beast bone, this relic is a legend in itself," she announced. The audience was stunned. Many had only read of it in historical archives, few had believed it truly existed. "This relic," she continued, "not only carries the weight of history but possesses unmatched practical power. Who will claim it today?" Sway let out a shocked cry, half convinced it was all an elaborate hoax. "This can't be real." Sun turned toward the VIPs. "Will the Leo constellation take it so easily?" Gun remained silent, though his mind was working fast. "So this is what it looks like now. I've used this before." He turned to speak to Sung, but Sun interrupted him sharply, waving him off. "Not now." Panic had taken over. Sung was yelling for Sun to do something immediately, while Sun murmured that he needed to notify headquarters. They couldn't just let such a powerful relic fall into the wrong hands. The host raised her hand. "We'll begin the bidding at $1 million. The room erupted with activity. The numbers climbed rapidly. Within moments, someone had already offered $50 million. The crowd grew restless. Elsewhere, Gun's system buzzed with alerts. His fame, reputation, and status were skyrocketing in real time. Gun, still composed, glanced around. "Why the chaos?" Sung answered him breathlessly. "That relic, it's one of the masterpieces forged by the great Lee Gun. Its craftsmanship, power, and rarity, this is priceless." Gun's expression darkened as he listened to Sung's explanation. Of course, he thought, this reaction was inevitable. Whether it was a weapon or a piece of jewelry, everything I made back then was considered a divine treasure. Sun added quickly, and Stephen Marker, the one representing Leo, has an unhealthy obsession with Lee Gun's relics. He'll stop at nothing to own them. With his influence and resources, he always gets what he wants. Sway shivered. It's horrifying to think that Lee Gun's greatest work could be owned by him. Sun joined in, shaking his head. "And all the proceeds go to the original creator's account. Unfortunately, that's now in the government's control, so there's nothing we can do." Gun raised an eyebrow. "So the money goes to my old account? Heh. With my luck, it might just end up back with me after all." The auction had turned into a spectacle. Gun leaned back, watching the screen as if enjoying a dramatic film. Then, boom. Stephen's voice thundered through the hall. "Silence!" The sudden command cut through the noise. Everyone turned to face him. "I'll buy it," he declared. "For $1 billion. Dead silence followed. The host blinked, stunned by the figure. $1 billion, she repeated, her voice shaking. Stephen nodded, unfazed. "And if needed, I'll raise it to 2. The host stammered, then composed herself and formally announced, "The bid has been raised to $1 billion. Murmurs turned to astonished gasps as the countdown to finalize the bid began. Gun remained quiet, eyes fixed on the relic. "Let's see what happens next." The auction hall fell silent for a beat before the host finally spoke, her voice ringing out clearly, "The legendary weapon has been sold, for $1 billion. Gunn stood frozen, stunned at the sheer absurdity of the final bid. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the massive building, a group of janitors were finishing their shift. One of them, still clutching his mop, turned to his colleague. "Did you hear that?" he said in disbelief. "Something just got auctioned off for $1 billion. The older cleaner, wiping his forehead with a towel, scoffed, "Titch. People like us shouldn't even dream of those numbers. We break our backs for pennies." As he turned back toward the window, something caught his eye, a massive shadow sweeping over the sky. "What the? Is that?" A beast landed atop the tower, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on the source of immense power radiating from within. The janitor's jaw dropped. "Forget what I said. I take it all back." On the main stage, the host smiled and gestured grandly. "Congratulations to the Saint of Leo, Stephen Marker, for becoming the new wielder of this priceless artifact." The hall erupted in applause. Stephen stood tall, raising his arms proudly. "Another triumph for the lion," he roared. Before the cheers could fully die down, a deafening crash shattered the moment. Something had just smashed straight through the auction hall's reinforced walls. Dust and debris filled the air as a monstrous figure stepped into the light. A disaster enticer had appeared. Stephen's confident grin faltered for a moment. "What the hell?" The creature, its voice cold and demanding, spoke, "Hand over the relic." Stephen's eyes narrowed. "Over my dead body." With a furious screech, the enticer lunged. For a second, it looked like Stephen might evade, but instead, an unhinged grin appeared on his face. He countered with a violent swing of his arm, sending the beast crashing into the wall. Stephen laughed. "You have no idea how long I've waited to try this out." The crowd erupted in support. But that victory was short-lived. An aftershock from the impact split the ground, and in the distance, a terrible sound echoed. Cracks snaked up the structure of the tower itself. Panic rippled through the audience. Sung shouted, "The magic tower. And the teleportation gate, it's been wrecked." Chaos spread. Onlookers outside gasped as sections of the floating island began to destabilize. A young girl screamed that the island might collapse if the tower came down. An elderly mage barked out orders. "Everyone, combine your strength. Focus on the tower." Knights and wizards rushed to comply, gathering their magic into a glowing orb. "Fire," someone cried out. A powerful beam of energy surged toward the tower. But it wasn't enough. "It's not working," one shouted. "It's too massive to destroy." Before the group could respond, a surge of golden fire swept through the air, incinerating the target in an instant. Everyone turned to see a lone archer descending, Hugo Addis, the holy saint of Sagittarius. "You're welcome," Hugo said curtly. "Leo, control your power next time." Some in the crowd cheered him, calling him a savior. But peace didn't last long. A second enticer appeared, twice the size of the first. In its jagged mouth hung the mangled remains of a building. It let out a guttural cry and surged toward the bystanders, grabbing a man by the face and hurling him like a rag doll. Hugo cursed, drawing his bow again, but froze. Another monstrous shape crept up behind him. Just as the creature opened its jaws to strike, a blur shot across the field. Thwack! Gunn appeared in front of Hugo, launching a punishing kick that sent the enticer skidding across the plaza. "Stop clicking that damn beak already," Gunn growled. Hugo exhaled. "You saved me. I owe you one." Gunn, however, looked annoyed. "You're supposed to be a battle-type constellation, aren't you? And yet I, someone in a support class, had to clean up your mess." "I'm trying my best." Hugo snapped, wounded by the jab. "Then why did you almost get eaten?" Gunn retorted dryly. Before they could continue, Stephen stormed toward them, rage in his eyes. "You insects! Who gave you permission to interrupt my demonstration?" Before anyone could respond, the enticer let out a roar that shook the arena. Gunn blinked. "Damn! I forgot about that thing." As he turned, something caught his eye. Stephen's robe was twisted oddly. "Why is your robe inside out?" Gunn asked blankly. Stephen roared, flying into the air. "Out of my way!" With a wave of his hand, he activated a saint-level skill, Blessed Battlefield, flooding the arena in crackling divine energy. "Now, let me show you what this weapon can really do." He radiated confidence. Cheers rang out again, many yelling that Stephen was about to surpass even the legendary Lee Gunn. The enticer sensed danger. It took a cautious step back. Stephen launched forward, his weapon glowing. "Time to atone for your sins, beast." He struck the enticer's head with full force. Nothing happened. Gasps echoed throughout the arena. He hit it again. Still nothing. Enraged, Stephen unleashed a barrage of attacks, but the creature stood firm. Then the enticer retaliated, slamming him into the ground with multiple blows. Stephen lay stunned. "What? Why isn't it working?" he gasped. Hugo moved to retreat. We should get out of this field. No, Gun said firmly. It's a sovereign skill. Even I need time to undo it. But once I do, Steven is going to regret every second of this. Hugo frowned. Who even wastes a skill like this? Gun turned to face the infected, noticing more monsters swarming in. They were once humans, Hugo muttered grimly. Turned into shields, so we can't attack without hurting them. Gun clenched his fists. Then we have only one option. Do you have a plan? Hugo asked. Gun nodded once. Yeah. Beat the monster to a pulp. He bolted ahead. Wait, what? Hugo chased after him in disbelief. Gun caught an infected man mid-stride, studied him, and casually tore off the enticer's curse like peeling fabric. Hugo stared in disbelief. How did you do that? Gun shrugged. Easy. I just used my power. Hugo sighed. Not everyone's as insane as you. Gun scoffed. Which is why I never count on anyone else. Can't you be nicer about it? No. With a sigh, Hugo readied his bow. You really haven't changed. They moved together, finally synced after a long time. Gun hurled himself into the air, crashing down like a meteor. The shockwave shattered the curse on the infected. As the freed civilians collapsed to the ground, Gun pushed toward the enticer. The monster flailed wildly, its tentacles trying to snatch the townspeople behind him. But an arrow ignited the air. Hugo's shot severed the limbs in mid-swing. Not on my shift, he muttered. Gun reached the enticer and smashed a brutal punch into its midsection, sending it crashing into the magic barrier with enough force to crack it open. Hugo raced to him, amazed. That was insane. Gun nodded. They'll recover soon. As his hand glowed faintly green, he noticed something strange, an emblem of a snake forming on his skin. Moments later, divine notifications began to appear. His divinity stat had shot up to 81%, and a prompt appeared to unlock battle instinct. He considered it, then chose to hold back. Nearby, Steven was still gasping, wounded, confused. Why isn't this relic responding? Am I not strong enough? But then, the crowd noticed, Gun had punched through Steven's sovereign barrier with nothing but raw strength. Steven turned in shock. What? That's not possible. The enticer tried one last desperate strike, but froze in place, a crushing pressure pinning it to the ground. The onlookers were knocked back by the overwhelming force. Gun stood, calm, eyes locked on the monster. It groaned, "What are you?" Gun tilted his head. "You talk too much." Bam! Another brutal kick launched the creature skyward. Steven, frozen in horror, watched him. His eyes widened as realization dawned. No, it can't be. That power, it's him. Gun smirked. Been a while, you scruffy lion cub. Looks like you've been having fun while I was gone. Steven trembled. No, that's impossible. You can't be? Lee Gun. Just as Steven watched in disbelief, Gun reached out with ease and seized the relic in one hand, pocketing another without hesitation. Steven's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Before he could react, Gun clenched his fist around the artifact. With a dry crack, the relic crumbled to dust in Gun's grip. Oh? My bad, Gun said with a smirk, feigning innocence. Guess it wasn't built to last. Steven's face twisted in horror as the sacred artifact he had painstakingly pursued was reduced to shards. Gun mocked him openly for pouring so much time and energy into something so weak. Without wasting another word, Gun swung his arm in a wide arc. The blow landed squarely, sending Steven hurtling downwards. The impact smashed through the platform beneath his feet, breaking through layers of the floating island. Screaming, Steven plummeted into the vast chasm below, his silhouette swallowed by the clouds. Elsewhere, Sophie stirred, likely awakened by the crash. Dazed and clutching her head, she glanced around, unsure of where she was. Her bracelet pulsed with a green glow as she groaned from a sharp headache. Back above, Gun dusted his hands and chuckled to himself. If the flea-bitten lion cub survived, I'm sure we'll meet again. Still in disbelief, Hugo stared at the aftermath. Does it even matter? He asked quietly. That guy didn't have the strength left to stand anyway. Gun turned to Hugo. What about the civilians? Are they safe now? They're fine, Hugo nodded. They're actually cheering. Good, Gun said, satisfied. Pig Bank, he called out. Start sweeping the area, anything valuable, I want it. Hugo narrowed his eyes skeptically. You sure she'll collect only what's useful? She knows what she's doing, Gun replied coolly. Then, as if just remembering something, Gun paused. Right, I didn't come here alone. I came with a guy who lent me a phone. Who? Hugo asked. Sung. Hugo froze. Wait, Sung? That Sung? Gun nodded. Yeah. Gemini Temple guy. Got potential. With the right push, he could become a bishop. He spoke fondly of Sung, praising his intelligence despite being young. Gun believed the kid had promise. Hugo, however, looked like he was going to explode from frustration. "When did he get involved with you?" he muttered. Gun arched an eyebrow. "Why? You worried?" Hugo sighed inwardly. He and Otis both dreaded this. The last thing they wanted was for their family to get entangled with this human hurricane. If the twins found out the infamous Lee Gun was still alive, it would be catastrophic. "Let's not call them over," Hugo said suddenly. "Why not?" "They, hate you." Gun blinked. "Really?" "Yup. Can't stand you. You're too loud, too reckless. They said so themselves." Gun looked stunned, clearly affected. "All that effort I made to look out for them, and they hate me? Kids, you know?" "Don't take it to heart," Hugo said awkwardly, patting Gun on the shoulder. Before he could finish, a sharp voice rang out nearby. "I knew it was you." Hugo's blood ran cold. Turning slowly, he saw Sung stomping toward them. "You didn't answer my call, old man," he yelled. "I've been shouting for 5 minutes." Gun's expression flattened. Oh, the line was still on? Sway and Hugo immediately began bickering, father and son locked in a comedic shouting match, while Gun rubbed his temples in annoyance. Amid the chaos, a sickening hiss cut through the air. One of the monster's tentacles had survived and lunged toward Gun. But before it could reach him, his relic, Lime, activated. With a sudden pulse, the relic absorbed the attack completely. A notification flared to life. A poison body, upgraded. Poison resistance now standard in newly forged relics. Gun held up the trembling artifact. "What did you just eat?" he growled, shaking it furiously. "Spit it out. I told you to stop swallowing random junk." Lime, naturally, ignored him. Nearby, Taku stood dumbfounded, watching the surreal scene unfold. Even after death, this creature's still stirring trouble. Sunj, however, was staring at Lime in astonishment. He recognized it, the legendary sacred relic of Lee Gun, an item described only in ancient scriptures. He turned to his father Otis. "There's no doubt now. That's him. That's Lee Gun." Overcome with emotion, Sung burst into tears, crying out in joy and leaping toward his idol. Otis, stunned and defeated, could only watch as the truth unraveled. All his efforts to hide Gun's identity had come crashing down. And amidst it all, Gun was still arguing with Lime, shaking the glowing relic while shouting, "Open up, you stupid piece of junk." The entire floating island trembled, not from battle, but from the pure absurdity of this chaotic reunion. Meanwhile, far away in the United States, inside the regal halls of the Leo Holy Guild's headquarters, a high-level emergency meeting had begun. In the center, Kardec Captain Oliver stood at the helm, addressing the elite members gathered in the council chamber. His voice stern as he addressed the high-ranking officials before him. "As of now, there's still no sign of the Leo Starlord. He vanished yesterday, and all attempts to locate him have failed," he stated grimly. "We may have to request assistance from the Gemini Guild's tracking division." A murmur rippled through the room. One senior member hesitantly spoke, "Considering the friction between you and the Gemini recently, do you really think they'll cooperate?" Another added more cautiously, "There's also a rumor circulating. Some are saying it might be Lee Gun behind Stephen's disappearance." Before the sentence could be finished, Oliver scoffed loudly. "Even if that lunatic clawed his way out of the grave, he's still the man who lost to the Starlord. Let's not glorify a corpse." The room began to nod in agreement, but their leader's moment of smugness was abruptly ruined as an obnoxious ringtone blared through the chamber. Lyrics blasted from a phone speaker, mocking the Leo Guild and hailing Lee Gun as the greatest of all time. Silence fell. All heads turned to the source of the disruption. At the end of the table, a woman sheepishly fumbled with her phone. "Sorry. I forgot to mute it," muttered Chan Yua, one of the 10 Starlords and the Guild's notoriously irreverent vice-castellan. The room erupted in irritation. "The Guild Master is missing, and you're listening to fan songs? Could you please act like you care?" Yua rolled her eyes dramatically. "Why are we wasting time searching for that guy, anyway?" The glares around her intensified, prompting a fake smile. "I mean, of course, the honorable and beloved Leo Starlord," she said in a syrupy tone. "But let's be honest, he's a cockroach. He'll crawl back when he's ready." Oliver clenched his fists as she kicked her boots up on the table, clearly not taking the crisis seriously. Suddenly, Yua's phone buzzed again. She glanced down at the message and blinked. "Nuna. We got a new uncle. He's really awesome. Hurry back. The legends are true." The text came from her younger brother. Her interest piqued, Yua stood up. "I think I've contributed all I can," she said breezily, waving over her shoulder as she walked out. "You guys can figure it out." The room stared in stunned silence as the door slammed shut behind her. Oliver trembled, his hands gripping his bald head. The guild master's gone, our vice-castellan's completely unhinged, and somehow this entire mess lands on me. Far away, in the heart of the Aquarius Holy Land, chaos of a different kind brewed outside a grand marble palace. Reporters swarmed the front gates, shoving microphones and cameras at the guards. Did the Holy Maiden have a hand in the recent attacks? Is it true she was kidnapped? What really happened 2 decades ago? The guards remained stone-faced. The Holy Maiden is currently resting and will speak at a later time. The moment the words left his mouth, the reporters erupted like a pack of starved wolves. The smallest detail had triggered a feeding frenzy. Upstairs, beneath layers of luxurious blankets, Sophie glared at the windows, teeth clenched. That damned Lugun, she muttered under her breath. What is he plotting now? She gnawed her fingernails, torn between fury and dread. Whatever trouble Gun had stirred, she was certain it would fall on her shoulders next. Her thoughts drifted to the escape, just days earlier, from the chaotic auction. Back then, she'd been discreetly escorted by her subordinates through a secret gate into the palace. The crowd murmured about her alleged abduction, their eyes filled with suspicion. Then it happened, her necklace began to glow. A holographic message burst into the air above her head. I, Lugun, am not dead. Tell them the truth about what happened 20 years ago. The crowd froze in collective shock. Sophie, however, nearly fainted from anxiety. Her mind spiraled. If she confessed the truth, the other Zodiacs might tear her apart. But if she stayed silent, Lugun wouldn't stop haunting her. The cursed necklace refused to come off. She was trapped in a no-win scenario. Finally, she snapped, pulling at her hair and screaming at the top of her lungs. This is all that bastard's fault. Elsewhere, in a much calmer setting, the so-called bastard in question stood at a fast food counter, examining the menu. Burger? Chicken? Maybe I'll just make instant ramen, Lugun muttered, debating out loud. Overhead, the news played on a mounted screen, reporting that the Holy Maiden Sophie still hadn't addressed the public. Analysts speculated that her silence could spark a chain of unprecedented consequences. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room filled with books and relics, a solitary figure watched the same news broadcast with narrowed eyes. This isn't good, he murmured, resting his chin on one hand. At the Sagittarius Sanctuary, within the refined archery range of Hugo's estate, the air echoed with the twang of a bowstring. A gleaming arrow sliced through the air, hitting its mark with razor-sharp accuracy. Hugo lowered his bow and admired the shot, nodding in approval. Flawless, he said. Beside him, an excited youth beamed. So, what do you think of the new arrowheads? Crafted using Sagittarius techniques. Hugo gave a rare smile. They're leagues ahead of Capricorn smiths. Impressive work. As the arrow quivered in the bullseye, the faint storm clouds of global chaos gathered on the horizon. Suddenly, Hugo's sparring partner clicked his tongue in irritation. Obviously they don't compare, he muttered under his breath. In a blur of motion, a wooden arrow flew across the training yard and split Hugo's own arrow cleanly in two, embedding itself directly in the center of the target. 10 points. Lee Gun called out with a cheeky grin, clearly enjoying himself. Hugo blinked at the bullseye, then glared at the smug figure standing across from him. You're really overdoing it now, he grumbled. And here I thought you'd be impressed, Lee Gun replied, chuckling as he held up the simple wooden bow in one hand. The man wasn't even aiming properly, and to make matters worse, he'd been blindfolded moments ago. Show off, Hugo muttered. Just then, a chilled glass of water appeared in front of Lee Gun, balanced perfectly on a tray. Kneeling beside him with shining eyes and a proud smile was none other than Hugo's own son, Sunjay. Uncle, your drink and towel, the boy announced with reverence. Lee Gun gave him a satisfied grin and accepted the offerings like royalty, tousling the boy's hair as he took a sip. Meanwhile, Hugo's expression darkened. A vein visibly throbbed on his temple as he watched his son pamper Lee Gun with far more enthusiasm than he'd ever shown his actual father. Determined to get even, Hugo approached the boy, plastering on a smile. Hey, son. Mind getting me a glass too? I'm parched. It's in the fridge, Dad. You've got legs, go get it, he said, grinning wickedly. Soaked and stunned, Hugo stood frozen in place while Lee Gun laughed heartily behind his glass. Hugo groaned and flopped to the ground in mock defeat. Ignoring the commotion, Lee Gun pulled up his system interface, flipping through the menus casually. He frowned thoughtfully as he noticed a new section had been unlocked, something called the Sanctuary of the Serpent Bearer. Unlike the more renowned zodiac temples, this appeared to be his own personal domain, likely formed now that his constellation was regaining influence. It functioned as a power source and base of operations, and for the first time, the system allowed him to add a household member to strengthen it. He raised an eyebrow. What's a household member supposed to be, anyway? Before he could dig deeper, Sanjay's voice broke through his thoughts. "Uncle, wanna go out for a bit?" Hugo, wiping water from his face, raised an eyebrow. "You've got a meeting or something?" With a confident smile and a glint in his eye, Lee Gun stood. "Let's just say, I've got a few people to visit today." Later that afternoon, in a bustling urban district, Lee Gun was seated comfortably inside a trendy fried chicken joint named Poma. Across from him sat a sharply dressed man in a tailored suit and polished shoes, Sonic, the leader of the Gemini Guild. Sonic exuded the kind of charisma and smooth-talking charm that screamed con artist, but his reputation for results kept him above reproach. In the space between them sat a ridiculous mountain of fried chicken, enough to feed an entire banquet hall. Sonic didn't even blink as Lee Gun happily tore through drumstick after drumstick, the greasy meal doing nothing to dull the man's appetite. "You eat like this every time, huh?" Sonic asked, trying to keep his tone light. Lee Gun glanced up while chewing. "Don't act like you didn't know. I thought you said you were busy." Sonic maintained his professional grin. "I am. But talent like yours doesn't come around often. It's worth the effort." He leaned forward, his expression sharpening. "Though, tell me this, you weren't planning to use our guild's funds to outbid everyone at the auction and then vanish, were you?" Lee Gun's grin widened, refusing to rise to the bait. Sonic inwardly cursed. He had taken a huge gamble entertaining this wild card, but as unpredictable and irritating as Lee Gun was, he knew there was value in keeping him close. Especially since today, Lee Gun had come with a purpose. After clearing out that mess with the Asur pest, Lee Gun said while gnawing on a wing, "My next stop is that treacherous little witch." Despite the greasy fingers, his eyes were razor-focused. "Fine. I'll join Gemini," he said. Sonic's expression lit up, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "Excellent. I'll start arranging the official onboarding." "Hold it," Lee Gun cut him off, pointing with a chicken bone toward the golden badge pinned neatly to Sonic's lapel. "That badge. I want it." The two bodyguards beside Sonic immediately stiffened. "That emblem is a sacred token," one of them snapped. "It was personally gifted by the Gemini constellation. You can't just demand it." Lee Gun didn't even look at them. "Shut it. The grown-ups are having a conversation." Sonic waved off his guards, intrigued. "You know what that badge is, don't you? Full access to Gemini's systems. Internal data, resources, and probably a teleportation marker too," Lee Gun replied smoothly. "You want me to join? That badge comes first." Sonic leaned back, now both amused and exasperated. The madman sitting across from him wasn't bluffing. And he knew if he said no, the opportunity would be gone. For now, he had little choice but to consider it. Lee Gun leaned back in his chair, chicken bone still in hand, his gaze locked onto Sonic. "I need something worthwhile to make this worth my time," he said coolly, mirroring the very words Sonic had once used to convince him about investing in potential. Sonic hesitated, clearly uneasy under the weight of that stare. The bodyguards tensed beside him, ready to jump in if needed, but Lee Gun casually waved them off. "Relax. I'm not twisting your arm. Yet," he said, tapping the chicken leg against the table like a gavel. "Just don't take too long to decide. I've got places to be." With that, he pulled out his phone and texted his nephew. "Running late. Don't eat all the ice cream." A reply popped up almost immediately. "Sister's going to be late too. I can't wait for you to meet her. She's gonna lose her mind." Smiling, Sanjay sat in a cozy booth at the local ice cream cafe, his heart racing with excitement. He turned the once rusted dagger over in his hands, the blade now gleaming, restored by none other than his hero. It was his most prized possession, and he was eager to ask his uncle to engrave his name into it as soon as he arrived. But his quiet joy was shattered when a hand suddenly yanked the dagger from his grasp. "What's this? Playing with knives now?" a smug voice taunted. Sanjay looked up to see a blonde punk with a cruel smirk, flanked by two sycophants. The guy twirled the dagger in his hand as if it were a toy. "That's mine." "Give it back," Sanjay growled, rising from his seat. "Oh? Is that how you speak to your seniors?" the blonde said mockingly. It was Yunnan, an A-rank disciple from the Gemini Guild, and worse, the son of the Libra Saint. Sanjay gritted his teeth. He couldn't retaliate recklessly, not against someone with that kind of backing. Yunnan sneered, fully aware of his untouchable status. "Is this thing really that important to you?" He sniffed at the dagger. "Did your precious Lee Gun give this to you? Or is it some relic from your poor, comatose mommy?" The insult hit like a slap. Sanjay's face twisted in fury, veins pulsing, his eyes glowing with a surge of barely restrained power. He was about to lose control, but the dagger responded first. In a blinding flash, a pulse of energy erupted from the blade. Everyone in the shop recoiled in shock, covering their eyes. Yunnan screamed, nearly dropping the weapon, as a thick shadow burst from the dagger's core. From that shadow, a figure emerged. A hand reached out first, then an arm, a shoulder, and finally a full-grown man, dust swirling around him like a storm. He looked half mummified, wrapped in tattered cloth and oozing an intimidating aura. Yunnan tripped and fell backward, his jaw slack. Sanjay's eyes sparkled. Uncle Lee Gun. Lee Gun blinked, clearly disoriented. Sanjay? What the? Wait, how did I get here? I think, the dagger summoned you, his nephew beamed. Lee Gun looked at the trembling blonde on the floor, then at the two henchmen who were still holding Sanjay down. I'm gone for 1 hour and this happens, he muttered, his grin turning menacing. What followed was a whirlwind. Tables shattered. Ice cream spilled. Furniture flipped. The entire cafe descended into chaos as Lee Gun delivered a brutal lesson. He dragged Yunnan across the floor, slamming him into the wall, then hurled him into a planter with a roar. I gave that dagger to my nephew, he snarled, cracking his knuckles. And you thought it'd be fun to steal it? Somewhere across town, Sonic stood speechless at his desk, staring at the empty seat Lee Gun had occupied minutes ago. The contract lay untouched, the badge gone, and only an enormous bill for a feast of chicken remained behind. Back in the cafe, 2 bodies lay slumped over, unconscious. Yunnan, bruised and bloodied, tried to raise his arms in surrender, gasping, wait. I'm an A-rank disciple. My dad's the Libra Saint, my mother runs a major firm. Oh, so you're a spoiled brat. That explains everything, Lee Gun muttered. Without hesitation, he punched Yunnan again. And again. Sanjay stood off to the side, watching in awe. You think that's enough to stop me? Yunnan wheezed through a swollen lip. I've got magic, idiot. Blue light erupted around him. A massive, spectral image of a horned bull shimmered into being, floating behind him like a guardian deity. The crowd gasped, edging away from the scene. That's a battle spirit, someone whispered. He's really casting spells in public? Yunnan sneered. Now you're going to pay. But Lee Gun just stood there, unfazed, brushing some dust off his shoulder. With a bored sneer, he muttered, you really like to yell, don't you? Then, with an effortless wave of his hand, he gathered the flames Shaun had summoned, once wild and roaring, and compressed them into a compact, swirling ball in his palm. I was hoping you had something worth showing, Lee Gun remarked, his voice flat. This? It's not even hot enough to toast bread. A soft chime echoed in his ears as a system alert popped up. You have neutralized an opponent's spell. Data from S-rank skill, Ferris Bowl Flame acquired. Shaun's jaw dropped. Wait, are you a mage? Lee Gun raised an eyebrow and replied with a crooked grin, nah. Just a humble blacksmith. He compressed the orb of fire until it condensed into a flawless crystal, glowing a vivid, icy blue. As it solidified, a shimmering projection of the Ferris Bowl appeared behind Lee Gun, its presence overwhelming the room with pure elemental might. Without hesitation, Lee Gun recited the bowl's summoning incantation, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. The bowl's spiritual form charged forward, unleashing a shockwave that hurled Shaun like a rag doll across the room. He collided with the far wall and slumped, immobilized. Lee Gun turned his back on him. Try touching Sanjay again, he warned, his tone cold and even, and I won't stop at flames. He then looked toward his nephew, face softening. Next time punks like that mess with you, don't hesitate to call me, alright? I've got you covered. Sanjay's admiration was already sky-high, but that moment etched his uncle in his heart forever. His eyes sparkled with hero worship, like a kid meeting their favorite comic book legend in real life. Then, as if on cue, the doors to the cafe burst open. Sanjay, a voice rang out, alarmed. What the hell happened in here? Sanjay's sister, Yua, stepped through the destruction, her expression shifting from panic to disbelief. This place looks like a battlefield. She rushed to her brother's side. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Grinning with pride, Sanjay tugged her sleeve and pointed toward Lee Gun. Forget me, look. Over there. That's him. The real deal. The guy from the documentaries, the Calamity Slayer himself, Lee Gun. But what Yua saw wasn't the hardened warrior she'd imagined. Instead, she found herself staring at a man who looked barely older than she was, lean, sharp-eyed, and far more attractive than she was ready for. She blinked, completely thrown. Wasn't this supposed to be the scarred, rugged relic from the Demon Tower? This was, well, unfairly good-looking. She pinched her cheek discreetly. Nope. She was wide awake. Flustered and pink-faced, she quickly shook off the flutter in her chest. Focus, she scolded herself. He's humanity's miracle, not some heartthrob. Still, her stunned expression didn't go unnoticed. You're saying all that out loud, Sanjay whispered, barely stifling a laugh. Her face went scarlet as she bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Lee Gun just chuckled warmly. No need to bow. If you're Hugo's daughter, that makes you family. I guess that means you're my niece. Hearing that, Yua's emotion swirled. Her voice trembled as she tried to speak again, clearly wanting to say something important, but a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath them, cutting her off. A massive calamity burst through the streets nearby. Lugun turned to her. Wait, what were you trying to say just now? But Yua had already shifted. Her expression hardened. Her aura flared. In one fluid movement, she drew her spear and leapt into battle. One moment, she called back. I'll finish this first. She struck with the grace of a veteran, her spear carving through the creatures like wind through grass. The earth cracked under her feet as she shouted, "Don't stand between me and my confession." A blinding surge of light exploded from her weapon as she hurled it skyward, unleashing a devastating pillar of radiant energy that scorched the calamities into ash. Watching from behind, Lugun blinked. That's Hugo's kid? Sanjay patted his arm. Yeah. You kind of flipped her switch. Still stunned, Lugun muttered, did she say, confession? The moment the last monster fell, Yua bounded back toward them, cheeks flushed from the fight. Uncle, it's all taken care of. But before she could say more, a shadow loomed behind her, another calamity had survived, and it lunged at her with claws aimed for her skull. Lugun reacted in a blur. He yanked both Yua and Sanjay backward just as the creature's attack struck where they had stood moments before. A sultry, mocking voice echoed from the roof above. Oh, you dodged that? Not bad for a human. I like that fire in your eyes. A woman draped in black leather and scales lounged atop the monster, a barbed whip wrapped around her arm, her grin wide and hungry. I think I'll keep you, she teased. As my next pet. Lugun cracked his knuckles, clearly amused. What's with everyone in fire today? Luckily, I need a furnace for divine gear. Congratulations, you're hired. The woman laughed, unfazed. You've got guts, human. Good. That'll make training you more fun. And so, a new kind of chaos was about to begin. Earlier, the moment Yua recognized the monstrous being before them, she froze for a heartbeat. It wasn't fear, she was simply calculating. Her instinct screamed it was a high-grade calamity, possibly red tier or worse. She was ready to lunge into battle when a gentle flick on her forehead stopped her. Lugun stood there with his usual smirk. You were going to handle this solo, weren't you? He said calmly. No need to play hero alone. Let me take care of this beast. You and Sanjay protect the others. I know you're strong, that's why I'm leaving it to you. Yua looked up at him, eyes softening as she nodded. Her brother gave a sharp salute beside her, and the two of them turned away, rallying to evacuate and defend the civilians. Meanwhile, Lugun's attention locked onto the creature's master, a terrifying woman cloaked in living shadows, her eyes manic, a thorned whip writhing in her hand. You'll do nicely, he muttered. You'll be my personal forge. The woman let out a shrill, feverish laugh as she cracked the whip toward him. More. More. Show me what you've got. She struck again and again, her attacks wild and erratic, tearing through buildings, shattering the street, and ripping through steel like paper. But Lugun remained untouched, he didn't even take his hands out of his pockets, dodging each lash like it was a lazy breeze. The whip howled through the air, and finally one strike caught him across the chest and hurled him into a collapsing wall. Debris rained down as an explosion of dust erupted from the impact. For a moment, silence. Then, movement. Amid the ruin, Lugun rose slowly from the crater. His clothes were torn and soot-stained, a few strands of hair out of place, but he looked more irritated than injured. The whip still coiled around him like a net, but with a flick of his wrist, he tore it apart like paper ribbons. That's it, he said, voice sharp with contempt. I was expecting more. You're all bark. The woman's triumphant expression faltered, her confidence cracking. Her beast, an enormous fanged monstrosity, opened its maw wide and vomited a tidal wave of fire toward Lugun, the heat warping the air as a blazing inferno swallowed him whole. The resulting explosion rocked the street, windows shattered for blocks, and the smoke darkened the skies like an incoming apocalypse. While fire and ash clouded the battlefield, Sanjay was sprinting through the streets behind the chaos. His summoned guardian spell protected fleeing civilians from collapsing debris, and as the last group got out safely, he raced toward his sister. Yua. We should regroup, wait. But she didn't listen. Despite her uncle's strength, she couldn't shake the dread curling in her gut. Calamities from the fantasy races were no joke. Some of them had devoured cities. And Lugun, he'd been in the demon tower for years. Who knew what side effects he'd brought back? With no hesitation, Yua bolted toward the heart of the destruction. The landscape ahead looked like a hellscape, buildings reduced to rubble, the sky scorched black, and heat waves rippling through the air. In the middle of it all, a figure laughed. Now that's real fire. Lugun's voice rang out from the smoke. From the blaze emerged his silhouette, clothes scorched but grin wide. His eyes shimmered with a green glow, the ambient flames coalescing into a dense sphere in his hand. Gemini's little brat couldn't match this heat, he snickered. But yeah, you'll do. A system alert blinked before his eyes. High purity infernal flame obtained. Spatial enhancement unlocked. He raised one hand, summoning a translucent hammer wreathed in runes. The system pulsed again. Choose relic for upgrade. Lugun didn't hesitate. He slammed the flame orb with the hammer. A radiant sigil ignited beneath his feet. Magical currents swirled violently as raw creation energy flared from the impact point. Wind howled and cracked. The very ground rippled. The monstrous woman snarled, realizing what he was doing. Like hell I'll let you complete that, she screeched. She raised her hand and conjured another wave of fire, but she never saw Yua coming. In one clean motion, Yua surged in from behind, her spear crackling with lightning. Thunderclap, she shouted, driving it into the creature's back. A bolt of electricity ripped through the air, lighting the area like a thunderstorm. The beast screamed, its limbs jerking violently from the surge. But in her reckless bravery, Yua had overexposed herself. The calamity whipped around in fury, caught her spear mid-thrust, and crushed it into molten shards. Then, with a roar, it flung her into a nearby structure. The wall buckled and shattered on impact, sending her skidding across the pavement. She gasped, blood bubbling at the corner of her lips. The monster stalked toward her, jaws yawning open like a canyon, prepared to devour her where she lay. Just as the monstrous creature lunged at Yua, its massive body halted midair, jerked back as though snagged by an invisible chain. Yua gasped in surprise, only for relief to flood her face as she spotted Lugun behind it, gripping the creature's tail with one hand like it was a misbehaving pet. "You're running off already?" he said with a broad grin. "Don't be rude, I'm your dance partner." Before the beast could react, Lugun swung it with alarming ease. The creature slammed into the earth, the impact thundering through the streets and sending a quake through the surrounding buildings. Dust erupted. The once raging lizard now lay in a crumpled heap, completely dazed. Up above, the demon-like woman who commanded it froze in utter disbelief. Her voice trembled. That was a hellspawn? A human shouldn't be able to throw something like that. Lugun's expression hardened. His eyes sharpened like daggers as he glared at her. "Touch Yua again," he warned in a deadly quiet tone, "and I'll end you." The woman's bravado withered instantly. A cold sweat ran down her spine. But she refused to flee. Instead, she shrieked in defiance, her body suddenly radiating violent violet energy. Her form twisted grotesquely, sprouting wings lined with jagged bone, her body mutating into a horrific, demonized version of itself. Lugun barely raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so that's your next card. Fine." With a deafening shriek, she descended like a meteor, her claws charged with dark fire. Their clash sent a detonation of magic tearing through the earth. For a brief moment, everything vanished in a blinding storm of light and pressure. "Uncle!" Yua screamed from the distance, shielding her eyes from the flash. When the dust settled, Lugun stood unharmed. Not even a scratch marked his skin. His arms were crossed, and he wore a pair of gloves that shimmered faintly with residual hellfire. The woman stared at him, stunned. "Impossible, my hellbound assault, how?" Lugun rolled his shoulders, examining his gloves with mock interest. "Pretty good for a pair of budget gloves, huh? Supposed to resist heat and enhance spice tolerance." He glanced at her with a grin that could only be described as wicked. "Too bad I didn't get to test them with those level 7 Inferno noodles yet." The demoness hissed, watching in horror as his skin slowly healed itself, his regeneration system silently doing its work. "Since you torched my city," Lugun continued with a faint smirk, "I've decided, your flames are mine now. You'll serve in my forge. For life." "You're joking," she sputtered, eyes wide. "You blocked my ultimate with disposable gloves?" Lugun laughed loudly, raising his hands in mock offense. "Never underestimate vinyl, sweetheart. They're miracle workers, especially when handling spicy fried chicken." A new system alert chimed in his mind. Hellwing flame detected. Purification required before absorption into Serpent Star. Purification, huh? Lugun cracked his knuckles. "Guess it's time for the purifying punch method." Without waiting, he charged her, fist after fist hammering down with brutal precision. The demoness stumbled under the barrage, until at last, she dropped, unmoving. But instead of purifying her corrupted energy, her life force simply faded. Lugun scratched his head. "Huh? Guess punching evil out of people doesn't always work." His eyes turned to the massive lizard, still dazed and blinking at its fallen master. "Well," Lugun muttered, stretching his arms, "looks like you're up next. First one's fired. You're now my forge flame." The lizard panicked and raised both arms in surrender, metaphorically, since it didn't have arms. A glowing emblem of surrender floated above its head as it bowed. And just like that, it was drafted into the service of the Serpent Star. After rattling off an absurd list of names, Lugun settled on one, Torch. Just as the scene calmed, Yua and Sanjay arrived, both scratched but safe. But instead of relief, Yua's expression was serious, unblinking and sharp. She didn't waste time. I need to ask you something. The shift in her tone sent a ripple of anxiety through Lugun's gut. He remembered what she'd said earlier, about a proposal, and now his imagination raced. Oh no. This is it. I'm dead. Wait, let's not rush into anything, he stammered, raising his hands. But Yua cut in before he could spiral further. Tell me the truth. What really happened in the Demon Tower 20 years ago? Her voice cracked, not with fear, but with frustration. The Zodiac Saint said you gave your life to protect humanity, she continued, eyes filled with doubt. But I've always felt there was something off. You were the only one who didn't return. The only casualty. That never made sense to me. Lugun went quiet. The air grew still. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. You take after your father. Too sharp for your own good. He gazed into the distance as painful memories stirred. And then, finally, he spoke. I didn't sacrifice myself, he said. I was sacrificed. One of the 12 saints betrayed me, stabbed me in the back while we were deep inside the Demon Tower. Yua's breath caught. Sanjay's fists trembled. You're saying the Zodiac betrayed you? Sanjay asked, disbelief and horror mixing in his voice. Lugun nodded solemnly. They used me. I killed the Crimson-Eyed Calamity alone. After that, there were no more monsters left strong enough to justify their power. So they made me the final enemy. Sealed me inside and left me to rot. Silence fell. Then Sanjay whispered, they erased your name, stole your glory, and left you to die. Lugun placed a firm hand on both their shoulders. Don't cry for me, he said softly. I'm not the kind of man who stays buried. And trust me, what they did, they'll pay for it. In full. Pulling out his phone, Lee Gun scrolled through the latest news. His name was everywhere. Headlines exploded with speculation. Saintess Sophie Marty to reveal the truth behind the Crimson-Eyed Calamity. Is Lee Gun alive? 20-year conspiracy about to unravel? Half a world away, cameras clicked rapidly inside a packed media hall in Seoul. Journalists elbowed for space, their recorders aimed at the podium. The air was electric, thick with anticipation and the scent of breaking history. A storm of curiosity was about to crash. Finally, Sophie Marty emerged. Wearing a composed expression, the saintess glided to the stage with grace, but inside, her heart pounded like a war drum. Every step felt like walking on shattered glass. Around her neck, a strange relic pulsed faintly. It was Lugun's artifact, and it held her like a marionette string. She didn't dare defy it. Her hands trembled at the sides of her white ceremonial robe, yet she reached the microphone, her voice tight as she began. The reason I've called this gathering, she paused, eyes lowered, is to confess the truth about what happened 2 decades ago during the Crimson-Eyed Beast incident. A hush swept over the crowd. Back then, the world believed 13 heroes banded together and destroyed the beast. Among them was Saint Stephen Marker, who received the highest honors. But that narrative was a lie. Gasps echoed. Sophie clenched the podium. The one who truly defeated the Crimson-Eyed Beast was, she inhaled sharply, the weight of her words nearly too much to bear, Lee Gun. For a beat, nothing happened. Then the press exploded. Questions flooded like a tidal wave crashing into stone. Are you saying Stephen Marker lied? Is Lee Gun alive? What about the Zodiac 12, did they orchestrate this? As Sophie stood paralyzed beneath the storm of inquiries, the temperature in the room dropped. The atmosphere thickened with pressure. Then, an eerie hum rolled through the chamber. From the shadows at the back, a sinister figure emerged, tall, elegant, and radiating dark intent. Jean-Louis Moraine. The Cancer Saint. The blood drained from Sophie's face. The entire room seemed to shrink as Moraine strode forward with a predator's calm. You look pale, Saintess, he said with a mocking smile, his red-tinged eyes gleaming. Are the cameras making you nervous? With an effortless wave, he disabled the microphones. Why are you here? Sophie whispered. Moraine leaned close, voice sharp and cold. To clean up your mess. His grin vanished. You were warned, weren't you? Your only job was to wear the Saintess crown, smile for the crowd, and keep your mouth shut. What made you think you could open that pretty little mouth and speak on his behalf? He clutched her chin. Speak again, and I'll make sure the next sound you utter will be your last. Then, switching on the mic again, Moraine turned to the crowd, face now calm, voice smooth like velvet. Please forgive the disturbance. The Saintess was recently threatened. Her emotional state explains her confused statements. Rest assured, she is under my personal protection. The crowd faltered, momentarily swayed by his practiced performance. Murmurs of uncertainty rippled across the room. "I'm afraid the press conference ends here," Moraine said, already turning his back. But one journalist, braver or more foolish than the rest, called out, "Then what about Lee Gun? If he's dead, who's blackmailing the Saintess?" The question hit like a bolt of lightning. Moraine's eye twitched. Magic surged violently around him, the very floor cracking under the weight of his wrath. A suffocating pressure blanketed the room. His patience shattered. Veins bulged as he prepared to incinerate everyone present in a display of fury. But he never got the chance. With a sudden boom, a leg slammed into his chest mid-sentence, hurling him across the room like a rag doll. His body smashed into the wall, forming a crater in the marble. Gasps turned into screams. From the cloud of shattered stone and dust, a voice rang out, playful, mocking, and unmistakable. "Blasting journalists now, Moraine? Since when did you become so uncivilized?" Emerging from the chaos stood Lee Gun. Casually strolling in, dragging behind him the tail of a defeated hell lizard, Lee Gun looked every bit the terrifying legend and laid-back menace he was known to be. Sophie stumbled backward, eyes wide in terror and awe. "He's here? He really came?" Moraine groaned from the crater, still struggling to rise. Lee Gun didn't even glance at him. Instead, he dusted off his sleeves, surveyed the stunned reporters, and flashed a lopsided smile. "Well," he said, "I guess the cat's out of the bag." With dramatic flair, Lee Gun swung the hell lizard's tail like a prop in a theater performance. "Been a while, you crusty barnacle," he announced with a theatrical bow. "Still got that prune-faced charm, I see. Lucky for you, I brought a souvenir." With that, he slammed the thick tail down onto the ground, right where Jean-Louis Moraine lay sprawled. The impact fractured the marble floor beneath them with a thunderous crack. Sophie stared, slack-jawed, as she realized the mangled tail came from a hell-class creature. Meanwhile, the actual lizard cowered nearby, coiled like a frightened mutt in a corner, its eyes pleading for mercy. Someone had even hung a paper sign around its neck that read, "Do not feed the lizard." Sanjay, arriving at the chaotic scene, couldn't help himself. "Wow. I was kidding when I said he needed a pet, but you even gave it a name tag." His comment drew nervous chuckles and confused glances from the crowd growing outside the ruined hall. Lee Gun, now towering over Moraine's dazed form, narrowed his eyes. "Who do you think you are, calling off my press conference? You lose your mind, or were you born this arrogant?" But before he could finish his tirade, the figure on the floor dissolved into a stream of black mist. Lee Gun clicked his tongue. "Clone, huh? Of course." A moment later, the real Moraine stepped out of a portal of void energy behind him, upright, calm, and very much unharmed. His gaze dropped to the charred tail nearby. "That tail? Hell lizard. So the rumors were true. You're the one who repelled it?" Dark energy crackled around him, curling through the air like smoke from a dying star. Lee Gun's expression soured. "Still hiding behind your shadow puppets, I see. Typical." Moraine's brow furrowed. There was something eerily familiar about the stranger standing before him, how he moved, how he spoke, but he couldn't place it. Before he could question further, Lee Gun's grin widened. "Come on, you really can't guess?" He placed a hand on his hip, tilting his head. "It's me, you dried-up goat." "Lee Gun." The room fell into stunned silence. Not a breath moved. Then came the laughter. Skeptical chuckles broke out among the journalists, followed by full-on amusement. The idea that this man, looking like he was barely into his 30s, was the legendary Lee Gun, long presumed dead, was laughable to them. Moraine chuckled too, though there was a twitch at the corner of his eye. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But impersonating him? You really went all in. Next time, pick someone less ridiculous." Before he could say another word, Lee Gun swung the hell lizard's tail again, this time, right into Moraine's smug face. Saint was flung backward, crashing into the conference wall with a boom. Dust and debris exploded outward. Lee Gun twirled the tail like a conductor's baton. "You people need your eyes checked," he barked. "What's so funny, huh? You think legends can't look good?" Panic swept the crowd. Reporters screamed and scrambled for the exits as Lee Gun's wild grin swept across the hall. Sophie, trying to sneak away amid the chaos, felt the tail crack the wall beside her. She froze. A shadow loomed over her. Lee Gun approached slowly, arms crossed, that glint of chaotic glee still in his gaze. "Running off, huh? Nah, you're not done. You've still got lines to deliver." He leaned in, pressing his finger to her forehead like a mischievous kid pressing a buzzer. "Tell them. About how you abandoned me in the Crimson Eye battle. How you sold me out. And while we're at it, let's discuss how you rewrote your face with every plastic surgeon on Earth." Sophie shook, barely holding in her tears, or her fury. This lunatic was unraveling every lie she'd spent years burying. But then, The lights shattered overhead one by one. An eerie silence fell, followed by an oppressive hum that sent tremors through the floor. A warning flashed in Lee Gun's system panel. Warning, an entity connected to the darkest star is approaching. Thick, suffocating mist poured in through cracks in the ceiling and floor, plunging the conference hall into a choking shadow. Screams rang out as people dropped their cameras and ran. Lee Gun rolled his shoulders. Well, that's dramatic. Behind them, the mist swirled and took shape, an inhuman figure, monstrous and tall, its form vaguely humanoid but twisted with writhing tendrils. Its eyes glowed with eerie white light, devoid of pupils, its body radiating raw, malevolent magic. Moraine had returned, fully transformed. Dark magic cascaded off him in waves. His voice was a rasp of contempt. So it really is you. I didn't want to believe it. You survived that cursed tower. Then let me be the first to welcome you back. He spread his arms wide, shadows howling at his fingertips. With your funeral. Lee Gun cracked his neck and stepped forward. You're gonna regret not staying as mist, crab. Lee Gun's grin slowly faded, his frame stiffening as the tension in the room peaked. The air itself buzzed with raw power, electric and volatile. Behind him, Sophie looked like she was on the verge of collapsing, the pressure so intense it felt like her lungs couldn't expand. Even someone like Lee Gun couldn't ignore the suffocating weight radiating from Moraine's new form. High above the ruined hall, Moraine levitated, wreathed in a cloak of spiraling black energy. Shadows danced violently around him, clashing against the electric blue aura flaring from Lee Gun's body like twin stars preparing to collide. Meanwhile, miles away, in a quiet, cozy apartment, Ota stirred a pot of noodles absent-mindedly. Gone, Sanjay, and Uha, everyone's out. He sighed. Guess it's instant ramen for dinner. He dropped onto his couch, flipping on the television just in time for a live news feed to display the chaos unfolding at the press conference. Breaking news, an unidentified man claiming to be Lee Gun has engaged in a violent confrontation with Saint Jean-Louis Moraine of the Cancer constellation. Ota froze, the ramen halfway to his mouth. Wait, what? Back at the battlefield, the ground split open as Moraine hurled a massive sphere of corrupted magic downward. The orb exploded with a thunderous boom, launching debris in every direction. Lee Gun dodged with the effortless grace of a dancer, vaulting into the air and landing cleanly. He smirked. That's it? I've seen angrier kittens. But Moraine's lips curled into a sinister smile. Just where I wanted you. With a flick of his fingers, the floor erupted, dark spikes of shadow magic burst upward like jagged thorns, aiming for Lee Gun's midair form. Before they could strike, Lee Gun whipped out a sheathed blade. With a flick of his wrist, the sheath split in two, falling in slow motion like flower petals. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Then lightning surged. Arcs of electric blue energy danced across Lee Gun's body as he vanished from sight and rocketed forward, tearing through the air toward Moraine. Moraine sneered and summoned another black sphere of death. Oh, what now? He mocked. Did you spend 20 years learning parkour? He dropped the orb, laced with death magic, toward Lee Gun, but this time, Lee Gun didn't evade. He swung. The blade cleaved through the dark spell like slicing through paper. That the best you've got? He taunted. In a flash, he lunged, and slashed Moraine in two. Or so it seemed. The body vanished into smoke. Lee Gun's jaw clenched. Another fake, he muttered. Seriously? Did you do nothing in 20 years but perfect your clone routine? Behind him, Moraine's voice rang out smoothly, his real body emerging from the swirling shadows. You remembered that much about me? I'm flattered. Suddenly, a vortex of dark wind burst from the ground, tearing through the chamber. Sophie, hiding behind a splintered table, nearly got sucked in. But this was no ordinary wind, it siphoned energy. The terrified reporters around the stage clutched their throats as their life force was drained by the vortex. Lee Gun's glare hardened. Are you out of your mind? You're using civilians as mana batteries. Moraine landed with ease, dark energy still swirling in his grasp. We'll clean that up later, he said with a lazy smirk. For now, I'm more interested in taking you out. Plus, these people make convenient fuel. The realization struck Lee Gun like a thunderbolt. His voice dropped into a growl. It was you. You're the one who stabbed me that day in the Demon Tower. Moraine didn't deny it. He just smiled. Still obsessed with that, are you? For a so-called savior, you sure hold a grudge. You sound more like a delinquent than a hero. Coming from the king of backstabbing cowards? Lee Gun snapped. That's rich. Then Moraine revealed the truth, his clones weren't just illusions or magical constructs. They were forged from the life force of the drained reporters. If Lee Gun destroyed them carelessly, those people would die. You bastard, Lee Gun growled. Moraine chuckled as the clones multiplied, forming a circle around Lee Gun. Their identical expressions twisted in malicious glee. Say your prayers. These are the last words you'll ever hear. The swarm of moraines lunged at him. Except, none of them struck true. They'd hit a tail. The hell lizard tail, now stiffened and standing upright, had taken the brunt of their attack. Oops, Lee Gun's voice echoed from behind them, completely untouched. Forgot to mention, I picked up a little technique at Drachma. Clenching his fist, he activated a hidden ability. Skill activated, hit substitute. Enables user to switch places with a recently marked object to redirect incoming attacks. With a grin, he slammed his fist into one of the clones, the impact shaking the walls. Through the system's essence trace, he located the original tethered soul. 13th sense, weakness traced. Lee Gun didn't say a word. He calmly reached into the chest of one of the higher-tier clones and pulled out a small, glowing crystal, a rotten purple, humming with malevolent energy. The clone shrieked in agony. How? Even a constellation-level expert couldn't find that core. But Lee Gun ignored him. The hell serpent spirit within him surged, devouring the corrupted shard. Cancer's zodiac fragment absorbed, 33% soul ownership, 20% zodiac power. Cracks spread through the constellation's magical seal. Moraine's connection to the dark star pulsed erratically. The deadly vortex vanished. The drained reporters collapsed, breathing heavily, but alive. The remaining clone, shaking and barely holding together, gasped. What happened to you in that tower? That energy, it's divine. Lee Gun tilted his head. You really don't shut up. He crushed the core in his hand. I'll put this to better use. As the clone disintegrated, Moraine's real presence flickered. Though he had lost, his smile returned. I'll be back, he hissed. Next time, I'll bring something that'll really ruin your day. Lee Gun snorted. Yeah. You villains love your sequels. But inwardly, he knew it wasn't just a bluff. Moraine would return, probably with an army, or worse. Just then, his phone buzzed. Hugo Otis's name flashed on the screen. Now what? Lee Gun muttered, answering casually. The moment the call connected, Hugo's voice exploded in panic. You lunatic. What the hell did you just do? Lee Gun blinked. You'll have to be more specific. You just downed one of Moraine's signature clones, you know what that means, right? They're linked to the Mormont protocol. Lee Gun raised a brow. The what now? Hugo barked through the line. It's a kill switch. Moraine rigged orbital missiles to launch if any of his soul clones are destroyed. You're about to get nuked. Lee Gun's eyes narrowed. That's a bit dramatic. Hugo shouted, no, idiot. This isn't dramatic, it's Mormont. That's not just a missile, it's a region-wide annihilation weapon designed by the Cancer and Gemini constellations to erase threats on the spot. Lee Gun looked up, and sure enough, he could feel the tracking satellite locking onto his location. So they actually built that thing, he muttered. Otis's voice cracked with urgency. Get out. Now. Lee Gun smirked, eyes narrowing at the flashing red beacon above. Fine. But they better be ready to lose their precious toy. Stop standing there like a statue. Hugo barked through the communicator. You need to move, now. But Lee Gun stood rooted, unfazed by the sirens blaring or the impending doom above. His voice remained cool. Running won't solve anything. That missile will still flatten the city, maybe even more. Hugo groaned from the other end, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why do I even bother? Lee Gun turned his gaze toward Sophie, flashing a smile that was equal parts smug and mischievous. The kind of grin that made Sophie immediately uncomfortable. Don't you dare look at me like that, she warned, already backing away. His grin only deepened. I have a plan. The Mormont missile, a catastrophe-class weapon designed to annihilate entire regions, had already entered Earth's atmosphere. It tore across the sky like a comet, a glowing symbol of extinction aimed directly at the heart of Seoul. On the ground, sirens screamed and digital alerts flashed across every screen. Panic erupted as citizens poured into shelters, eyes turned skyward, praying to survive what looked like the end of their world. Why is a weapon like that targeting the capital? No one said it was wartime. As chaos engulfed the city, Sunjaya and Yuha darted through the crowds, desperately scanning the sky. Their hearts stopped when a flash of brilliant blue streaked overhead like lightning across a night sky. Sanjay gasped. Uncle! High above, Lee Gun flew, propelled by his constellation authority, cloaked in celestial energy, carrying Sophie over his shoulder like luggage. Put me down, she shrieked, flailing wildly. Hold still, he shouted over the roaring wind. You're about to save the city. You're insane, she screamed. You can't just throw people at missiles. Oh, I can. And I will. Without another word, Lee Gun spun her around midair and launched her toward the incoming missile like a javelin. Turn it into soup or we're all dead. Time to stop wasting your potential. You Saiku? Her voice faded as she soared toward certain doom. As Sophie screamed through the sky, she instinctively called upon her constellation. The Aquarius goddess manifested beside her in a flash of watery light. "You fool," the goddess snapped, eyes blazing. "Is this really the plan?" "I don't know. Just do something," Sophie shouted back. With a sigh of frustration, the Aquarius deity raised her hand. Sophie, overwhelmed with terror and desperation, activated her dormant ability, Tears of the Sea. A colossal torrent of liquid mana erupted from her, a tidal wave of magical water surging straight at the missile. When the two forces collided, the sky lit up in a blinding flash. The roar of impact echoed for miles as the missile disintegrated into scattered fragments. Sophie, dazed and floating midair, blinked in disbelief. "I did it?" Then gravity kicked in. Her eyes widened. "Oh, come on. He's not even going to catch me." From a safe distance, Lee Gun hovered with arms crossed, chuckling. "You'll survive. You're blessed now." Debris from the shattered missile glinted in the sunlight, raining toward Earth like deadly meteors. Lee Gun's gaze sharpened, those fragments still posed a threat. An idea struck. Gemini, of course. He activated his cosmic communication link. "Hugo. Patch me into Sagittarius. I need Hugo." Faraway Sanctuary, Sagittarius Base. Hugo was in his house. The sky above him was peaceful, until Lee Gun's voice boomed through the air. "Hugo. I need your sniping skill. Now." Hugo choked on his tea. "What? Why?" "No time. Lend me your absolute aim. I'll do the rest." Without further explanation, Hugo channeled the Sagittarius authority. "You better not be screwing around." Lee Gun's eyes gleamed as the skill transferred. Perfect. Combining absolute aim with his teleportation authority, he marked each missile shard midair, then redirected them one by one, with surgical precision, toward the distant Gemini sanctuary. In Seoul, civilians cried in relief as the danger dissipated. But far away, in the sacred halls of the Gemini Saint, panic erupted as missile debris rained down, shattering marble, setting off alarms, and scattering acolytes like insects. It was as if a divine storm had chosen them as its target. In the secure chambers of the Blue House, top-ranking officials argued furiously, their attention glued to the viral footage that had taken the nation by storm. News outlets were ablaze with clips of Lee Gun's sky battle, his dismantling of the Cancer Saint, and the abrupt, miraculous interception of a catastrophe-class weapon. He stopped Mormont. "That's impossible." That was Lee Gun. As debates reached a fever pitch, a searing flash of blue light sliced down from above, crashing through the reinforced ceiling like divine judgment. Boom. Lee Gun landed squarely on the meeting table, one foot planted on the polished wood. In one hand, Taku, still wearing a yellow apron covered in teddy bears. "I heard there's been some gossip about me. Mind filling me in?" The room fell into stunned silence. The president's secretary stumbled back. That's him. That's Lee Gun." From the footage. Ignoring their gasps, Lee Gun cracked his neck and narrowed his eyes. "While I'm here, I'd like to settle a little issue." He dropped Taku onto a chair, then glared at the officials. "I heard someone sold off my property after I vanished. I want it back. All of it." A trembling council member stepped forward. "Sir, there was a misunderstanding. With Hugo being a foreigner and your sudden disappearance, there was no official protocol to handle your estate. We had to restrict Sagittarius's authority," another added. "Your absence weakened his influence, and the other saints." "Save it," Lee Gun cut in, his voice low and dangerous. "You had no problem profiting from my sacrifice. But now I'm back. And I'm collecting." "We chose someone we believed more dependable," one of the officials began. But before he could finish, Lee Gun's knuckles collided brutally with the man's jaw, silencing him mid-sentence. "The dependable one you're talking about, was it that violet-haired imposter?" Lee Gun's voice was calm, but his eyes burned with fury. "I already know everything." He stepped forward, towering over the table, radiating menace like a gang enforcer come to collect a debt. The officials flinched beneath his presence as he slammed his fist onto the table. "And how dare you speak that way about Hugo?" The man in question, Hugo, still in his bear-patterned apron, looked like he wanted to sink into the floor. Lee Gun growled, "Sure, I get to treat him like garbage, he's my servant. But you? You dirtbags don't have that right." Hugo blinked in disbelief, his face frozen in humiliation. "What kind of messed up logic is that?" he muttered under his breath. Lee Gun didn't stop there. He might be hopeless with everything but his looks, and yes, he's practically useless half the time. But even so, he's not for you to insult. The officials exchanged confused, terrified looks. Was this guy insulting his friend, as a form of loyalty? "Stop talking already," Hugo whispered, cheeks burning as Lee Gun continued roasting him without mercy. You should have fought for your rights as a citizen. You let them take everything while you just stood there. Li Gun smacked him on the back as if encouraging a kid who failed a math test. Tough it out. Still sniffling, Hugo grumbled under his breath, what kind of friend protects you by emotionally destroying you? But Li Gun turned back to the officials, cracking his knuckles. Now, let's talk money. Hand it over, or I'll bring this whole building down brick by brick. Before they could respond, the air shifted with an eerie chill. A high-pitched voice rang out from above, and a figure in flowing purple descended like a goddess from the heavens, except with much more attitude and fury. Heiji, someone gasped, the infamous Gemini saint. Li Gun scowled the moment he saw her. Oh great, it's you. She didn't waste time. That money isn't yours to take, she snapped. It's allocated for repairing the Yin-Yang Palace. You sent the missile shards there, didn't you? You turned it into a wasteland. Li Gun tilted his head mockingly. I'm sorry, who are you again? That was the last straw. Heiji formed a magic circle midair, signaling a high-tier summon. The civil servant screamed and bolted out of the room, everyone except for a bespectacled intern who whispered, starry-eyed, is this, the Gemini technique? With a burst of celestial light, Heiji summoned her guardian-class spirit, a winged entity with glowing braids and regal presence. The demon fairy queen Lelican, Heiji declared triumphantly. She's strong enough to crush guardian deities. But before the queen could even fully descend, Li Gun zipped forward, seized Heiji by the waist, and chucked her skyward through the ceiling like a human firework. Screams echoed from above as she vanished into the clouds. Meanwhile, the demon queen hovered awkwardly, blinking. She turned to flee, but Li Gun grabbed her by the braid and yanked her downward. Snagging demons is easier than peeling potatoes, he muttered. Lelican whimpered. Wait, let's talk about this. Too late. A deafening crash announced Heiji's ungraceful return. She hit the ground hard, passed out cold, her transformation spell unraveling to reveal a rather plain-looking woman. Li Gun held up the limp demon queen. So much for your trump card. Not so divine now, are you? The officials finally caved. We'll process the funds right away. Soon after, Li Gun and Hugo strolled out of the Blue House, paperwork in hand. Let's get burgers at Sanjay's place, Li Gun said cheerfully. The group arrived at the house, where Li Gun placed the captured demon queen, now miniaturized, into a glass case. The once mighty spirit now knelt, defeated and obedient, barely daring to breathe. Holding a sacred contract scroll, Li Gun waved it in front of her face. Misbehave, and you're getting stuffed into this book forever. Lelican nodded frantically. Li Gun narrowed his eyes. Now, answer me, why hasn't that foul-mouthed sorceress shown herself? Is she hiding? Or sealed? The demon queen trembled, then gave a silent nod. Thought so, Li Gun muttered. She's trapped, and if I'm right, the location must be. He pointed downward. This house. The fairy nodded again. Li Gun stepped forward. Then show me. Lelican hesitated, her pale face drenched in fear. She raised a shaky hand, pointing toward a corner where an ornamental statue stood, the one gifted to Sanjay's home long ago. That? Li Gun's eyes narrowed. The fairy looked away, unable to meet his gaze. She knew either way she was finished, expose Heiji and be punished, or stay silent and be accused of lying. Jinmen, watching nearby, recalled something. Didn't that statue get destroyed once? Li Gun chuckled darkly. I knew it. I could smell the stink of that woman ever since we got here. He picked it up and sniffed dramatically. She said she kissed this, right? That wasn't affection, it was a spell. Jinmen suddenly recalled her odd phrasing at the time, it was a spell. Li Gun activated his 13th sense, locking in on the spiritual plane within the statue, and then, it screamed. A haunting voice shrieked from within the relic, echoing in Heiji's unmistakable tone. You filthy traitor. Rin, you dare betray me? Yua stared in disbelief. That voice, it really is her? Inside the statue's spiritual core, Heiji's ghostly projection clutched her head in rage and panic. Why? Why did it come to this? That damn demon tower collapse. That freak's aura spreading through Yin-Yang Palace. She replayed the moment she'd realized Li Gun was alive, sensing that bone-chilling power again had caused her to shatter her teacup in horror. She fled to Sanjay's house immediately, used teleportation to inhabit the angel statue, and watched from within, until Li Gun smashed it open like a piñata. Jinmen, back when he repaired the statue, had no idea she was inside. He'd lovingly glued it back together, glue that now served as her prison. Each glue blob, to her, had been like nails in her coffin. The moment she hoped for salvation, was also the moment she lost her last chance to escape. Heiji wailed from within the relic, her cries of frustration echoing through the spiritual bond, but Jimin, oblivious and as clumsy as ever, managed to worsen the already damaged statue during a well-intentioned repair. That single act sealed her further within, trapping the once proud Gemini saint inside her unholy prison. From that moment on, Heiji could only watch in growing horror as Lee Gun strutted around the house, cooking up schemes and gleefully spreading tales of her so-called bullying. Rage simmered inside her as she screamed at Lelican, the fairy queen, to break open the display case and help her escape. But the demon queen, shivering in a corner of the glass exhibit like a hostage in a zoo, shook her head timidly. "No. I can't. I won't. Even if I manage to escape, that lunatic will just toss me back in, or worse." Heiji stared in disbelief. Since when did the demon she had commanded become this, practical? The demon queen continued whispering, "I've learned one thing being near Lee Gun, survival means knowing when to fold." Her cowardice only stoked Heiji's fury. But before she could vent again, her eyes caught sight of Sunjae. She immediately switched tones and barked a command with all the force of her divine authority. "As a disciple of Gemini, I command you, strike Lee Gun down, now." Sunjae, blinking blankly, tilted his head. "Why would I do that?" That answer made Heiji's spirit glitch. She hadn't noticed the army of miniature Lee Guns decorating the room, and couldn't comprehend why Sunjae wasn't on her side. You're a child of Gemini. Lee Gun is the enemy of our constellation." Still unfazed, Sunjae scratched the back of his head. "Then I guess I'll just quit the Gemini constellation." Heiji froze mid-rant. "What?" Calmly, Sunjae pulled the sacred emblem of Gemini from his pocket and let it drop to the floor with a soft clink. The moment it hit the ground, a thunderous tremor shook the building like a divine earthquake. Heiji screamed in horror, "That's divine retribution. You turned away from a god." And almost immediately, a celestial bolt struck down on Sunjae. His body jerked violently, blood oozing from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he collapsed. The others gasped. Yuha and Jimin rushed toward him in panic, trying to lift him, but he was unconscious, twitching from the celestial punishment. Even Heiji began to panic. "Apologize. Plead for forgiveness. You're supposed to inherit my mantle, you'll be spared if you just denounce that freak." But Sunjae's eyes opened, filled with pain, and something more powerful. "You people never cared," he growled, his voice low. "You abandoned me. Jimin, too. Only Uncle Gun ever risked anything for others. He'd rather die than let someone else get hurt." He pushed himself to his knees, blue light bleeding from his body like a second pulse. "To me, he's the only one worth calling a hero." Suddenly, that burst of defiance caused the divine presence in the room to shift violently. The avatar of Gemini, the goddess Freya, manifested, eyes glowing, ready to strike Sunjae down and take Lee Gun with him. But before she could move, Lee Gun whispered something, then raised his hand and carved through space itself. The fabric of reality twisted, and Freya's eyes widened in horror. At the Gemini sanctuary, apostles dropped to their knees, gasping in disbelief. Their powers, gone. All of them. Instantly. Lee Gun had severed the link between Freya and her representatives. He stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Sunjae's shoulder. "Thanks, kid. You stood up even when it hurt." Sunjae's eyes filled with tears, not from the pain, but the affirmation. From the relic, Heiji's scream shattered the silence. "What did you do?" Her voice quivered, not in anger, but in terror. "I can't feel her, Freya's gone. My connection, she's gone." Lee Gun turned to her, smiling like a demon who just smashed heaven's front gate. "You finally get it," he said. "The gods? They're nothing without their followers. And your power? Just a glorified Wi-Fi signal from some sky parasite." He casually explained what he'd done, a technique called abyss severance, originally an SS rank ability used by the former cancer saint to slice through anything, tangible or not. But Lee Gun had evolved it further. With it, he could sever divine contracts, the invisible bond between apostle and God. It wasn't just forbidden. It was unthinkable. "Are you insane?" Heiji cried. "You'll invoke the wrath of the gods. They'll strike you down." He pointed to the heavens, grinning like a villain from a comic book. "Then let them come. I'm going to shatter every last one of them." Her mouth fell open in disbelief, no words left. Because somewhere deep inside, even she knew, he meant every word. She stared at Lee Gun, utterly baffled. Had he completely lost it? Did he even comprehend the magnitude of what he just said? Before she could get a word in, the sky cracked open, literally. A bolt of violet lightning tore down from above, splitting the ground between them as the heavens darkened to a terrifying shade of purple. Thunder roared in rapid succession, and lightning danced across the clouds like serpents. The entire earth trembled as a violent pressure surged through the air. The Gemini constellation's guardian had awakened, and she was enraged. Blinding flashes of celestial energy lit the sky, and deafening booms sent tremors across the land. In seconds, a cyclone began to take form, a furious vortex of winds, dust, and divine rage that uprooted everything in its path. The Gemini deity, Freya, descended in the eye of the storm, her long hair writhing like the tendrils of a cursed gorgon, her face etched with fury. But standing amid the chaos, hands shoved casually into his pockets, Lugun merely laughed. His voice rose above the roaring wind with the cheer of a lunatic. It's not even sunset, and the sky's already giving us fireworks? That's new. The spinning gale slowly died down, but what replaced it was no less threatening. A glowing rune burned into the atmosphere, pulsing in eerie purple light. From its center, Freya stepped forward, seething. Before she could unleash another divine onslaught, a warning popped up on Lugun's system panel, flashing urgently. Unbothered, he broke from his mocking attitude and started digging through his inventory. Freya noticed but didn't understand what he was doing. She launched another attack, but her strikes didn't seem to land right. Something wasn't adding up. That's when she saw it. He wasn't just playing around, he was holding a shard of Cancer's core crystal. The gem glowed ominously as it absorbed the magical energy she was releasing. Her eyes narrowed. That shard was designed to counteract Gemini's powers, and now, her attacks were being turned into nothing more than a pleasant breeze. Lugun chuckled, visibly pleased as the absorption made him feel invigorated. Sure, he didn't have his heavenly punishment skill at the moment, which would have made this fight easier, but he didn't care. He summoned the creative workshop using the corrupted shard, taking in the Gemini storm and lightning to forge a temporary but deadly weapon. Though the workshop was no majestic forge, in fact, it looked like a humble straw-roofed hut, Lugun still managed to craft something magnificent, a one-use-only weapon, the Tempest Scythe of the Abyss. Despite its crude origin, it looked like something worthy of a war god. With a bloodthirsty smirk, Lugun charged forward, instincts flaring. He leapt into the air, slammed down, and swung with precision. The blade cut through Freya from crown to navel in a perfect vertical slice. Freya screamed, her divine cry echoing like a death knell across the city. The onlookers, especially the kids inside Heiji's house, stood frozen. Even they couldn't believe their eyes. Someone just felled a divine being like she was a tree in a storm. Was Lugun even human anymore? The answer hung in the air, unsaid. But one thing was certain, his attack was devastating. And as the scythe cracked and shattered after that single use, Lugun didn't seem to care. His job was done. But Freya wasn't finished. Her body was quaking with pure rage. Her veins bulged unnaturally, her eyes bloodshot. In a final act of fury, she summoned dozens of black vortexes into the sky. The system frantically translated this as her summoning an army from the celestial rift, an army of hundreds of thousands, monstrous and grotesque, all ready to devour everything in their path. Although Freya looked like a celestial beauty, the creatures pouring out from her magic resembled nightmares made flesh. The entire skyline was overrun with these openings, and every portal screamed with inhuman roars. Then, suddenly, an explosion of fire erupted in the far distance. A blazing ball of flame hurtled through the air and slammed toward Freya. But it wasn't magic, it was someone. Lugun's eyes twitched. It was Hugo. Wearing his full Sagittarius battle attire, Hugo dove in like a meteor. His arrival shocked everyone, including the kids, who screamed as Hugo collided with the ground in a blaze. And floating right behind him was the Sagittarius deity, Apollo himself, his silent expression revealing only disdain. Apollo, though usually distant, had joined his saint. Hugo stood tall, his aura blazing as he issued a warning. Back off, Freya. Proceeding further would mean breaking celestial law. His firm tone wasn't a bluff. Freya, however, snarled at the sight of Apollo. This weakling dares lecture me, she mocked, her rage now spilling into contempt. You're nothing but a footnote in the constellations. But she underestimated them both. This had all been part of Hugo's scheme. On his own, his power wouldn't be enough to deter Freya. But the celestial deities had been watching. They were not pleased with Freya's direct interference in mortal affairs. The moment she violated the balance, their response came swiftly. Above, a new rune emerged, radiating with divine authority. From it, a brilliant chain shot down like a divine executioner's whip. It coiled around Freya mid-flight, binding her in celestial chains. She let out a startled gasp, struggling against the restraints. But it was no use. Her own brethren, other deities from different constellations, had intervened, sealing her away for violating the ancient rules. The sky cleared. The vortexes closed. The grotesque monsters vanished. And the overwhelming pressure that had gripped the city slowly faded, leaving behind stunned silence. Lugun watched all of it unfold with a smirk. Well, he muttered, cracking his neck, I was just getting warmed up. It was the only way to force Freya to listen. The shackles allowed Hugo to speak clearly, his voice steely and unwavering as he stood before the subdued goddess. You think the rest of us gods will stay silent while you run rampant? Think again. His glare cut like a blade. Next time, you won't be warned. Freya's narrowed eyes brimmed with vengeance. Her lips curled into a snarl. And then she screamed. It was a soul-shattering sound, high-pitched, sharp as glass, loud enough to pierce the minds of every living being nearby. The ground trembled again as shockwaves burst out, knocking objects over, windows cracking in response to the pressure. Everyone present suffered at least a momentary mental stun from the psychic backlash. Freya jabbed an accusing finger at Hugo, fury radiating from her broken form. She wasn't speaking just to him, but to everyone who stood behind him, allies, followers, and saints alike. Her message was clear: I'll remember this. You've just made enemies you'll regret. But Lugun only laughed, utterly unbothered. Raising both hands, he flipped her off without hesitation and even stuck out his tongue like a brat provoking an elder. Next time, he shouted with a grin, bring your brother along if you want a rematch. This was too easy. Freya, unable to hold back any longer but helpless in the face of divine restriction, released a final cry of frustration before her body scattered into a purple mist, vanishing from the world completely. The battle had ended, but the rewards were just beginning. Lugun's system interface chimed with a familiar notification. A special achievement had been triggered, publicly humiliating a Zodiac's absolute god. His actions had been observed by celestial administrators beyond this plane, and they had acknowledged his feat. Not only had his notoriety increased dramatically, but his Zodiac-level experience points skyrocketed. Level 10 threshold reached, the system declared. Prepare for a constellation trial. Reading the notice aloud with a satisfied smirk, Lugun turned toward Hugo, who was saying his goodbyes to Apollo alongside a group of kids who looked exhausted, as if they'd been hauling boulders for hours. He casually threw an arm around Hugo's shoulders. Perfect timing back there. Couldn't have done it better myself, Lugun praised. Despite the lighter tone, Hugo still looked furious. The sight of Freya tormenting Sanjay's child was burned into his memory. His knuckles were white from clenched fists. He grit his teeth, muttering how much he wanted to fire a divine arrow right through that witch's skull. Seeing his friend like this, Lugun reassured him with a quiet, confident voice. Don't worry. We'll turn her and her brother into cosmic fertilizer soon enough. The reassurance brought a flicker of calm to Hugo's rage. He gave a small nod of gratitude. Then, as if remembering something critical, he reached inside his clothing and pulled out a tightly bound scroll, the item Lugun had asked for from the underworld palace. Lugun's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. It was the soul-binding contract, evidence of Freya's past actions and the connection between her and the Gemini constellation. The moment he unrolled it, Heiji's voice pierced the air in shock. No. That's mine. How did you get that? That was under celestial lockdown. How indeed. Lugun mocked, not even glancing her way. Truthfully, it should have been impossible. The soul contract was sealed beneath the highest magical barriers. But Hugo had pulled it off. As a Sagittarius archer, infiltration and subterfuge were part of his toolkit. And with Lugun's earlier gift of a Gemini constellation badge, slipping past the security was child's play. While Heiji shouted and fumed in disbelief, Lugun remained focused. He slowly opened the scroll. The sacred contract glowed in elegant letters, revealing the list of souls bound under Gemini's control. There were names of legends: the one-eyed madman Berserk, the king who once bore the same name as Lugun, Jotun, and the mythical warlord Jarl. All of them had surrendered their souls to the Gemini faction long ago, but now, they had turned their allegiance to Lugun. At the very bottom, a name was inscribed in glowing letters. A sealed soul imprisoned in the abyssal trench beneath the underworld palace, a being most likely of mythic grade. Its imprisonment alone proved how dangerous it was. Lugun wasn't about to let them join so easily. Loyalty first, he muttered. No freeloaders. At his command, the contract letters shimmered, spinning upward like golden streams. From the vortex, a young woman's body materialized, tumbling headfirst toward the floor. The whole room froze. Heiji screamed. Even without clear sight, she knew who it was her. Her own body. Her soul, delivered as a gift by the ones who had defected. Lugun doubled over, laughing like a maniac. Oh, you guys really know how to make me laugh. Accepting the offerings, he casually ordered the system to register them. When prompted for names, he lazily assigned numbers, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Behind him, Heiji wailed in horror. Her spirit screamed to attack him, but before she could, he grabbed her ghostly form by the throat, lifting her like a rag doll. Your gods threw you away, Lugun whispered coldly. You're all alone now. Her spirit trembled in his grasp. I'll ask just once, he continued, his voice like ice. Were you the one who stabbed me in the demon tower? She didn't reply. Her silence only made his fury worse. He placed 2 fingers against her spectral forehead, magic gathering there. This scythe shard, yeah, the same one that cut your head. If you don't speak, I'll show you what soul torture really means. The light from his spell grew blinding. Even the Fairy Queen and Hugo backed away, shielding their eyes. Last chance, he growled. Unable to withstand the pain, her composure shattered. She screamed, it was Virgo. It was Virgo. Tears streamed down her ethereal face. Virgo did it. At last, the truth was out. Virgo, currently under divine judgment, was the one who drove the blade. Lu Gun's lips curled into a dark grin. The pieces were finally falling into place. The moment the answer slipped from her trembling lips, Lu Gun's eyes widened in revelation. With a resounding crack, the spell clamped around his head shattered like fragile glass, the oppressive pressure lifting in an instant. He finally released his grip on Heiji's spirit. She collapsed, her voice robbed by the lingering pain. Still, he sneered down at her. See? You should have just talked earlier. Could have saved yourself the suffering. As if offering a reward, he added with a mocking grin, you know what? Since you were so helpful, I'll return your body to you. At first, Heiji thought she'd caught a break, that luck had finally smiled upon her. A strange hope lit up in her spirit as she gazed at her body, standing upright. Something was off. Her body, once empty, was now animated, moving on its own. It wasn't her inside. From within Lu Gun's body, the Fairy Queen suddenly erupted with pure glee, her voice bursting out in joyful screams. She celebrated as if she'd won the lottery. After all, she hadn't technically relinquished her master's body, but she had been granted a new one instead, Heiji's. Though it was unintentional, the Fairy Queen had inherited a new form, and she looked positively radiant in it. Lu Gun, laughing uncontrollably, apologized half-heartedly. Oops. I might have handed your body over to the Fairy Queen by mistake. Heiji, voiceless and disembodied, watched in mute horror as her own flesh now served someone else, one of Lu Gun's most faithful subordinates, no less. The sight of the Fairy Queen dancing around in her former form while giggling like a child was too surreal. The next day at Sunjae's house, the bizarre situation escalated. The Fairy Queen, still wearing Heiji's appearance, argued animatedly with Yang Wei. The two bickered over the technicalities of Virgo's elite S-rank soul contracts. Apparently, now that she had a new body, the Fairy Queen had taken her job as Lu Gun's personal assistant quite seriously. She even requested a detailed list of subordinate souls from him, intending to upgrade the most promising ones to SS rank. Meanwhile, across the room in a dusty display box, the statue that now housed Heiji's soul remained slumped and pitiful. Her spirit cried, pleaded, and begged to be released, but her voice was too weak, and her situation too hopeless. Even if she was freed, what would she return to? Her body no longer belonged to her. Just then, a new system alert rang in Lu Gun's ears. A unique Yuku contract skill had become available for him to learn. As he scrolled through the options, pondering how best to apply it, the newly pledged gods flitted around him like overexcited ghosts. Their souls drifted through the house, fawning over him like sycophants. Every time Lu Gun made eye contact, they squealed, ah. He looked at me. As if they were fans watching a rock star backstage. The entire performance amused him to no end. He turned to Hugo, now relaxed beside him, and said with a grin, weren't gods supposed to be full of pride and dignity? Who knew they'd end up like groupies? Hugo chuckled, about to respond, when a bellow erupted from the hallway. It was the ice god, cursing like a sailor. Oi! How dare you disrespect Master Lu Gun? You think you can talk back after swearing loyalty, you brat? Who are you calling a servant? Hugo snapped, but the gods weren't done. Instead of defending Hugo, Lu Gun waved lazily and corrected them, he's not a servant. He's my slave number one. The ice god nodded solemnly. Two more gods appeared behind him and began chastising Hugo, mocking him for his low standing and lack of divine etiquette. Seeing all this chaos, Lu Gun casually asked, by the way, why did you three betray the Gemini constellation and come crawling here? The gods lowered their heads like scolded students. They mumbled, Freya, well, she's beautiful, yes, but she's too unstable. Too violent. Lu Gun actually considered their excuse, until they added the real reason. In truth, we felt so damn satisfied when you humiliated the Gemini star in front of everyone. It was glorious. We just couldn't resist defecting. Lu Gun smirked. So you're all opportunists. One of them chuckled. Where the power flows, the followers go. Master, your strength is irresistible. They continued, and it's not just us. Other deities, legion commanders, even minor gods, they want to surrender too. But they're trapped, imprisoned deep within the sanctuary, unable to escape. Let me guess, Li Gun replied, folding his arms. That sanctuary's down near the Pacific Ocean, right? Close to the territory overrun by those unknown calamities? The gods nodded. Currently, more than half of Earth had been overrun by anomalies and unclassified disasters. The zodiac constellations still barely held their ground, but rather than pushing back the threats, they cowered together, afraid of losing what little was left. If anyone was going to step up, it would have to be Li Gun. Just as he began considering a plan, the three gods dropped to their knees. Master Li Gun, they declared in unison. We pledge our eternal loyalty to you. Seeing how devoted they looked, Li Gun chuckled. Not bad. You might actually be useful. Come, there's a task I have in mind. While he was organizing them, Sanjay stood nearby, practically glowing with admiration. Wow! Uncle's so cool, he whispered, eyes sparkling. Next to him, Yua was unusually quiet. Then, out of nowhere, she lowered her head slightly and spoke with an eerie grin. I'm glad I proposed to Uncle. Her words echoed through the room like a thunderclap. Hugo froze mid-step. The gods blinked in disbelief. Even Li Gun's eyebrows twitched. Did she just say? The air fell completely still as everyone processed her declaration. The fairy queen stumbled, nearly dropping a scroll. Yuha, however, stood with absolute confidence, calmly staring ahead, proud of what she'd just confessed. And the silence continued, for a very, very long time. Li Gun remained hunched forward, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He didn't dare lift his gaze, knowing the glare burning into his back belonged to his best friend. Hugo stepped in closer, his voice sharp and cold, slicing through the air like an arrow. Yuha, is this true? Did you actually propose to my daughter? Li Gun's lip quivered slightly as he bit down, his body visibly trembling beneath the pressure of Hugo's stare. He whispered weakly, as if hoping to twist the meaning, propose, as in, propose, or like, just propose. But that didn't help. The implication alone had shattered the room's balance. Was Hugo now supposed to be his father-in-law? While tension crackled in the air, the oblivious golden rabbit, Yang Wei, clapped excitedly and congratulated the two like an overjoyed MC at a wedding banquet. Congratulations! What a happy family moment! His tone was chipper. Too chipper. Seconds later, a roaring fireball answered him, smacking directly into his face. He shrieked and dropped to the floor, hands over his smoldering cheeks, wailing in agony as he rolled away, vanishing behind a curtain in shame. Li Gun pulled a nervous smile and held up his hands toward Hugo. Easy now, friend. Let's put the bow down, yeah. But Hugo wasn't listening. He roared with fury, his eyes blazing hotter than his arrows. I've been your friend for decades, and I haven't even heard her say, I love you, to me on Father's Day, yet you get a proposal? You bastard. He lost it. The bowstring snapped back and forth as arrows shot in every direction. The walls were perforated. Vases shattered. Curtains went up in flames. Li Gun zigzagged through the chaos, ducking and weaving while yelling, calm down. Don't kill your best friend over this. But his mouth betrayed him, shouting, I'm sorry. But today might be the day I die. With that, Hugo vanished from sight, activating his stealth techniques. His steps were silent, his killing intent loud. He wasn't holding back. Li Gun's instinct screamed at him, this wasn't a joke anymore. Hugo was serious. He immediately activated his sensory skill linked to the Sagittarius constellation, his eyelids squeezing shut as he scanned for magical presence. Arrows launched from every direction, flaming and furious, but Li Gun snapped them midair one by one, shattering them in his fists like they were brittle twigs. His patience began to wear thin. He growled, Are you trying to pester me with sticks? These aren't even proper arrows, they're like buzzing mosquitoes. Unfortunately, that snide remark echoed straight to the constellation spirit of Sagittarius. Enraged at the insult, Hugo bellowed from above and invoked his zodiac's signature divine technique, the Ring of the Sun God. Fire swirled through the air, building into a burning vortex shaped like a blazing halo. The intense heat billowed downward, causing Li Gun's shirt to flutter open, revealing his torso as sweat trickled down his skin. He muttered under his breath, now he's really going to burn the house down. Apollo, the deity tied to the Sagittarius constellation, materialized beside Hugo, expression grave. Are you sure this is a good idea, using that level of force indoors? I already gave Sanjay all my savings. What's a few walls? Hugo replied, eyes locked with unshakable resolve. With a defiant shout, he drew the bow taut. It was madness, pure, fiery madness. Li Gun stood frozen for a moment, watching the inferno spiral toward him. He had no doubt now, Sanjay had inherited every bit of Hugo's recklessness. The apple hadn't just fallen near the tree, it had rolled into its roots and planted another. From the side, Sunjae and Yuha panicked, running forward to stop their father. To Hugo's confusion, they both yelled the same thing, "Dad, stop. You can't beat Uncle Lugun." The declaration hit Hugo like a slap. His heroic image shattered in an instant. Even the fiery chains from his celestial attack began to unravel and fizzle out. Frozen in place by shock, he stood still just long enough for Lugun to dash forward and land a clean hit to the back of his head. Thwack! Hugo collapsed to the floor. Later, when he woke up, he was met with the blurry image of Lee Gun squatting beside him, smirking. "You're awake already? You're seriously going to take a kid's word that far? Do I look like the kind of guy who'd marry my best friend's daughter?" His voice was calm but firm, with an edge of sincerity. Drawing from his own lonely upbringing, Lee Gun explained how children often struggle to express affection to their parents. "It's not that they don't love you. They just don't know how to say it." Just as he finished, the door creaked open, and in came Sunjae and Yuha. In their hands were two small items, Hugo's favorite, fresh coffee and strawberry shortcake. The moment Hugo saw it, emotion surged in his chest. His eyes misted. His hands reached out, ready to embrace them. "My kids. My precious children." But the heartfelt moment crashed almost immediately. Sunjae had already run past him to sit beside Lee Gun. He was grinning brightly, obediently following everything Lee Gun told him. Even his phone was out, showing off fight footage he'd been told to send to the press. Hugo's smile faltered. Huh? His son was too busy with his cool uncle to even notice his outstretched arms. Lee Gun gently patted Sunjae on the head, handing him a slice of cake identical to Hugo's own, except with more strawberries. Something clicked in Hugo's mind. He glanced down at his own cake. Where were the strawberries? Eyes twitching, he slowly turned toward Yuha. "Why, Yuha, where'd the strawberries go?" Yuha beamed at him. "Oh, I gave them all to Uncle Lugun." In that instant, Hugo's soul left his body. "No," he cried, tears streaming like rivers as he lunged for Lugun, arms outstretched, heart broken, not for justice or glory, but for strawberries. But how could he, mere mortal that he was, ever hope to catch someone like Lee Gun? He couldn't. He never could. And so, the tragic tale of Hugo and the stolen strawberries marked yet another unforgettable page in their already chaotic friendship. As another wave of rage burst out of Hugo, chaos swept through the house once more. If things continued like this, they'd be evicted before long, with no home left to argue in. Yang Wei, his face already burnt from the earlier blow, sat obediently in a corner. While the fairy queen carefully mended his wounds with delicate stitching magic, he muttered to himself that Hugo was incapable of managing his children, though he dared not say it aloud, terrified another fireball might send him straight to the afterlife. From the side, Yuha silently watched her father, who was now bickering with Uncle Lugun over every last strawberry like a stubborn toddler. The ridiculousness of the argument made her sigh, but before she could roll her eyes, her phone buzzed with a new message. Sadly, it wasn't the notification she had hoped for. The screen showed an old photograph of Lugun, alongside a bright red alert. "Urgent summons, Gemini Holy Order. Red level calamity detected near Celestial Bridge." At that very moment, over the capital of Manila in the Philippines, an ominous mass of black clouds swirled above the coastline. Forks of lightning sliced across the sky, illuminating the sea with flashes of violet and blue. The ground trembled faintly as soldiers lined up in rigid rows, staring across the horizon. In front of them, the Leo constellation's general stood tall, his jaw clenched with steely determination. He raised a clenched fist high. "With the saint absent, this duty falls to us. This is our moment to prove Leo's dominance to the world once more." His battle cry ignited the crowd. The entire Leo Zodiac battalion roared in solidarity, ready to charge. But standing alone at the rear, Yaha simply rubbed her temple in exhaustion, wishing she were anywhere else but here. Elsewhere, just outside the Capricorn Legion's operations tent, a sizable crowd had gathered. They waited on an elderly man with flowing silver hair and a deeply wrinkled face. Muttering curses and insults under his breath, he fiddled with a glowing, vine-green artifact in his palm. A mischievous grin tugged at his lips. "I wonder if my little gift has reached its target yet," he whispered to no one in particular. Back in Sagittarius territory, Hugo, looking more like a construction worker than a warrior, opened the door with a wide smile. The newest visitor had arrived. Yeren, the Sagittarius constellation's secretary, stood at the entrance, suitcase in one hand, a sealed box in the other. She entered with a puzzled frown. "What the heck happened to your house?" Not wanting to explain the absurd mess inside, Hugo simply sighed and motioned her in. "Just come in. We'll talk later." As they stepped inside, Hugo's eyes wandered to the strange box she carried. "What's in the box?" Yeren shrugged. I found it outside the door and figured I should bring it in. Before she could finish, a loud, commanding voice erupted from within the box. Where's Lugun? They dropped it in fright. Meanwhile, in another room, Lugun cursed under his breath, staring at the shattered remains of yet another failed weapon. His tools were low tier. Every time he tried crafting with these makeshift items, they ruined his materials. Staring at the broken blade on the table, he muttered, "What a waste." He needed higher-grade equipment. What he had was barely good enough to mend clothes, let alone forge weapons worthy of battle against Virgo. His thoughts drifted to a distant memory, the legendary hammer that granted crafting achievements. He hadn't felt its presence in 20 years. Losing it was still a painful regret. Even with lime and piggy bank, both high-tier materials, they weren't enough to make anything close to mid-tier divine artifacts. Still, he couldn't give up. The looming confrontation with the Virgo constellation demanded full preparation. Just then, his system pinged. Another zodiac energy signature nearby. Aside from himself and Hugo? Curious, Lugun glanced out the window, then stepped out to investigate. Back inside, the source of the earlier voice, the box, began glowing. A strange device sat within, now blaring loudly. Is this the Sagittarius residence? This is Sergvik. Long time no see, Hugo. Hugo squinted at the object and let out a displeased grunt. Lugun arrived just in time to hear the last line. Slapping his hammer over his shoulder like a showman, he scoffed, "I thought it was some bigwig sneaking around in the sanctuary. Turns out it's just you. Old goat man." The voice crackled in response. "Gone. You're alive. You look healthy." The device activated its full display, revealing a stone figure with goat-like horns. "Introducing myself again. I am Sergic Vladimir, Saint of the Capricorn constellation." Lugun rolled his eyes. "Sebastian." "It's Sergic," the statue barked back, its glowing eyes flaring. Sergic wasn't just a powerful zodiac saint. He was a renowned master blacksmith. After Lugun disappeared 20 years ago in the Demon Tower, it was Sergic who monopolized the divine crafting world. Gloves, weapons, armor, even potions, all bore his distinctive mark. Before he could explain why he had come and perhaps offer an apology, Lugun picked up the statue by its face. The Capricorn saint tried to bargain, stammering about forming an alliance. Without a word, Lugun raised his hammer, and brought it down in a single, satisfying strike. Crack! Sergic's image shattered into dust. Hugo gaped. "You didn't even hear him out." "Nope," Lugun replied smugly, brushing the debris from his shoulder. "Nothing good ever comes out of that goat's mouth. What alliance? He couldn't even give me decent materials when I needed them." The connection terminated immediately as the statue's fragments crumbled to the floor. Back in Capricorn territory, Sergic sat alone, watching the transmission cut off. He didn't seem bothered, in fact, he chuckled to himself. Moments later, an aide entered his chamber. "It's time." Sergic nodded, drawing back a heavy curtain to reveal the battlefield beyond. His boots clinked as he stepped outside, the morning wind sweeping through his silver hair. The time had come. After 20 long years, the Thousand Arms calamity had returned. On a nearby news broadcast, a field reporter stood near Manila's coastline, voice tense with urgency. "Good day, viewers. I'm reporting live from the capital of the Philippines, where a red-level calamity is fast approaching. The Thousand Arms, yes, the very same monster once vanquished by the legendary hero Lugun, is rising again, right here on the shores of Manila." That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.